think that's a good idea, sir?
Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Welcome, friends. It's Wednesday, January 18th. How are you doing? I'm in a good mood, guys. This is really fun. That great new intro. I love that so much. My daughter Minnie put that together. Minnie, the professional stand-up comedian, she's kicking a lot of butt. She's doing really good. I'm very proud of her for doing that. So tonight, a movie I'd never seen before. It's Crimson Tide with the great Denzel Washington and the Gene I love to hate the most, Gene Hackman. Bring in the friends, the buddies. Here they are, Jericho Green and Shantan Jedi. How you doing, boys?
Man, let's take our time to enjoy that new intro.
That's nice, right?
You ever like one of those chocolate lover chocolate chip cookies where it's like chocolate chips or chocolate chunks?
When you said chocolate lover, I thought you were talking about yourself or something.
I was at first, but I was like,
whoa, where's this going? Valentine's Day is not for like 3 weeks, buddy. You got to cool out.
I was like, I'll never get these guys back on the road if I start there. So that's why I went with the whole chocolate chip cookie thing. Okay. But just jam packed with delicious nuggets. That was awesome. That was great.
Where do you fall on the picking up what is seemingly a delicious milk chocolate chip cookie that turns out to be a raisin cookie? Where do you fall on that?
Well, I find who made it, and I make sure I sever all ties with them.
Oh.
And probably take a pair of scissors to their brake lines, because a raisin cookie, that's disgusting. Oatmeal cookie, oatmeal raisin. Yeah, I'm going out on. I'm gonna die on that hill. Oatmeal and oatmeal raisin cookies are disgusting.
I love them, but I only like to eat them on purpose. If I think it's chocolate and I eat it and it's raisin, I'm not happy about it.
We're done.
If I know it's raisin, I'm cool with it. It's fine.
So. See, I think that speaks to my point. It's not good enough that it's so bad that if you were thinking it's one thing that is good and then they give you that, you'd be pissed. That proves my point.
I prefer to be kicked in the balls with knowledge ahead of time. It's better, But you're still getting kicked in the balls.
The pain's still coming. That delayed 3-second pain is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's that cognitive dissonance when you you pick up what is seemingly a glass of water, and it's an old glass of Sprite or something like that, and it freaks you out, that first flavor, that first sip, A joke I used to like to do to people is when they'd reach for a water and take a drink, I go, "Oh, that's not water!" right when they put it to their mouth.
No, it's piss. Oh, too late. You know what? And my wife doesn't understand that. Men, when we get our minds prepared for something, when that's changed, it makes me upset.
Oh yeah.
If I've been mentally preparing for something, no matter what it is, I'm playing it out in my mind. And if that's changed, to me, that's a big deal. I don't like that. I can't just say, oh well, we'll just no. I have my mind fixed on something. It changed. I don't like it. And I put Arumfe, thank you for reminding me of that. I put both your links in my chat today.
Oh, God bless you, Jared.
I got a copyright strike and it was taken down. So I'll put it on the next one.
Well, and I see our girl Minnie in the chat
my daughter.
there. Minnie,
yeah.
Amazing job, Minnie. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you
should
so
be
much.
proud of it. It was great.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Very good.
Wonderful.
Very good.
It was awesome.
Great job. Ask your mom for the money though. So mom paid.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go.
So, but yeah, no, I'm having a great day. A lot of fun, a lot of drawing today. I've been working on a lot of great stuff lately, so it's all going good. I feel like the weeks go by so fast. I feel like we're always doing this show. I don't know. This is like, to me, this is like the notch, the hitch of the week. You know what I mean? This is that. I don't know what I mean. It's like this is the day that I measure the weeks on. Wednesday. For
it definitely went by quick. I remember us just saying, the 18th we'll be doing Crimson Tide, and here we are. It's about to be in the books.
2023, guys.
Must be having fun because time's flying.
Yes. So, but any news or anything before we get into it? Because this movie is it's not like a stage play, but it does remind me of it in one regard, where it takes place in one locale, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It does do that, and it somehow does that effectively. Because sometimes when you don't change the location, it can be a little stale and something. But this one seems to get away with not doing that. And of course, Jericho, we're going to turn to you for insight on what it's really like in the Navy. You know what I mean? Because,
I'll tell you.
You ever been on a sub? You ever?
No, I saw. So
don't do it.
Navy.
We were watching that, going, no, I'm not
Navy,
going
no,
on.
I've never been on a sub, but Navy ships go out in what's called a battle group. So you have the carrier as a centerpiece, the biggest ship, has all the aircraft and everything like that. And then you'll have some frigates, some destroyers that are, basically security. You have a supply ship that supplies the battle group, everything from bullets to belt buckles, bombs, fuel. That's what I was on. I was on a supply ship. And a sub. And the sub usually goes out. The sub has been where you are before you get there. And to see the sub is very rare. We saw our sub one time. We were pulling into Suda Bay, Crete in Greece about 7:30 in the morning. And we're pulling in and they're leaving. And that was the only time we saw them on our entire 6-month deployment, was that one little piece of them before they submerged and did whatever they do. But if you're in a battle group, better believe the sub has your back. They've been where you're going. They're listening. They know what's out there. You are very safe. Not to mention, subs are extremely well armed.
Wow. Okay. I've been in a sub. San Diego has a maritime museum down on Harbor Boulevard, right by the convention center. Beautiful downtown there. And they had a decommissioned Soviet sub from the Cold War. I went inside of that. And I realized, as a very strikingly powerful, strong man, 6'4", large muscular frame, I could have not been on a sub. They would not have assigned me that job.
No.
This was for much smaller men. The hallways, the doorways, the bed. The bed was like a sock drawer to me. Like, I don't know. And they had left stuff there from the 80s or whatever. There was like some old VHS tapes of movies I guess the guys watched to entertain themselves. But it was tiny. I went back there like 3 months ago and asked where the sub was. And it's in a scrapyard in Mexico now because it had just been rotting too much from the water and they didn't have money to keep repairing it. So I've been in the sub once, but it was not had no motility when I was inside of it. It was just a floating museum.
I went in one of those tourism subs in Bermuda when I was a kid. So we went out in one of those, those little subs that they cruise out and then take you down the coral reef and everything like that.
Right.
I mean, and it is what it is. It was fine. It wasn't like, but I try to imagine living in a sub at actual depth with that kind of scale under that kind of situation. Shoot, Jericho, when you talk about your experience, I think, wow, that takes a special kind of person to be able to do that. When I think about that, I go, that takes a special lack of claustrophobia. That's all I can think of. Holy cow.
And also on the submarines, you have what's called a torpedo rack, where somebody's bed is over the torpedo, like
Hey,
they're
that's
sleeping on
right.
top of a torpedo. But I mean, if you take a torpedo, you know, and it pops a hole in the submarine, it don't matter where you are, you're dead. But space is at a minimum, and you know they'll be underwater for 6 months at a time,
Really?
you know, or more. Yeah, like when you're on a ship and you're underway, we'd be out to sea for like a month or so at a time, and that's pretty shitty. I mean, you only walk so far, you know, it's pretty boring, but at least you can come outside, see some sunlight, get some fresh air. Not in the sub, you are just down there for months at a time, and then if some shit kicks off, I mean, who knows how long you might be down there. If it's a nuclear sub, you could be down there for years, you know, if need be. And like I said, they are extremely well armed, not only nukes, but tomahawks, all kinds of shit. Them submarines are badass. They're fast. They're stealthy. And thank God we have the best ones on our side.
Well, I talked to this old Navy veteran who'd been in a sub. His name was Sebastian. And he told me the thing that kept him going when they were deep underwater was this thing his friend had told him. It said, the seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lake. You dream about going up there, but that is a big mistake. Just look at the world around you, right here on the ocean floor. Such wonderful things surround you. What more are you looking for?
Man, that guy.
Under the sea, darling, it's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me.
Now he's singing. Did he say out in the sun they slave away?
Yes,
down here it's wetter.
It was a little crab.
Yeah.
He was a little crab, but he was a Navy veteran. Yes, actually.
Okay, that guy.
Yeah, but I said to him, man, I want to be where the people are.
Right.
I want to see them dancing, walking around on those. What's that called again? Sheet. No, all right, let's go.
Yeah. So
you should have said Admiral Sebastian. I know who you're talking about.
Admiral Sebastian.
Yeah, man. In the U.S.
And now,
Navy, right?
this is the part where we depress ourselves and go, that movie is 425 years old.
Oh, man. Tis.
1989. Think about that, folks. Oh, Lord.
But they did a great job on it. Like we were saying before, you know, this movie was very Jerry.
Yes.
Very Jerry Bruckheimer, Tony Scott. Mm-hmm. And, you know, not hating on him. If you got a formula, if it ain't broke, then don't fix it. You know, if you have your trademark, or, you know, whatever Tarantino, a lot of directors have their look, their style, or whatever. But I don't think we could have made it through the 90s without Jerry Bruckheimer, because when you see one of his movies, you know who directed it and you know what decade it's taking place in.
Right. We have to, as we go through this, we have to distill that down. We have to identify what is Bruckheimerism, because we see it, we know it when we see it, but what are the key elements of it? Because I started watching, I'm like, oh yeah, this is very 1990.
Well, it's a Tony Scott thing too, right? So I'll give you the biggest one. We've talked about oil, right, with the Schwarzenegger 80s movies. So let's talk a little bit about spray sweat on people in the Tony Scott movies.
Oh boy.
I mean, people are sweating 90% of their body fluid, just constantly.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Just
you're gonna sweat. Somebody's sweating, and it's raining. Okay, this is gonna be the worst rain of your life in a Jerry Bruckheimer, Tony Scott movie. It's raining in the beginning, and it's always in the beginning because and it has its place. You know, it's setting the tone. It's, you know, the elements. They're out here in the elements. They're focused on their mission. Nothing can stop them. Rain, schmain, you know, and the military aspect of it. He loves, you know, Bruckheimer, Tony Scott. They like a good military. The Rock, you know, this one, Crimson Tide, a good military movie, and they do it well.
They do.
Yeah.
All of this we're saying, you know, hear it through or see it through the prism of they do it well, but this is what they do.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it with my missus, and she said to me today, she goes, you know what it is that surprised her? She goes, it's that, you know, they don't make movies like that anymore. These are great movies with people making tough decisions. I mean, to me, the sort of, you know, spiritual, you know, ancestor or lineage of this movie is a movie like 12 Angry Men. You know what I mean? It's people in a closed space, a limited set. We won't call it a small set. It's not one room like it is in 12 Angry Men, or two rooms like in Reservoir Dogs or 12 Angry Men.
Right.
And you've got this debate going on between these guys, and the stakes are high. You know, somebody's life, or in this case, millions and millions of people, or perhaps billions, you know, are hanging in the balance. But they're having this. We'll get into this, but it's like, guys, the actors in this, the rising stars or soon to be stars of mega movies that are just side characters in this are incredible, and it just shows you how deep the roster was for actors versus what do we got? Ezra Miller now. I mean, what it was back then.
Oh my god!
Do you guys understand what I'm saying? You know, I mean,
as Ezra Miller would say, yeah.
He got pulled over by the cops, and there's body cam footage of him saying, "Don't misgender me." Like, don't misgender me. Like, I'm like, are you serious? That's our action hero now, and this is a Denzel movie.
Now, hold on, Mr. Schwarzenegger. I heard that in the 80s, your pronouns were very important to you, and I don't remember what they were though. What did you insist to be called on the set of Commando? Your pronouns?
Mr. Giant Penis. That's what they call me.
That's right. That's how can I forget?
It's in the contract. When you call me, you say, "Mr. Giant Penis, can I talk to you?" Back when I was doing my movies in the 1980s, when I was doing them over here and over there.
I thought the pronouns were going to be. My
pronoun was something I put in my pre-workout drink. I put a scoop of this. I take a scoop of pronoun. I put it in there. I blend it up and I drink it. And then I go pump iron.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Yeah.
Real quick, there's a question for Shant and myself. Hey, Gabe and Shant, do you know Doug TenNapel? Seems to have similar views. I've hung out with Doug TenNapel. He was a friend of mine for sure. And I worked with him on Bigfoot Bill, that graphic novel, record-setting graphic novel, raised almost $1 million, the second edition. I believe it was $800,000 or something. And I was an artist for that. I did the color art for that. He drew it. So I know Doug very well. I got his phone number. I could call him right now, I suppose. You want me to call him for you? But no, I know him. He was a guy I did a lot of work for. Sean, do you know him at all? And he's great. Hold on. He's a great designer. He was a TV director for a lot of cartoons. And he created one of my favorite video games that I loved in high school, Earthworm Jim. He's the creator of Earthworm Jim. So yeah, Doug is a creative force. And we are simpatico on a lot of philosophy and religion. Absolutely.
There you go.
Now, let me ask you this. Since you said a director on cartoons, I've always wondered that since I was a kid. What in the hell does a cartoon director do? Because obviously they're no real actors. You're not telling people what to do and, you know, lights, set, all that shit. What does a cartoon director do?
I've never done it, but I know people that have done it. And this is what I picked up just from conversation is they're one of the, sometimes they'll be one of the lead animators. Sometimes they'll actually be drawing some of the animation. And the way animation works is you'll have the keyframe guys. So if you're drawing a punch, the main drawing is this, right? And the best artists, they get to draw that. The rookie and younger artists, they draw all of these images. The in-betweens is what it's called. They draw all that stuff. But the main guy, he'll draw this one and he'll draw that one. And I think sometimes directors do that, not always. And then they could be directing the voice actors too, when the voice actors are reading the script. So I suppose it depends from project to project. So that's a very loose understanding I have. I've never participated in animation. I'm fascinated by it, but that's a little bit I know. Do you know about it, Sean?
I mean, just my general. I mean, I have a friend who's directed some animated stuff, and you know, I think it's the biggest part about it is where just virtual or in reality, the biggest concern the director is going to have a lot of times is. I mean, the cinematographer is definitely, this is their job, but it's very much where are you going to put the camera, you know, where are you going to show things from, you know, and you know, how much of it are you going to show? I mean, it's basically it, you know, but I mean, where to put the camera is the biggest thing, you know what I mean? And I think that's a huge part of it, you know, I think that's a huge part of it for them. And then of course, a lot of times, I mean, all of my friends who've directed animation, they did, a lot of them did the storyboards, you know, for the scenes that they do. So there's, I mean, or they sat down with the storyboard artist. So in that sense, when you've got storyboards on a live action film, it's very much the same thing. You know, director sits down or draws and boards things out. So, you know, I mean, that's the gist of it. As far as I know, I mean, I'm not an expert by any stretch. There's people more knowledgeable than me.
There's nobody
Right.
more knowledgeable than you, Sean. Nobody.
Right.
No,
That's
of course not. Of course not.
Glad you said
heavens.
that. No, there isn't.
But sir, here's my question. I mean, he said that Mobius is Silver Surfer. We'll get to that. We'll get to that later.
We will. We will.
We will start.
I've never seen this movie. It is still Denzel-anuary. We got one more Denzel movie coming up. Man on Fire. Same director. Tony Scott, I believe, is the director, I believe.
Beautiful. Yes.
And you keep like making these deep, pleasurable noises when we talk about Man on Fire. It's a little risque, I got to tell you, Jericho.
It'll get worse.
It makes me excited because I haven't seen it. And the way you're going on, it's like, oh, this must be.
I don't think it was like that. Oh, Man on Fire. Oh.
That was a different movie.
That's different. That's like send you a link.
That was the fireman. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the fireman.
Yeah.
So, oh goodness. So yeah, double impact. Crimson Tide. Here we go.
Yes.
Of course, the great Denzel Washington and the great Gene Hackman. He's still around, Gene Hackman. He's like 92, 93. I looked it up the other day because I'm like, I haven't seen him act in anything in a long time. He must be rather old. So God bless him. He's still around.
And they both had top billing on this. They shared the screen. It said Denzel Washington, Gene Hackman on the same screen. I haven't seen that a lot. Usually the main star is, that's the first name you see, but they shared the screen. So yeah, this was a good.
Yeah, and it's great performances from both. Denzel's got his usual intensity, and Gene Hackman is such an a-hole in this that you just hate him, but like you don't hate his performance. It's so good at being a jerk. You're just like, ugh, so it's fantastic. But
and there was no there were a couple moments where they laughed together, like the scene in the beginning before they went under, when they were smoking the cigars, but there's not a lot of love lost between these two.
Right. So it starts off right here. Again, very 90s in tone and style and music and lighting and all the choices.
Even the font. The font that they type in is 90s.
Right. The three most powerful men in the world: the president of the United States, the president of the Russian Republic, and the captain of a U.S. nuclear missile submarine.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so.
Nukes.
Right.
You got nukes. You're the man.
Yeah. So they start off on this French aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean, and he's talking about how a Russian rebel leader has taken over parts of Russia, and he's going to get his hands on some nukes. And this guy's reporting about it. What's going to happen? What could happen? What is this Russian guy? What are his demands? And I like the Russian guy. He's an actor I like. He's since passed away. But he was the commissar private school director from the excellent television show Malcolm in the Middle. It's that same actor. He since died like 5-10 years ago.
What else was he in?
Huh?
Oh, man. He was he played like not a bad guy, but just like an asshole to the main character.
Right.
I'm trying to picture it, but yeah, he's been in a few things, man. You talk about character actors, they got some all-timers in here. And the font I was talking about, that's a 90s font. That guy being on the deck of that French aircraft carrier, and I think it was called the Le Poupe. But I surrender. Its fastest gear was reverse. This is the very 90s. This is right off the Gulf War. Reporters on the deck of an aircraft carrier launching some planes going to bomb Saddam. This is extremely 90s. If this is the movie equivalent of when you come back home from a trip and when you're packing in the hotel room, you have to sit on it to pack all the same clothes that you didn't have to do that with when you left, because you're just jamming it in there. The party's over. I just want to jam this shit in the suitcase and get out of here. This movie is jam-packed with everything good about the 90s, except for a conversation that Gene Hackman has in the beginning. Other than that, it was great.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we're going to get into that a little bit. I do have to say this, though. Gene Hackman, I've seen him on Inside the Actors Studio. I've seen Morgan Freeman, lauding, Gene Hackman's performance in Unforgiven. And he said he goes, let me tell you something. Gene Hackman, when they say roll and he looks at you when he's in character, he goes, it's terrifying. But The question I have to ask is, at what point did Hollywood look at Gene Hackman and go, you know what, you'd make a great racist guy? Like, why are they make him go after Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington? I'm like, dude, what are you trying to do to Gene, man? Throw him under the bus. I mean, my God.
Gene Hackman in Unforgiven,
yeah,
one of the worst villains ever. Definitely the worst villain, or AKA bad guy that Gene Hackman has ever played. That guy was just a special kind of evil. Oh
my God, yeah.
I'm gonna have to rewatch Unforgiven, and we're gonna have to review it because I've only seen it once. I didn't like it. I didn't dislike it, but I've heard forever it's the best Western of all time. This, that, and the other. And I watched it. And I was like, and hold on, I love Clint Eastwood, and I love his westerns. Yeah. And I saw Unforgiven. I was like, it was fine, but it didn't blow me away. I don't know.
The only reason
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just.
The only reason for me that movie is I love that movie, and I'll tell you this right now, is because Morgan Freeman goes, it was again inside the actress. He goes, you guys know the Freeman. I can't do the Freeman. He goes, you get to a certain age in your life where you think, or you have dreams when you're a kid, and then you get to a certain age in your life, and you go, well, that was a stupid dream. That's never going to happen. And my stupid dream was, one day as an actor, I want to be in a Western with Clint Eastwood. And then I got to a certain age and I went, well, that's never going to happen. And then Clint Eastwood called me up and goes, Morgan, you want to be in a Western? And he said that when Clint Eastwood is on set, he doesn't say action. He goes, anytime. He says, anytime. And then I think he said, what's he say? When it's over, he goes, I think that we got it. Or I think that'll do, or something that's really funny. But he goes, but I love that Morgan Freeman got to be in a Western, because I think a lot of times, much like any movies, like Arnold hasn't been in a Western yet. There's certain actors that you think their creativity is missing. You know what I mean? To put certain actors. I'd love to shoot. There's so many actors, frankly, that are. I'd like to see Carl Weathers in anything, any genre. That we could put him in.
I think Arnold as in a Western would take a little more massaging, but it could be done. Yeah. It could be done. Man, get along there, little doggy.
Hey, there were some Dutch people coming in.
Hey, you have to address it for sure in the movie.
You'd have to.
It could work.
You'd have to.
It could work.
I heard I went to Hollywood for an anniversary of mine with my wife to watch Jay Moore, one of my favorite stand-up comedians, do a set. And he talked about I think he was in the movie The Hereafter that Clint Eastwood directed. Matt Damon was in it. And and speaking of his directing style, he said there was a scene where a lady was basically an extra. She had to go from one apartment to another apartment door and give Matt Damon a letter from his brother, and she had no dialogue in it. And they did it a few times. And then like on the third or fourth take, she's like, here, this is from your brother. I just wanted you to know, blah, blah. Like she added some like dramatic thing. Like she thought, this is my moment. I'm going to impress Clint Eastwood, blah, 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 blah. Jay Moore said that he stopped everything and then told the lady, my dear, I cannot tell you how little this scene has to do with you. Please just hand him the letter. And it was like, oh my gosh, wouldn't you want the ground to open and swallow you if he did that in front of everyone?
Awkward. Yeah. Or as Jim Norton says, you ever want to put words back in your mouth with a shotgun? That woman was like, if I can just have the last 30 seconds back.
Right.
Please. Damn.
Oh, man.
Jay Moore.
That's rough stuff.
What's his name? Jay Moore, probably one of the two best Christopher Walken impersonations.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Pollak.
Him and Kevin Pollak.
That's who it is. Those guys neck and neck. And we have got to do Suicide Kings. Speaking of Jay Moore.
Yeah.
That movie.
Love Jay Moore. He was very sweet to me and my daughter once. He about 10 years ago, he hosted a radio program in Los Angeles called Jay Moore Sports. And he would do sports, which I love football, so I'm big into sports radio. But it was Jay Moore comedy. He would improv for 3 hours and talk serious sports. And it's in LA, but he was coming to San Diego to do stand-up at the American Comedy Company. And he just said on the air, hey, if you want to come in studio, email my producer. So I wrote the producer of the show, and he let me and my daughter, who you guys know is a stand-up, come and sit in the radio with him for 3 hours while he did that. And he talked to her about comedy on the breaks, and because there's a break every 15 minutes of radio, and he would talk to her, and we took pictures of him, and he was just a super nice, down to earth guy. So Jay Moore's a number one in my book. Like the guy a lot. So
Wow, that's cool. I used to listen to that sports show he would do a few years
wasn't
back.
it
was
hilarious?
It was like 10 years ago, 10 plus years ago or something. But yeah, that's where they always go, boy, yo, yo, when they talk about the Dodgers and stuff.
Remember he would do the droopy dog impersonation, but it was alternative lifestyle droopy or something like that.
Dude, that show was hilarious.
I've always wanted to be able to do a droopy, but I can't get it. Like, oh boy. I can almost get it.
Going up here.
That's a pretty good one. You could do that one. You can do that one.
All right, so that's a show.
We're done. We got to get
back
to
on the main road.
Hey, we're gonna get started with this movie, and we're only 40 minutes in. That's like a record for us, guys.
Dude, last week, but we got on the road. When we got on the road, it was great.
Okay,
but we were off course.
All right, steering it back on. Ugh.
Reel it.
Okay, so start off. There's a Russian rebel leader. He's taken over. He's got himself some missiles, and then we cut to a birthday party for a cute little girl. It must be Denzel's daughter. And of course, one thing that we love in movies that you always get, and you get in comic books, television movies, you always get the news or the newspaper or the radio at the right time, giving the main character and the viewers, readers, whatever, giving us all that information we need. And that's Denzel gets it here from Warren Olney on CNN. The fake news network, by the way. He gets the report about the Russian stuff going on, and obviously Denzel's a Navy man. So how's this going to play into his life? Oh, and by the way, when my daughter used to live in Hollywood doing stand-up up there, the CNN building was like 2 blocks catty corner from her apartment there on Sunset. When I'd go to visit her, she and I would stand outside and flip off the CNN building. So, take that, fake news. Take that.
The thing about this sequence that I really liked, and I want people... If you haven't seen this movie, if you have seen this movie and you want to rewatch it, watch this scene. Because we talk a lot about, in movies, the portrayal of fathers, the incompetent father that has just become such a tired trope. But what was amazing about movies for this time is that men and dads were never, ever portrayed, much like wives and mothers for that matter, as perfect. When this moment happens and he's trying to film his daughter and the thing's on low battery, you don't think, what an incompetent clown. You think, fuck, I've been there.
Yep.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? As a dad, like, you identify with him, you don't feel bad doing that because you assume this is a guy who's there for his kid, always trying to do the best job he can do. And like all of us, it's that little nod to the crowd. Hey, man, even Denzel Washington dad has his moments like you've got where you're like, damn it, I forgot to pick that up at the store. Not because he's an idiot, but because he's so busy doing everything he can for his family. And I just want to make sure that we clarify that because this is what they don't understand. Do you know what I mean? They don't understand like the humanity of it. You know, it's not about anything else. And I caught that. It was charming, and I'd forgotten what it was like not to see that as you know, a bigger subtext, but just seeing it as a human moment. You know.
You know, like we said before, this movie is 90s in all the good ways. And kids, that's called a video camera. Now, before it was combined with your telephone, it was there were 2 separate pieces of technology. You had your phone, and then you had your camera, and there were tapes involved, batteries. That's why you get the low battery flashing on there. In this key moment, your daughter's birthday party, and forgot to charge the damn battery. But
that's right.
I wonder if the women involved in this movie were able to contain themselves, being that in this one scene you have a young Denzel and a young Viggo Mortensen.
Right.
Did his jawline have its own trailer? That thing. Come on. Now.
Yeah. His
nobody was
jawline has
speaking?
a couple of its own kids, that jawline on Viggo.
You don't want to look. You don't want to be the third guy in that crew. Let me help you out with this, guys.
Man.
You do not want to be.
Hey, I'll
look at that. And look, there's Quasimodo. No matter what you do, man, it's over.
Come out here and take care of your son, jawline.
Can I get you something to drink, my dear?
Yeah, I don't.
You might as well be. Ew,
I mean,
what is that? That's our buddy.
And I don't have a photo of it here. But Viggo Mortensen is Denzel's Navy buddy.
That's his friend.
He's at the birthday party. So that you know what kind of guys are at your little daughter's birthday party. Just your buddy, but your brothers.
Yeah,
you're not inviting everybody in the neighborhood.
The real
unless you got one of them wives that wants to invite
you.
But invite the real daddy. No,
it's like
mommy's
6 dudes
baby,
standing in the kitchen.
daddy's maybe. That's the old saying.
Wouldn't that have been great though if they panned over to Viggo and a little too tan daughter of his, and Denzel's just there smiling away.
Or what if Denzel's little girl had that chin like Viggo?
Yeah.
Like,
You know what
Chin.
the problem
like,
about it
"That's
is
not
though,
mine."
and this is the best part, guys, and this is someone hit the nail on the head in the chat. I don't know who it was, but they use the phrase, this is a humanizing moment for him, because you're about to see a gold standard human being for the rest of this movie. Not totally perfect, accessible, human. And I've said this about Denzel Washington before. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, he could do the James Stewart thing. Like, you could have done, in his prime, you could have done It's a Wonderful Life remake with Denzel Washington.
Ooh, yeah.
He could have played that role. He's that guy. He's like, he's America, period.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
is what it is.
So yeah, since they don't have a photo, I do want to establish it. Viggo Mortensen, Aragorn himself.
Yeah.
He is here at the birthday party, and it's established. Obviously, he's Denzel's boy. He sees on the news about the Russian rebel leader maybe taking over some area in Russia, maybe going to get his hands on some nuclear weapons. Who knows? But it's not good. So
And they're hopeful. Viggo Mortensen tells him, he's all, well, he comes in the kitchen and he looks at the TV. He's like, well, maybe it's not as bad as they say. And then Denzel's phone rings and he goes, maybe it is. And then his pager goes off. And then here's the moment of, your family knows what that sound means. Your wife knows what that means. Your kids know what that means. And it's the life of a military family. And shout out to the military wives, because not only are you taking care of things while your husband is away, but hopefully you are keeping all of the little shit away from him so he can perform his duty with a clear mind. Because when shit's going bad at home, you can't do two things at once equally. Something's going to suffer. So if your mind is at home and this is going on and your wife's bitching at you, that's one thing. But those who can, and major shit is major shit. But the little shit, if you can keep that away from him so he can focus on his mission and come back in one piece, those military wives do a lot, man. And the countless nights of the kids asking, when's daddy coming back? And is he okay? All that shit, man. When that pager goes off or that phone rings, they know. And this is, Denzel going to the base after, probably later that night, put his uniform on. He's a lieutenant commander, so he has a driver, and he's going on base, and they're taking off. They're about to get underway.
Wow. Yeah. Do you have any photos of yourself in the fine dress uniform, Jericho, that we could look at?
I do have an album in my bedroom that I have some pictures of me when I was in the Navy underway on our med cruise.
I got some pictures of me on the Carnival panorama going down the Mexican Riviera.
It is a ship, but different
I
mission.
have some pictures of
different
me in a
mission,
sailor
different
suit,
crew.
but I don't think I should share those. They were taken in confidence. But this is the thing. This is the thing about it too. You say, and you know this obviously, but Rhode Island, we have a huge, for New England, we have a pretty big Navy presence, up, in Newport. And so a lot of my kids' friends, either the wife or the husband and the parents are in the Navy. So, it's something that I can't, agree enough as somebody who, that's not something that we've had ever in our family, but we are so grateful for, the wives and the spouses who are there and know that when that phone rings and when, it's time to go in, there it is.
Right.
Yeah. And, all the military wives aren't good. I remember being on base seeing, some of them, husband's gone for 6 months. I guess you got to scratch that itch somehow. But
No.
I remember a guy in our battle group getting a Dear John letter. Basically, you get a letter from home saying there was a guy in my boot camp division that got one, and then our battle group that got one. And it's not uncommon for that to happen. And some guys take it really bad and take extreme measures, if you will. But a guy got a Dear John letter from his old lady. I was like, oh damn. Man. But I also saw the day we left for our 6-month deployment, I saw a few people take their wedding rings off and put them away in a drawer. So some shady shit going on, But Denzel wouldn't do that. My point is, Denzel would not.
Because Denzel's America, Jericho.
He is.
Right.
America
when the apocalypse comes, he saves the Bible. Do you understand?
Right.
Like, what do I need to say to you people?
Right.
Legend.
He is Eli. He is.
He is Eli. I refuse to believe otherwise.
Right. So he gets to some naval depot, some naval base, and he's going to talk to good old Gene Hackman here. He's a very interesting fellow. He's very set in his ways. He's got a lot of medals there. He's accomplished quite a lot. He would be the captain of the submarine, Jericho. Is that the proper rank, or what would he be?
Well, he is a captain. That bird on his lapel there, that's we call that a full bird. In the Navy, that's a captain.
Hey, like a boy.
Like a bird. When you get it, you have to say that. They put the mic in front of your face and you got to
That's how you get it, actually.
You got to get it right. If you don't get it right, they're like, next year, get out of here.
Yeah.
But that
Steven Seagal has like 20 of those, by the way. So
he has 20 birds on one lapel. It's a long story. It's a long story. But in other branches, it's a colonel. So yeah, captain, you're definitely the commanding officer. CO, you're the commanding officer of a ship, a base. When you're up in those ranks, you're doing big things. He would definitely be the commanding officer on a ship or submarine. With that rank.
So what they establish here, that he and Denzel have a talk. Denzel's going to be called in to be his XO, his executive officer, right? Yep. And because his usual XO has appendicitis, he can't come. But this submarine has to go out there, sniff around for things, see what's, and be battle ready, be nuclear missile ready, just in case this Russian rebel leader gets cuckoo with the nukes over there in Russia. So, and what you see the dichotomy between these two is, I believe, Denzel's character, Hunter, right? That's his last name.
Yeah.
Hunter's like Harvard educated or whatever. He's like highly educated, naval, this, that, and the other. But his background is very academic. He hasn't served a lot of like combat stuff or anything like that. So you kind of get the smart guy, a lot of analytical, this, that, and then you get the grizzled old veteran here. So you start to see a dichotomy between them. And another thing you start to see here that you're going to see a lot of in this movie is it's very 90s, but I think it's fantastic, is the lighting in this movie. And as you mentioned before, Jericho, the rain, the Jerry Bruckheimer rain. And,
it's raining all the time in Jerry Bruckheimer land, for sure. And a driving rain. We're not talking nothing light. We're talking pouring, driving, monsoon rain. And again, it shows you that it plays into showing you the character of the characters, in the rain. Elements don't matter. We're here for a mission, hardcore. The uniform he's wearing is called the dress blues, and the captain, he's wearing the khakis. And the khakis are all year round uniform, but you do have your dress whites. Those are worn in summer months, and your dress blues are in the fall and winter months. So usually thicker material. You get your pea coats and stuff like that. And then the summer, or your dress whites, are usually like a polyester, something light. But yeah, and on board the ship or the submarine, you'll notice that they're not wearing all those ribbons, all those colorful things right there called ribbons. Right. They don't wear those. They just wear their rank. And if for their on one lapel, like he has the bird on the other lapel. If you're an officer, if you're a medical officer, you have the caduceus, you have the dental sign, storekeeping, whatever your rate is going to be on your other lapel, and your rank is going to be on the other side. But the uniforms and all that stuff is pretty minimal. You're not going to see anybody wearing ribbons when you're working and stuff, because those ribbons are on bars and those things can get bent. So you're not going to do all that shit. Out to sea, you just got your rank, your what other military branch called your MOS, whatever your job is, and that's it.
All right. So you said they have the dress blues, the dress whites. What season are these for?
Oh, that's.
I thought you said you weren't going to show that picture, Dave.
There's no season for that. That's not even an American Navy. That's like a French Navy. You got to ask some French sailor what that's about. That is not.
Like Jericho defending his branch of the military.
Yeah, you damn right. I would never be part of a branch that would have that as a uniform. No, thank you.
And
but can we say this real quick? This is super important. Jerry Bruckheimer, the producer, we met more. And
So you are right, friend. It is Tony Scott, Top Gun, all those Man on Fire coming up. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why another Tony Scott thing that was also a Bruckheimer 90s thing, I believe, as well, is military in charge smoking a cigar. You see that in Top Gun, too. Got to have that, chewing on that cigar.
That's a big time. That's a big boss status right there. You're the man if you're smoking on that cigar.
Are you cigar guys?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've had a cigar once. I think I had one once.
I had one a couple times, but yeah, if I'm somewhere and I'm offered a cigar, I'll puff on one.
I think the next time in Las Vegas, I'm going to have to get a cigar.
Yeah,
what could be more Vegas than going to getting a cigar and then losing $100 at the roulette table in 2 minutes?
No more Vegas than that. No more Vegas than that. Now. Yeah, but a cigar.
I will smoke a cigar. Let me tell you.
If you're,
that's the thing about it too, which is it's been a while, like probably since college, man. But it was there was this kid from Mexico. I'll never forget this because it was what it was, and this kid was nuts. I mean, he was really nuts. Like, he actually ended up fleeing the country back to Mexico. It was a very bizarre thing freshman year. But I'll never forget, I think I'd helped him out with something at some point, and he just came into my room and just threw me a little tiny, like, 3 or 4 thing of Cuban cigars, man.
Damn. Contraband.
Like, yeah, I know. And I was like,
Big time.
I didn't get it at the time, but yeah, cigars are good things.
Very nice. I do have one Las Vegas tip. If you're looking to save time at the roulette table, you can walk by and just throw them $100 and keep walking.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to
Cut out
play.
the middleman. Here you go.
It's more efficient that way.
Yeah. And always another Vegas tip, always look at the hands of the prostitutes. That's all I'm telling you. The hands, if they're big and veiny, you watch out.
Oh, all right.
Watch out for those mitts.
Do you see a lot of prostitute hands when you're in Las Vegas? Is this a...
I'm just saying, they're out there. Watch the hands, fellas. Watch the hands.
Yeah. Shoulders, hands. Those are the giveaways.
Hands.
That's what we call a tell in the business.
Shoulders, hands, a dick. Those are all tells. Some are bigger than others.
All right. So then we get Kruger. Do you know who Kruger is?
Yeah, this guy.
He was George Costanza's boss at that one company on Seinfeld. I love this guy, Malcolm in the Middle, Seinfeld. Great character actor, since passed away. But very funny guy, very talented guy. But he's the Russian rebel leader, apparently.
Yeah. That scene before, like right up from the jump, there's tension. Gene Hackman does not like Denzel because of that Harvard Annapolis, and the guy tells him later, he's all, to him, you're Annapolis, you're the elites, you're the aristocrats, you're not the real Navy. You didn't come up through the ranks, rough and tumble kind of shit. So there's no respect for him, and he doesn't he doesn't hide that at all. He's always taking shots at him. He's always making comments. But Denzel handles it very well. He throws it right back at him within the boundaries of, rank and recognition and all that kind of stuff. There's definitely a limit. You definitely have to respect that rank. You can only go so far. You can tell throughout the movie how they speak to each other and how he doesn't challenge his authority and things like that. Like you definitely have to respect that rank. And sometimes you're just going to have to take what they say to you. And that's that. There are channels you can go through if you want to, talk to him about it, or there was a problem with it, but for the most part,
let's say your CEO was being a creep to you, Jericho, and you were right and he was wrong, and you want to complain. That's not going to go over well, right? You're going to complain. He might get his hand smacked, but it's going to come back to you, right? I mean, not supposed to, but that's human nature, right?
Yeah, it could, especially if you're underway. Because if you're underway out to sea, you have limited resources. There's no HR office you can run to. Yeah, they could definitely get back at you.
Navy HR. I just love that. Sorry.
You can definitely. There's definitely some backlash from that, especially with an old school guy like this.
Yeah. We'll see backlash in this film later. Joe Mello for $10. Thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate it. Hey, everyone. Just want to give a shout out to all our servicemen and women who defended our great country. Thank you, Jericho, and also my brother, who were both in the Navy. Thank you for your service. Joe, what a beautiful message, and thank you. Today, when I was out and about at the store, I ran into a gentleman, and his hat said World War II Korean War veteran.
Damn.
And I was looking at him, and I was doing my transaction. I'm like, you got to say something to this guy. You might never see him again, It's the county of 3 million, city of 1.2, San Diego. You might never see this guy again. So I ran over to him in the middle of my transaction and said, sir, can I talk to you? And he was like, yes. I said, my grandfather was my hero, and he fought in World War II in the Army. And I just want to thank you, man, for what you've done. I love this country and everything you guys provided for us. And then he told me, oh, yes, I was in the Army, and I was in Okinawa, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, oh, my God, my grandpa was Okinawa. And then foolishly I said, Tim Duran, Mexican guy. I'm like, he's like, nah, didn't know him. I'm like,
I don't know.
Yeah, there were probably only 100,000 guys out there in the Pacific game.
You think that's bad, man? But no word of a lie. I went when I was visiting some cousins in India on the Indian side. We went over there, and I was at this high school, and this one of the kids in the high school goes, "You're from America?" I said, "Yeah." They go, "Do you know my cousin, so and so, so and so?" And I said, where do they live? And they go, California.
Oh.
And I went, no, Tennessee and California don't really. There's no
and even if
contact.
you were in California,
Not a chance.
Not a good, just 40 million people that don't think I'm gonna run into your cousin.
I tried to graciously, but what's odd is you're being asked this by someone in India.
Mm-hmm.
They of all people should know. They've got 1.3 billion people there. It's like,
dude, I don't know him.
I don't know him.
This is a picture of us. I took a picture of him. I said I want to take a picture of him,
nice.
and Tommy's here. But yeah, I took a picture of him outside the store. Nicholas was his name, and apparently he didn't know or remember my grandfather Tim.
Understandably so.
But then he told me, we were getting ready to invade Tokyo, and a lot of people were angry at the president for dropping the bomb, but he was right to do that. He saved millions of lives. I said, I know. I read all about it, and I agree with you completely. I remember my grandpa telling me that same thing, that a lot of people were against dropping the atomic bomb, but if you read the assessments, the invasion of Japan would have 10 million lives. It would have been horrible.
And they wouldn't surrender.
Right.
They wouldn't do it. The Japanese wouldn't give up. But those guys from that era, the Korean War, World War II, those guys gave us the world we live in today.
Absolutely.
They gave us this nice, plentiful, paved roads, and the whole highway, explosion after the guys came back from the war. They gave us a lot of things that we enjoy today. Not to mention, safety, shit like that. But those men were cut from a different cloth. I mean, in World War II, you were born before the Depression. So it started off tough for a lot of those guys, and young, 16, 17 years old, going to fight overseas.
Yeah, if that guy lied to get into World War II, like in 1941-ish or whatever, and he was 16, then he's near 100, years old or whatever. Like, that's an old codger I was talking to today. But I didn't want to say anything because it's a little embarrassing just to stop paying or doing whatever you're doing and then run over and talk to this guy and kind of making a scene out of yourself. But I said to myself, I owe him thanks, and will I ever see this man again? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It probably brightened his day. So I would encourage you guys, if you're ever in a situation and, you could do something, and so it doesn't cost anything to be nice to people, right? So
yeah, man. And I think, the thing about all of this stuff, and the thing about, the stuff that we build and the things that we're on the receiving end, it's why I think it's really important for us to have more movies that speak to that, because I think people really want to know. It's not like these things are being replaced, showing sophisticated conversations. Like you were talking about how, and actually, funny enough, even Star Trek, which was referenced in this movie, had that too, which was we're all counting on each other. There's a chain of command, and if the chain of command breaks down, there are serious consequences. Dare I say, much like our government, checks and balances exist for a reason. You do not want one branch of government. You've got Article 1 with your legislative branch, Article 2 with your executive, Article 3 with your judiciary, and these things were set up. They have evolved over time, but the simple fact of the matter is that is distilled. America, in many ways, is distilled in these movies inside of that submarine. The world of this country, the complexities, the debates, the two different perspectives. And it's an uneasy piece, but there's got to be mutual respect that holds it together, or the whole thing breaks down.
Yeah,
absolutely. So these two get into their wee measuring contest. It's more on the captain's side. Denzel
for sure,
pretty respectful. He's being antagonistic from the jump. This guy, he's feeling himself. He's the big man. He's the boss. He's got that Macanudo cigar.
And who's his right-hand man who's standing next to him? Hobbs?
Right.
That his name? Yeah, they don't show him, but he's standing next to the captain, and he's saying isn't that right, Hobbs? Yes, sir. Like he's always saying, yes, sir, yes, sir. He's definitely on the captain's side, no question.
Right.
Yeah, but I didn't get a take on him. I mean, I think he uncomfortably laughed at the high school joke. But I think that had nothing to do with Denzel, nothing to do with anyone in the room. I think that was a captain problem. I think
right. Is this the scene where he told that joke, right, to him?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the.
What was the context of that? Why did he tell him that? I don't even remember.
Talk about different kinds of horses. Was that
he, Gene Hackman, not me, Gene Hackman, said that they were discussing horses, right? And he said these certain type of horses were just like pretty high school girls. I'm going to clean this up because I'm not going to get quoted saying this.
Yeah, do not. Yeah, no, just
They know. He said they know everyone wants to meet them, but he didn't say meet. He said something worse. And you're just like, what's this guy's deal? What's with the high school girls and meeting them, if you know what I mean? So it was very weird. It was very
extremely.
Yeah,
it was unsettling.
Record skip.
Extremely.
Right.
I was like,
I'm not quoting that on the air, so someone could do
No.
Right. Yeah, it was a very questionable line. And but that lets you know, again, any good movie, it's got character building in the beginning.
Right.
How much of a scumbag is he? How much are you supposed to dislike him? Here's how much.
Right.
And
So,
this is the Russian leader who the country basically splits. You got the federal government here, you got the rebels over here. The federal government has the launch codes for the nukes, and they're hoping and praying that the rebels don't get the launch codes for the nukes. And this guy is the leader of the rebels. He wants to get his hands on the launch codes for the nukes because, as the opening sentence tells you, Cobb, that's what it was. As the opening sentence tells you, the three most powerful men in the world. And he's definitely on the Russian side. And really, anybody with their finger over the red button who has nukes, if you get up to the mic and go, people are going to listen because you could kick off some really bad shit.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know enough about the geopolitical whatever with warfare and the Cold War to know, but it's amazing nothing ever happened all those decades. It makes me wonder about it.
Self-preservation.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. If you got a guy crazy enough who's like some jihadist or something who was really all about raining down fire upon the infidels and they had their finger on a button, they would do it. But fortunately, in this case, you got a bunch of fat cats, who like the jewels and the, being fanned with the palm leaves and shit, hand-fed grapes, that they're not going to mess that up because if you drop a nuke on America or you detonate a dirty bomb here, what the president wants doesn't matter. The people are going to be yelling so loud for somebody's head that we're going to shoot some nukes at you. And we got more nukes than anybody can handle. And if it gets to that, you're done. You could kiss your palace and all your shit, all your, amenities. You kiss all that shit goodbye because we're going to drop a nuke. Remember, what was that? Hot Shots when Saddam Hussein was sitting out by the pool and a bomb fell in his lap and he spit his drink out. That's what's going to happen to you. You're going to get a nuke dropped on your house. And
remember,
they don't want to do that.
When Trump tweeted about Kim Jong-un or whatever, that his button was bigger and his button worked or whatever.
Yeah, called him Rocket Man.
Right. The best slam Trump ever did on that guy, the Kim Jong-un, is Kim Jong-un insulted him somehow, and Trump says, I don't know why he said I'm stupid or whatever he said. So I would never call him short and fat.
Dude. Yeah.
But nobody's gonna do anything. I don't care how I don't care the amount of saber rattling they do and the shit they put out in the media and lining up their missiles and shooting them into the water. No, I mean nobody. We don't know. We don't know what the future holds. But none of these living dictators or whatever you want to call them are ever going to do that because they know as soon as they do, the moment those missiles leave the silo, your life of luxury and all that shit is over. You're dead. Right. So I think it's pure self-preservation.
Tammy A in the chat, I just got to give you a shout out here because you said Kevin Costner walked in where you worked downtown in the 90s. I am a massive Kevin Costner fan.
Man, he is the man. What's up, Tammy A?
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner's
He's another person who is America. Do you know what I mean? He's another Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Like, he's got that quality. Man, we made some good actors in this country.
We can do some Costner. He has enough hits out there. I tell you one, a hit that got under the radar was Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Brooks is great.
With Dane Cook. That was a good movie. And 3 Days to Kill. Another good Costner movie.
One of the best Westerns I've ever seen is and one of my favorites of all time is Open Range with Robert Duvall.
Slow to start.
But
when it gets going, watch out. It had a guy who played Larry Kubiak from Parker Lewis Can't Lose.
Yeah, man.
Eat now? Oh.
Deep
Fox
cut right
in
there.
the late 80s, early 90s? Stop. Okay, I'm done.
I like that weird show, Parker Lewis Can't Lose. It was
Dude,
very
synchronized
Parker Lewis can't
swatches.
lose.
right.
The
Kubiak.
swatch, remember the swatch watches?
Hell yeah.
Synchronized swatches. And the principal, every time she slammed her door, she broke the window. Man, that was a great show. And you know what?
This is a great
I
show.
watched an episode probably 2 years ago. Holds up over
Yep.
time. Even
It
better.
was very quirky
Yeah.
show in a good way. In a good way.
Eat now?
Not in like a How I Met Your Mother, Big Bang Theory way. So
No, not this new
That looks
shit.
like a painting.
Big Bang Theory, along with Monty Python, I use those as measuring sticks for intelligence. I won't say anything else about it.
You know?
It becomes very controversial when I bring up Monty
What?
Python for some reason.
Well, let me
So-
say this though, real quick, because this is a big one, right? Yeah, eat now. I love that Brian Knapp. Eat now.
know?
This,
Okay.
What do I do with him, boss?
this, I'm gonna say this shot in this movie is a work of art.
Oh yeah.
It is a fantastic. It's like a painting. This shot, you know.
It's almost the light shining down on him.
Yeah,
My
that
God,
shaft
yes.
of light coming down, that blue light coming down is great.
White hat, you know, everything. It's like
Ooh,
way it's catching light,
shaft.
man. Beautiful.
And the guy in the back, he's an admiral, 2-star admiral. So he can make Gene Hackman hop too. You're a 2-star admiral, yeah, you're the man for sure. You got an office at the Pentagon type shit. We had the chief when I was overseas. We were in the, I think we're in the no, we were in a little place called Jebel Ali. I don't know where the hell that is, but that was the name of it. And it was the day after Thanksgiving, and we had the chief of naval operations come on board our ship. 4-star admiral. That's the highest you can go in peacetime. The only time there's a 5-star general or admiral is during war. So 4-star admiral, the highest ranking Navy official in the United States of America, the man. His assistant was Gene Hackman's rank, a full bird captain. If that's your assistant, if that's your go get me coffee guy, you're the man. So the SEAL team came on board our ship a day or two before, and because we were the ship store or the supply ship, we pull into industrial areas to take on fuel. So there's a lot of smokestacks, towers, a lot of sniper areas, good places for snipers, nice and high up. Far away, there were smokestacks everywhere. So they came through, kind of did their security check and all that stuff, and then he came on board. And yeah, it was, you're definitely, you're in the presence of some power and authority. That dude could take your career.
That tight booty feeling.
Yeah, you're gonna be shitting out some diamonds in an hour because that thing, you couldn't get a grease BB out of your ass. That's how tight it is. So he came on board the ship and he gave us this corny, "Oh, thank you, shipmates, for being out here this time of year." As he goes back to his 5-star hotel at the top of some United Arab Emirates fucking boat-shaped tower.
Say, Jericho, the grease BB out of your ass. It's a military town. A lot of my friends, Navy dads, I spent a lot of time around military. My father-in-law's, former Navy. I love military sayings like that. I heard a guy the other day.
Yeah.
He was talking about to not do something, to not like go overboard and be redundant. His saying was like, "Don't bring sand to the beach, man." And I'm like, golly, that's so military. It hurts.
That's good stuff.
You don't bring sand to the beach. You already, like.
My dad, yeah, my dad would say sayings that he heard from his drill instructor in the Army.
Right.
Boy, if your brains were dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. Tons of them like that, man.
I mean, the all-time classic is R. Lee Ermey in Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, that's the gold standard, man.
That's
How
tall are you, Private? He's a 5'9". Sure. I didn't know they stack shit that high.
That's a good one. Oh my God.
Said, do you have any siblings that lived?
That's a good one. Yeah. I like that. Why, Private Joker? That's when she goes off the rails, man.
Dude, he said, "You look like the kind of man that would fuck the dude in his ass and not have the common decency to give him a reach around."
Oh,
God.
Yeah. Private Joker, you trying to offend me is still one of my favorite lines.
I saw that. I'd never heard of that movie, and I was at my buddy's house in high school, and he put it on VHS. There were like 5 of us there, and we was crying, laughing. I'd never seen anything
hilarious.
Like
Try being there and trying not to laugh.
Right.
That's the hardest thing you'll ever do, but you have to do it because if you
laugh,
oh my goodness, there will be nothing left.
Oh, and John reminds us we got to do Major Paint. Oh, don't worry, that's coming. and I'm delighted because I've never seen it. And I heard
dude,
it.
Really?
It's the great.
Oh my dude,
Oh.
America needs to see Major Payne.
Right.
The entire country needs to watch that movie. There are so many lessons in that movie, and there's definitely an overall family vibe to it. But the way he talks to those children is hilarious.
Right.
Uproot yourselves,
sure.
my little scrotum sacks.
Yeah, that was beautiful, dude. I will say this. Go ahead.
No,
Go. I was gonna say I had such a crush on the lead actress in that when I was a kid.
Like Corinne Parsons. Yeah,
Dude,
Hillary
know,
Banks.
Man.
Hillary Banks. He one of the kids complained about where he made him stay. And he says, "Oh, you don't like it?" And the next scene, they're buried up to their chins in mud, and he's spraying them with a water hose, walking back and forth. And when he's done talking to him, he says, "Uproot yourselves, my little scrotum sacks."
No, I've heard it's hilarious.
I can't wait, man. Can't wait for you to see it.
Yeah. Logic's Finest says, my brother was in the Marines. He says Full Metal Jacket was 100% accurate as far as boot camp. The hazing was even worse, even when he was deployed in Force Recon. Wow, that sounds intense.
Yeah, Force Recon.
Yeah, R.B. Ermey, the gunny, as he's known, a local favorite here in San Diego because Camp Pendleton is just up there in Oceanside, basically, which is North San Diego County. So, the main Marine training ground is Camp Pendleton, north of San Diego. And then you have in basically in Midtown near Point Loma, you have the MCRD. That's the Marine Corps Recruitment Depot or whatever. So this is not only a Navy town, but it's a Marine town too. And NAS Miramar is no longer Naval Air Station Miramar. Back in the 90s, it turned to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar. So we are half Marine, half Navy here. It's
Jarheads.
I love it.
And I think Marine Corps boot camp used to be in South Carolina, and Lee Ermey was a drill instructor in the Navy or in the Marine Corps. That's why he was so good at it, because he was a drill instructor. Those things they say to you and like the names they call you and stuff, it's hilarious, but you cannot laugh. But yeah, that's what he did, man, and that's why it's such an iconic scene, because it was real.
You can suck a golf ball through a garden hose. I just love all the stuff he did.
He said, "You better unfuck yourself."
Two wonderful things I want to say. First of all, the audition tape for that role for him, he filmed himself doing all of that kind of stuff while another person threw ping pong balls at his face to show that he could do that bit, which I find amazing, like to show his concentration. The other thing is, I want to point out to the chat, we are an hour into the show, and we are not even out of the office in the first scene of this movie.
No, this is an eight-parter. This is an eight-parter, guys.
This is an 8-part show. I was just dying. I just thought,
we're doing all 8 parts tonight.
Together.
And on that note, the big bosses, they're relaying to Denzel and some other people what the just in the F is going on here with the rebel. They're showing him a map. Hopefully the map is up to date. But they're getting their orders, what the plan is. They're going to get down the submarine. Denzel's going to be the XO, which I'm going to have more questions about, Jericho, about why is there a captain and an XO? And I love the way that they verify the messages and all. I didn't know that, and I that must be true to military. It's fantastic. And here are basically I don't know the right term for it, but not managers, but the commanding officers on the ship. You got Viggo, the Chin Mortensen. Yes. They call him Weps because he's in charge of the weapons, I guess.
That's right.
Hey, you got Tony Soprano right there, and I forget what he's in charge of. But these are different.
He's in charge of being a bitch. That's what he's in charge of.
Hey, Carmela, don't ask me about my business. But I'm in sanitation disposal.
Yeah, and give me some more gabagoo over here. Don't ask me.
Basically, these are what do you call them, Jericho? These are all the executive officers. I don't know what you call them. The bosses on the ship. I don't know what you would call this.
Division officers, divos, division officers, because they're all in charge of different divisions and departments on the ship. They're just like basically this is management.
Right. Imagine Tony Soprano transports through time from New Jersey to Middle Earth to help Aragorn destroy the One Ring with Frodo and Sam.
Happens.
What would he say as they were traversing the Mirkwood Forest?
Hey, Aragorn, what the fuck are we doing over here? Where the bridge? Who these fucking little guys, little short guys following us around over here?
Let me say this too, guys. Again, let's talk about our talent roster that we've got in this one shot.
Goodness.
These are the people who were backing up Denzel and Gene Hackman.
Right.
If you need to understand what a movie star is, what great actors are, these are the supporting actors in this are future leads in culture-changing movies and television. That's how good this is.
And the guy behind Denzel's head, his name's Rocky Carroll. He played the younger brother on the sitcom on Fox called Rock back in the day. But he's a classically trained like Broadway actor. Like, you know,
really?
he's for real. And these guys, like you said, are playing backup. But I mean,
he's such a sniveling little worm at parts of this movie. I don't like him. Ugh.
Yeah, these guys play the roles well. The guys you're supposed to love, you love them, and the guys that you're supposed to hate, you hate. And James Gandolfini, and again, built the character building with James Gandolfini. He's a prick. He's picking on. They get on the on this bus to go out to the submarine, and he's picking on the lower ranking guys, the enlisted guys. And when he made him drop and do push-ups like that's some boot camp shit. That's disrespect. That's like yelling at somebody in front of everyone. Right. Like, it's unprofessional. I've never seen that done. When you're at a boot camp, nobody's making you drop and do shit. I mean, if you're a fuck up, they'll handle you. But to make somebody drop and do push-ups like that, man. And I think if memory serves correct, that guy's like a third-class petty officer. I'm gonna have to check again that guy's rank. But if he's like a petty officer, man, you don't do that shit to somebody. I mean, and you know, he did the right thing. You do it. All right, just do it. It's like if the cops pull you over, grin and bear it. You handle it the right way. Do the push-ups, let him embarrass you, and then you go up the chain of command. And if you have a CO who's worth the shit, you're gonna chew that dude's ass out.
Let me ask this question though, in all seriousness, and just as a storytelling thing. I really thought that at first when I was watching this movie, I did like the backstory with Denzel Washington and all of that. And then you get into the submarine and you know, you're there, you're in the sub, and you're in this totally different world. You're not thinking about this stuff. But I think it really contextualizes what Denzel Washington's character, which is essentially the American family, what he's risking to try to hold off on a strike. Because if they launch, those are the people that are at risk.
Yeah.
And I just think that it's, you know, it's the Norman Rockwell life. It's very much the thing that Denzel Washington as an individual talks about as being more important than his career. You know, he talks about, I remember I heard this quote of him and he said, he goes, I never confuse, I think, having a career with having a life. The movies are a career. The family is a life. I've been there for the birth of every one of my kids. He often talks about that. And this is the thing about it too. You know, you see him, the rain is coming down and he's going out into the rain. He's going out into the storm for them. It's just a great scene, man.
Right.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to. Nobody wants to get out of that nice, warm, dry car and go out in that damn rain, even if it's only just to jog over to the bus. You know you're going to get soaked. Yeah. And he doesn't want to. I mean, and as parents, we've all had moments, maybe not as extreme as this or maybe more, but we've all had moments where you don't want to leave your kids. Like you got to work or something. You got to go and you guys are hanging out and you're all comfortable. Maybe everybody's piled in the bed and you're watching a movie and now you got to go. You know, your kids don't go, Dad, please don't, that kind of shit. You know, and this is what he's going through. And he deals with it. Yeah. And
when you were serving in the Navy, Jericho, you didn't have children yet, though, right? So you didn't have
No. I was the young single man. What are those guys crying for? You know, I was looking down from the ship. Why are they crying? You know, I didn't understand. I had no fucking idea. Yeah.
Now I just got to know, Jericho. And so, what happened the first day when you dropped your daughter off at school? did you have a deeper understanding when you left her in that place?
Oh, dude, no? I sure did. I was. I didn't know what to do because she was our only child. She's the oldest, and I was used to being with her all the time. My wife worked during the day, so I worked at night. So I was always with her. I took her to school. I picked her up from school because I didn't start work till like 4:00. So I didn't know what to do. I sat in my car for a while. I was like, man, this sucks.
Yeah, I remember. Wait for this one, you two. I remember in the span of 1 year, my son left San Diego to go to CU Boulder. My wife basically we drove to Vegas, stayed in Vegas for like 3 days with him and my daughter, who's 2 years older than him. And then we drove up to Colorado. We were there for like 3 days, and then we left him at the university, had lunch, and left. And we got in that car to leave, waved goodbye to him, and I didn't cry, but
Somebody cutting onions in the car.
Well, no, I literally didn't because I knew I couldn't because I knew my wife was barely gonna be able to hold it together. So we drove 1,000 miles home, and I didn't shed a tear. And
how about our deal?
Sad for me was dropping my daughter off, helping her move up to Hollywood from San Diego. She lived there for a year doing stand-up. And thank God she came home and she does stand up here and she's killing it down here. But it was hard. And both kids were out of the house and it was weird. So just wait, you two. You're going to take your kids to some brainwashing liberal university or, they're going to move out or whatever. And it's going to be something. So,
well, I think much like you, I'm sure you did, you build that dam up high enough, those liberal professors, they'll erode some of it away. But if we build them up high enough, that shit won't.
My kids are based as hell. They don't go for any of that now. We as a family, me, my wife, my kids, we mock that stuff incessantly around the house. We laugh at all of that pronoun and all that nonsense. Go ahead, Sean.
My sweet summer children, let me explain something to you. I need you to both it's a different story for you, Gabe, because your kids are older.
Right.
If you look at the financial reality of every college in this country, the possibility that they're not there in a couple of years for this brainwashing is incredibly high. Okay, right. I just want to say that system. It's sort of like how do I word this? It's like that scene in Superman when you see the crack in Hoover Dam. Little like that right now, guys. Right. So I really don't think there's this funny thing. I hate to talk biology for a second here, but if people don't have children and populations go down, the number of people going to college goes down. Right. If it gets more expensive, the people who can afford to go goes down. It's like a cycle, And so
one of them positive feedback loops. I heard about
kind of like a pyramid-shaped scheme, if you will.
That'd be a fun character. A guy that sounds dumb, but he's super smart, Yeah.
Start a molecular structure. Wait a minute.
It's a covalent bond.
Or a really strong Southern accent. For some reason, to our minds and our ears, that's void of intelligence. So, I'm not saying it's right. But if you I think Jeff Foxworthy had a bit about that. If your surgeon comes and talking about, well, what we gonna do here, man? We gonna cut the dirt. You're gonna be like, oh, I don't know about that shit. But if they're like, good evening, sir. What we're going to do is going to cut your hair. You're like, oh yeah.
You notice that the bad guys or the sophisticated people in movies, going back, decades, often they have a British accent or something, and it makes them like look. Even in Star Wars, the bad guys are like. The sophisticated Darth Vader, all his buddies, and so many of them are with those British accents. I don't know
because they're crafty. They're clever, little deviant Brits.
I did love how Darth Vader would just wipe out his officers if they fucked up. He'd just choke them out and they'd promote the next guy.
Hey, that's how you get the best of the best.
I love Denzel
makes diamonds.
But look at this shot. I'm not getting out of that car. Is anybody who's getting out of that car?
Man.
Honey, it's like, dude, you got Gene Hackman or her. Use your head, Harvard.
Right.
Sorry. All right, let's continue.
He's saying goodbye to the family, kisses the wife and everything.
And Gene Hackman gives this old rah-rah speech about what we're going to do. And we're going to go out there. We're defending this country. Mm-hmm. And then the name of their sub is the Alabama, right? And then he says something about Alabama, Roll Tide. And Roll Tide is the motto for the college football team.
Crimson Tide, yep. The Crimson Tide.
So they're establishing more of his character there, that he's, he's very, I guess he's Southern, you know what I mean? If he's an Alabama guy or something like that, and he's way into football. So he's very, very, that middle America, that very conservative guy that, I don't know, that's what they're establishing in him. But again, it's that Tony Scott, the rainy stuff going on at the beginning.
That's right. Sparks. Shit's being worked on.
Yeah.
Something's being built. We're doing shit. Sparks and rain. We're not even on the boat yet.
We're trying to get there.
We're still on the pier. We'll get there. We'll get there.
I love it, though. I look forward to this day every freaking week, man. It's the best, man, hanging out with all you guys. You guys are great. There you go. Gotta get that first cigar. Oh, you're muted.
Gabe, can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Your mic's muted.
Your mic's muted, brother.
Your mic.
Mike.
WTF. But
Just
this
so you
is
guys
the
know.
scene where we're in the water. None the miser, we're in the water. We're on the boat.
We're in the water.
We're on the sub.
Yeah, and they have that little moment where Denzel Washington hasn't smoked a cigar before.
Yeah.
And he's not sure what to do with it, and he starts coughing, and it's just another one of those Joe College, kind of things,
Mhm.
And that's the thing for me that I thought was interesting because they don't ever had a moment like that in Top Gun, where Maverick gets a cigar, like doesn't know how to smoke it or anything like that. So they were playing it up.
And his relationship was totally different with his CO. His CO was like, "I'll have you flying shipments of rubber dog shit to Hong Kong." It was very much
back?
Yeah, you're back.
Yep, you're back.
Okay.
Very
Don't
much
know that one.
the angry captain or lieutenant, in a cop movie. It was a very different dynamic to their relationship. And it was kind of weird because he was a prick, but now he's kind of being cool. And he tells him, he's all, "I'm glad that he's all," what did he say? Like, "You're cool," or something like that. He's like, "Why?" Because when I told you, he was describing the scenery, the sunset and everything. He said, "This is my favorite moment right before, we go underwater, the last, breath of fresh air for 2 months." And he says, "I like that you just sat there and enjoyed the moment and you didn't talk through it and try to impress me. You just stayed quiet, enjoyed in the moment." So then it's like, okay, is he going to be cool with them now? Because, he's kind of giving him a pat on the back. Maybe that shit in the beginning was just kind of a test and they're going to be cool now. But no, short-lived. He's still an asshole. But this comes the Tony Scott of it. You can see it in the next scene. How it goes from almost a blue at the bottom, and as you get toward the sky, it turns orange. Yeah. And then there's a scene. It's in this scene, but it's a certain angle where you can see in the background, and it's just that color scheme right there, the blue and the orange. That's Tony Scott. It's like in all of his movies. Man on Fire. It's in all those movies. This kind of play with the colors. And it's really cool. It's unique. I don't think anybody else is doing it. I don't think they can. They'll be like, "Hey, you're ripping off Tony Scott." But that's definitely his thing, man. This is the height of these two guys. And it was in Top Gun too. Right. This is the height of these guys right here. This is what, 95? I mean, this is the sweet spot.
Right.
And this is the tier under the Spielbergs, the tier under these other directors, and this is they made classics. They made classics. I mean, for me, one of my one of my favorite movies of all time. It's the movie I quoted the most, and it's the movie I've probably watched the most on VHS as a kid because I grew up in Detroit for a short spell, so I used to like to watch it. Is Beverly Hills Cop, and I will tell you, Beverly Hills Cop 2 is one of the best sequels I think I've seen in an action franchise. I really love Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Again,
it's not perfect, but it's great.
Never seen it. Never seen it.
Oh, dude.
It's really good. And that color, that play with the color, again, in that movie, there's a scene in the oil fields. It's that same thing. It's almost his calling card. And like I was mentioning earlier with the uniforms, you could tell that it's fall or winter wherever they are because they're wearing dress blues. In this next scene, the next scene, you'll see that the captain is wearing his dress blues, the black pants and the tie and stuff like that. That's his dress blue uniform. If it was summer, that'd be dress whites. But man, life, as you can see, even in this is called the officers' mess. This is where the officers eat. And they have better food, I guess, different dishes and stuff like that, not like the trays and the knives and forks, like a cafeteria kind of thing. But they got nicer shit, but still spaces at a minimum. It's still kind of small and cramped.
How was the food on the ship, Jerko? Was there a lot of repeats, or would they try and change it up a lot, or no?
I think they got the word repeat from a Navy vessel.
Oh,
I don't think the word repeat existed until they went into a Navy galley.
Now,
Hell yeah.
But there had to be something, one thing at least that you actually love, that when you think about it from those, like some.
We had chicken every way you could imagine.
Okay.
That was definitely the repeat. If we got steak and lobster, and get the visions of ribeye and tomahawks and all this shit out of your mind. This is barely steak. It was steak, but it wasn't no prime cuts, and it was
Okay.
lobster, but you definitely weren't dipping it in any butter sauce. But when you got that, you usually knew that you were getting screwed. You were being fattened up for the kill. That usually meant the next day you're gonna have an early reveille, 03:30 in the morning, probably work until 10 at night. Because we have a lot of unreps lined up. People need their shit. So yeah, we knew we were getting screwed when that happened. But I think probably my favorite thing was fruit salad, because I worked in the galley for 3 months. So when we would get a new shipment in, I would make a fruit salad, and that was probably it was something my mom used to make, and everybody loved it. So that was probably our favorite thing.
Is
Other
it
than
just
that, it was
chopped fruit in the syrup, or do you do the fruit salad with the whipped cream and the fruit?
no. I do the fruit and dust it with a little sugar, and then let it sit in there for a couple hours so it makes that syrup at the bottom of the pan.
Macerate. I believe that's called maceration. Not even
Yes,
kidding.
I macerated all over them,
Yeah.
and then
I'm being serious.
yeah, no, I know you're
No,
right.
Jericho. That was beautiful. That was continue.
But yeah, that was probably my favorite thing. But anything else we ate really wasn't anything special. It's not like, oh yeah, it's whatever night there is. Cheeseburger night was cool, stuff like that. But nothing special. You don't join the Navy for the food.
But you didn't. They didn't have any bouillabaisse for you guys there.
I always had bouillabaisse.
Okay. Were there any Navy SEALs?
I had a camel
that
pack.
Bouillabaisse and on the case.
Right. Any Navy SEALs assigned to the galley ever?
No need for the world's greatest special forces in the galley, but they did come on our ship one time, and that was pretty cool. They were doing some like boarding exercises and stuff. We got a day off because no one could go outside. Everybody had to stay indoors for the day because they were doing their training. So when they came down for chow, we have TVs on the mess decks, but we weren't allowed to watch them while you're eating. It was for after. But since they were on board, the captain was like, "Yeah, we can watch TV while we eat." So the TVs were on, and they were really cool, man. They weren't arrogant at all. They were cool. They were talking with people and shit. Of course, everybody had a million questions for them. But when they came down the hall, you stepped aside. It was just kind of this respect. Got that trident on his chest. You know what those guys did to get that shit. And they got extra scoops, at mealtime and stuff. They were taken care of, but they were awesome dudes, man. And again, thank God we have those kind of weapons on our side.
Yeah,
right. Absolutely.
Because other countries, they got their version, but it's not the same.
One more question, Captain Torres. Did you have to worry about Skynuts on the ship?
Constantly. There was Skynet here, Skynet there, Skynet on the horizon, Skynet below us. You're always looking out for Skynet.
What was the most dangerous place on the ship for Skynet and the safest place? And how did you divide your time between the two?
The safest place was all the way up top. We call it the crow's nest because that was the farthest point from the Skynet. The most dangerous place was down below where we kept the Skynet.
Oh, so wait a minute. The closer you got to the sky, the safer you were from the Skynet.
Exactly. You don't want to be
Makes
too close
perfect sense.
to the actual Skynet itself. It'll burn you. Don't go in there. There's Skynet in there.
All right. Well, okay. I would have thought that if you went in the crow's nest, you were toast with the Skynet. So.
No. Get away from it. Go way up there.
Okay.
Stay away from the Skynet. That's what it's called, the crow's nest.
Now, let's just say the Skynet got out of control and you had to get away, you and your buddies, and there was a chopper over there, and that was the way to get away. Would you tell them, or was that someone else's job? And if it was your job, what was the command to?
I would say, come with me to the chopper. Oh, wait. I see what you're doing here. I see what you want me to say. I'll do it. Wait. Get to the chopper.
Okay. All right.
Again, there's so much in your imitation, man. There's so much.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Jericho, I can imagine you not even using your voice and just writing a Christmas card as Arnold Schwarzenegger. It'd be the most sentimental, heartfelt Arnold. I know, you're there and I'm over here. It's just fucking amazing.
Dear little tiny kid there.
So all the officers are having at least a tea. I think they're having a meal here and they're talking. And it gets you see more character development. Denzel is always stoic and measured and intelligent. And the old crusty captain, he's just kind of a blowhard a little bit. and
Mhm.
they get into this talk about dropping the nuke on Japan, and James Gandolfini, Tony Soprano, he's
Yeah.
very aggressive for it. He's very happy, blow them up and burn them all to death and all this. And Denzel has a much more measured, much more thoughtful answer. They're talking about that. Was that a wise decision or not in World War II? So you get a little character development there that's going to come back later. So.
And in that scene with this this verbal fencing that they're doing, Denzel knows he could take him. Denzel knows that if it's about intellect and we're discussing something, he knows he could take him. He's almost it's almost like if it weren't for your rank, I would carve you up right now, but I have to respect you.
Right.
And I'll do that, and he handles it very well. I'm sure he's dealt with it before. I'm sure this isn't the first time that someone thinks he's a smug, Harvard punk. But he handles it well, and he's super smart. Definitely smarter than fucking James Gandolfini.
Right.
Wow.
But yeah, everybody is
That's
doing
a
their
low bar
character
in this.
Right.
James
Yeah,
Gandolfini.
That is a bar 3 feet under the ground. That's subterranean, that bar. But Arumafe says Denzel has such a great smile, like he's super handsome. I just thought of the Godzilla of like Lady Killers would be a guy with Denzel's smile and Mel Gibson's Lethal Weapon haircut.
That's
that
true.
guy would be unstoppable.
The
He'd have
girl,
more kids than Genghis Khan, that guy.
you couldn't look at him. If a woman
No.
looked at him,
But here's the other thing, though, too. I give you
crazy.
this: if you it's this is the thing Denzel Washington has going for him that other people don't, though. You shave Mel Gibson's hair down, in which we have seen, by the way.
Right.
It's like Samson. That's like 40% of what he's got going
Yeah.
for him. Denzel Washington can have a short military regulation haircut. He can look like he's something the cat dragged in, theoretically, in Book of Eli, just to like, well done.
yeah,
It's still a movie
clean
star.
up. Yeah, you clean up pretty nice. Yeah, Denzel. No problems in the lady department, but I don't know if he ever been in that department because he's been married to his wife for like 40 years, and they have 7 kids together. So you talk about, staying true to your values, because you think Denzel might have had it thrown at him once or twice.
Hey,
Yeah.
maybe. I'm just saying that smile, this hair, unstoppable.
Gabe, if you don't get those 2 images off your computer right now, it's gonna explode. Okay, those can't be on the same screen.
I think even
holy
Gene
hell.
Hackman, I heard, made a pass at him on this film.
Right.
Inappropriate now, but it was the 90s. Gene was like, something, Denzel.
He's like, normally I don't even feel like this, but
Sometimes when we're going over lines, I feel like I'm lost in your eyes, young man.
Yeah.
Here's my
I've
hotel
never
key.
seen a truer, bluer smile than that. It really it reminds me of the spring of my youth when I was.
Denzel, some men prefer both snails and oysters. What?
Poor Denzel, man. He's just getting it from all angles.
Steve Holt with the fun fact. A lot of people don't know this.
Yep.
Is it true Alec Baldwin didn't shoot anyone on this set?
That's true.
This set,
That is
yes.
100% true.
Yes, this set.
Only
gotta
because
take
he
it
wasn't on it.
Yeah, you gotta take it one set at a time.
Yeah.
But yes, it is true. And thank you for asking, because that rumor is starting to get out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah, day 3, and this is another thing, man. The days going by. Most people, when you get on a boat, it's for a day. You go on a cruise, but there's breaks in between. You just stop on an island. But to be on a ship and you don't go anywhere for weeks, months, days at a time, it's a different experience.
Oh, let me ask you this. You weren't on a sub, but you were on naval ships. Do you have a work shift and then you have some free time? Or you just like, if you're awake, you're working and then you could sleep? Or are you like, hey, I'm working the 8 to 5 today or whatever? Like, do you have shifts?
Everybody pretty much has the same shift. Reveille's at 6 a.m. Muster's at 7:30. Now you have the option. You don't have to go eat breakfast if you don't want to. If you want to sleep a little bit, it's going to be hard to do because everybody's turning the lights on and moving around and shit. But let's say you want to skip breakfast or something, you can, but you will be at muster. If you're not at muster, you must be really sick. And then you take muster, and then that's when everybody gets together with your divisions. You line up in ranks. They count everybody, make sure no one fell over the boat in the middle of the night. And then they go over the plan of the day, the POD. And then boom, you're dismissed and you start working. It's like any other job. it's a little bit of BS, get a cup of coffee kind of shit, figure out what you're going to do, make a game plan. And then, you work. And then lunch is around noon, go back to work. And then you knock off at, 1700. If you're in port, you try to knock off as early as you can because everybody wants to get the hell off the ship and go into town. Right. But if you're underway, you knock off, but then, you're free to do whatever you want, watch movies. But once you're underway, once you're a certain amount of miles away from land, you have what's called AFARTs. It's like the American, it's like the Armed Forces, something TV shit. So
you say the AFARTs?
That's what you call it. Armed
This is something
Forces.
that happens when you eat too much of that galley food, or hey, you got the farts.
No, those are the farts. But AFARTs is like Armed Forces something. It's an acronym for the TV station. And there's always military news on there, and then like they have like movies and stuff that they show. But but when you're in port and you're moored to the pier, then you can watch cable, MTV, whatever the fuck they got. But if you're underway, your options are limited, and it gets very boring. Very boring. If you're a smoker, you're going to smoke a lot of cigarettes because you're either waiting for another ship to come alongside, or they're waiting for you. You're waiting to get on station. There's a lot of work to do, but there can be a lot of boredom.
Wow. All right.
Because ain't shit to do. Ain't shit to look at. Just water.
If you like cigarettes, you're going to smoke more of them.
Yes.
So, in addition to all the other reasons I wouldn't have made it into the Navy, I would have probably died within a week of... We've never seen this kind of smoking death before.
I'm talking like, you're chain smoking 3-4 cigarettes on the fantail. Because that's the only place you can smoke on the ship is a fantail all the way aft. If you go any more after that, you're going to fall in the water. You're all the way at the back of the ship. So that's the only place you can smoke. And so when you're bored, you don't want to go back to the barracks or not the barracks, but to the berthing, where you stay. You don't want to go in there and brown them dudes and listen to them talk and shit. You just want to be outside, or you're on the mess decks playing cards, hang out with some buddies and shit. You go to other people's berthing. But at 2200, 10 o'clock, everybody got to go back to their berthing. But you can go hang out with your buddies and shit. But again, it's limited. You're on the ship. You're 300 miles away from everything.
Yeah.
Direct question to you, Mr. Jericho. Honest question, not a dishonest question. Is it different serving on a supply ship versus a combatant ship? Combat ship. I don't know. Is it combatant or combat? I don't know. Just curious, since supply ships don't fight, I don't think, is what Logic's Finest asks.
There's a big difference. On supply ships, you're right. They don't fight. All your weapons are defensive. Like you have the Sea Whiz and shit to shoot down missiles or something like that, or if a plane makes it through. But that's if they make it past the aircraft carrier and the destroyers and the frigates. That's a lot of radar. Right. And you're probably most important out of the battle group because you're the supply. Because you have the ammunition and food and fuel. So they're going to protect the shit out. They're going to protect you very fiercely. And if anybody makes it to you, boy, that's a hell of a breakdown, to get to you. But you are very well protected. If there's any threat to the supply ship, trust me, the frigates, the aircraft carrier, they're going to scramble jets. Somebody's coming to whoop somebody's ass. But the mission's totally different. Those guys, in the frigates and destroyers, and the ships are smaller crew. So a lot of it's different. Aircraft carrier, we had about 700 people on our ship. Aircraft carrier has like 10,000. So everything's different, when on the other ships. But even though our weapons are all defensive, we were still very well protected as a supply ship. It was can't hear you again, Gabe.
Sorry, I muted myself because I was going on YouTube to find the Sea Whiz. You mentioned it, and I saw there's land-based ones, there's the ship-based ones. One of my favorite things. The ammunition this thing fires are like carrots, and
20 millimeter.
I don't know how many rounds it shoots a minute or a second, but you got to
75 rounds a second, 4,000 rounds a minute, and that dome, it's a radar. Can you get the sound on it? Because that's the coolest thing about it.
I don't know. When I open a second window, it doesn't play the sound, but it goes meh. And I was watching a thing on the war over in the Middle East, and they were saying they would shoot down missiles with these things, and that to track a missile, it would shoot thousands and thousands of bullets at it, and they said it was a cost of like $30,000 per missile to shoot down. Like just one or two bursts costs $20,000-$30,000 worth of ammo. It's like, wow, that is some tax money going up in flames.
Oh man,
cheaper than if the missile gets to its target.
Right,
that's true.
Right.
That's true. And there's a lot of practice. We did war games and shit where planes will pull a drone behind it and you'll try to shoot at it, with other countries during like a competition. And don't worry, we kicked the shit out of everybody else. So America's still better than everyone else at war games.
So we cut to below decks, and Denzel is in some like sweats and stuff, and he's stretching, he's running and jogging. So you see he's like a very disciplined man because you don't see anyone else doing this. And I would assume this would be unusual for someone to be exercising in the middle of the day, especially an officer, I would suppose. And then a fire breaks out.
Depends on his shift.
Yeah.
Depends on the shift he has. But yeah, there's a gym on board the ship and people were jogging around the ship and stuff. Yeah, you got to make the most of your space. But yeah, fire breaks out. Another thing about being underway, it's all you. You're the fire department. You're the hospital. You're everything. Right. There's no one who's going to come rescue them. They can't surface. As you know, there's other subs out there, so they can't just time out, go to the surface and get help. Right. That's all you. So they got to get in there, got to don their safety of the fire gear, general quarters, and put that shit out because nobody's coming to do it for you.
Right. So he runs in there to help, and other sailors are there getting the gear on, and they pull this guy out, and I think he's inhaled a bunch of smoke and maybe been burned. He's very injured, and they're going to take him to a medical bay of some sort. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But Denzel, he gets in there and he's helping out with the fire and stuff. And things are bad. Things are blowing up and burning, and it ain't good. But Denzel runs in and he hits the switch or the button that can, I guess, put out some spray.
Like the halong or whatever.
Yeah, no one else is able to do it seems. But he, again, shows his leadership, shows his grit, shows his determination. So we keep establishing his character is, just as they say in the military, a very, very squared away guy, a very stoic, very American guy,
Yeah, and you put on your gear, your oxygen breathing apparatus and all that stuff, and you have to do it fast because this fire's burning. It's not waiting for you. You got to put your shit on fast. You got to run. You got to, and you'll see like the guys slide down the railing on the steps. Like you got to get down there as fast as you can. You got to be careful because everything's made of metal. Right. So you got to be careful what you're doing, but you got to get your ass down there quick because that fire cannot get out of control. You cannot compromise the mission, and it's only going to get bigger. Nope, and that's why we always train. When it's your duty section, you guys are going to do a fire drill. And this one, they run the missile firing drill. It's always practicing. So when the shit hits the fan, it's nothing to you because it has to be second nature because you don't have time.
Right. Steven Seagal wouldn't have let that fire happen for sure, Steve Holt. Steve, that fire is afraid of Steven.
Steven Seagal would have been like, stop. And then the fire would have been like, oh shit.
The gentleman who was injured in it, if I'm not mistaken, didn't something blow up and hit him?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah. Like he got hit by like a metal door. So I feel like there was
something exploded and he got hurt somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think it was more than just the smoke inhalation because he would look like he was, cracked some ribs or something.
Faye, I'm disgusted that you would say to waste my bouillabaisse on that fire. I will let it slide this time. Don't ever let that happen again.
He'd be protecting the bouillabaisse at all costs.
That's right. He'd be throwing people onto it to put out the fire.
You think I would let my bouillabaisse burn like that? Oscar Gonzalez. Wasn't there a Navy ship that caught fire? Yes. Yeah, I don't know if it was like a mid-size, like one of the destroyers or something like that, but yes, caught on fire a few years ago. And then there was rumors of, was it arson? Was it this? Was it that? I never heard what it ended up being. But I think some sailor or something, I don't quote me on this, I could have wrong, is in trouble, is like being prosecuted or something. I think I could be wrong about that, but I have a vague memory of it. And my father-in-law was very upset about this. He's a Navy man. He takes a lot of pride, and hearing about that ship burning and all that was just very upsetting to him. And I would drive by. There's a place called NASCO right by the 32nd Street base, and when you drive down south, you'll see NASCO, and it's a naval shipyard where they do a lot of welding and repair. And they had it there for a while. But I think that ship ended up being a total loss, and they have to just scrap it or whatever. So,
but that's a big loss.
Yeah, because they were doing some electrical refurbishment on the ship, and I guess it caught on fire. So,
and one cool thing about, not on a sub, but on a ship, if it's a fire that you can put out with water, you have an endless supply. They just start pumping the water out of the ocean,
right?
And just spray that shit on the fire, and they also have pumps. So if you take it on water, they have these pumps to pump the water out, and the water the pump can suck up a mattress. The mattresses that we sleep on, it will fold that shit in half and suck it up and spit it out. I was like, Damn.
I was just thinking, can you imagine you're a fish like Sebastian? You're a crab under the
Yeah,
sea,
man.
and you're just minding your own business. You're going around swimming, and you get sucked up and shot into a kitchen fire on a ship, and you just burn to death and die. You burn and die. You have no idea what just happened.
Bomba clot.
Chat,
See
make
ya.
that movie.
That's the
Chat, make that
that's the
movie.
origin story of Screwface. He got sucked up a ship and became an evil gangster. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Oh, jeez.
yeah, I'm sure there's all kinds of wildlife getting shot into that damn thing. But, you know, hey, that's the gamble you take when you're in the deep blue.
You guys ever see any of those videos? Like they're freaky videos about the pressure differences between, you know, it being in the ocean or being in a pool and then like some plumbing there. And if it gets a crack in or anything and you get near it, how you can get sucked in and destroyed. There's like underwater welders and construction workers. This is a real danger for them to get, and the body just get mutilated and sucked in because the pressure difference is so great. It creates this vacuum. But there's this video of a crab just getting annihilated because he gets too close to this pipe. I'm gonna find this. It's horrific. So this is the pressure difference between deep undersea and then the pipe. And the pressure difference is so great, it sucks this crab in like he's made of styrofoam.
Oh, poor crab.
This is horrible.
It's like one of
I'm
those
gonna get
giant.
a fucking commercial first. Hold on.
Is it one of those giant, like Japanese crabs, like those 6 foot wide crabs?
Yes, he actually, before he got sucked in the pipe, he was in the third Godzilla movie. This guy.
Yeah,
So, R.I.P. Crabulos was his name.
Don't you know who I am?
Yeah, he was like under the
I was just minding my own business.
My own
Oh,
business,
dear.
man.
Oh
Watch
dear.
this.
Oh, crab. Oh, shit. Damn.
Wow.
Did you see that?
That is the way to
Fold it
go.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
that's
found
all
that on
bad.
YouTube like 3 years ago, and you go down the rabbit hole and they suggest other videos, and then there was videos. It didn't show it happening to a person, but there was an animation of an accident where a scuba diver repairing something got near a pipe that was totally different pressure, got sucked in and annihilated. That's
Yeah,
horrible.
it's over.
Dude.
Yeah, and on the ship, if they have like the pipes, if they have holes in them and stuff, like the pipes, the steam pipes and stuff, they teach you to walk with a broomstick in front of you because the pressure coming out of them can peel you like a fucking stewed tomato. So you wave the stick in front of you, it'll cut the broomstick in half before you get to it and get yourself messed up. Pretty crazy
Yeah.
shit. Crabtacular.
Yeah, I heard the same thing happens with crabs on Amber Heard too. Just
Oh, those
sucked in
crabs are
and
different.
crushed.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
terrible.
Those crabs are a little different.
Terrible.
Hey.
Terrible.
And she'll shit
so-
in your bed.
So yeah, so there's a fire.
And she'll shit in your bed.
That is one of the wildest things I've ever heard. That someone would
Whoa.
do that. Like,
That's too much.
Yeah, they should have
and
been
then
married
you-
longer. I mean,
Wait, and then you-
I love the
10-year
part where you
anniversary.
blame it on the dog. I love that.
Like the dog's like, I didn't do that.
I saw a thing. I don't know where I saw it on Instagram. You know, you see these stupid little memes, these short little stories. And a girl was crying at a guy's house. She went on a date with a guy and went to his house or something. I'm getting some of the story wrong, but the main point I got it right. And she's calling her friend crying to come and pick her up because she went in the guy's bathroom. He didn't have like toilet paper or something happened. I don't know. Something happened and she used the litter box. She couldn't use the
Oh.
toilet and she just figured she'd use his litter box to relieve herself.
No.
And then later he's talking. He's like, "Did you take a crap in my litter box?" And she's like, "No, it must have been your cat." He's like, "The cat died like a month ago."
Yeah.
Oh,
So
So
my God.
I don't know if there's any
So-
veracity to this story, but I choose to believe that story.
but and he stayed with her after. You took a shit in my bed and I'm still with you? Nah. Pack it up. Pack it up. We're done. What the fuck?
Mm.
Anyway,
Must have been real
it
good.
is.
we see some more of the jerkiness of the captain here because there's a fire. People are getting injured. The guy's going to have to go off to the infirmary because there's something wrong with him. He got hit by an explosion or something. And the captain's like, "You know what? It's a good time to practice a missile launch drill. Who
Yep.
cares about the ship being on fire and maybe someone getting hurt or dying? Let's practice the missile fire drill." So yeah, they do a drill, and I am fascinated by the security measures they go through. So apparently, the way this works is they get a message from the bosses, stateside or whatever, and then that message, it's received by the radio guys. It's printed out, and then that print has a code on it, and then the code has these. There's these little cards in a locker. I'll get to the picture of it. and they have a alphanumeric code, or just letters, I think, not numbers. And then on the printout is a matching code. So I guess before the ship goes out to sea, they have a batch of codes they're going to use. And these two officers have to get the two codes, crack it open. The guys read it, they verify it. Then the boss reads it, the captain, and then the commanding officer reads it, just to make sure this is a real message. And the level of security there, I think, is kind of brilliant in its simplicity. You know what I mean? All the hoops to jump through to make sure this is a real message to launch in it. I don't know.
Yeah, because this is major. These guys, this shit. I know it's like you said earlier, the geopolitical stuff, and it's huge in America versus Russia, but it comes down to this submarine full of men. If they fire off, not in just this case, but the reason for all those different layers of security is because if you get this wrong, not only are you going to kill a shitload of people in another country, but that's going to get a shitload of our people killed too. So it might be two juggernauts, as far as countries, but it comes down to this handful of men with these codes, and they got to get it right.
Right. And Denzel is having a problem with the captain doing this missile test because he's telling him about the fire going on, and there's a man who's injured. He's going to the infirmary, and the captain just doesn't seem to care. And his explanation later, I kind of buy it actually a little bit. But he's giving the orders, telling everyone, the battle stations, and they got to do this, that, and the other. And then we cut to the infirmary, and this poor guy, he doesn't make it, which is very sad. And it's like that cold reality of they're underway. They're at war. They got okay, we'll put him in a – Jericho, would they – they're not going to bury him at sea, obviously, right? They're going to store him somewhere, or what would they do? Do you know? Uh-oh.
Hold on. Oh, there we go.
Okay, there you are.
Yep.
One more time.
You're back. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I couldn't for a second. What'd you say?
What would they do in a situation where this gentleman had passed away?
They don't bury him at sea, right? They will take him home?
No, they won't do it right then and there. Yeah, because it's family. They have to see him and stuff, and I think they have to give the okay for that.
Okay.
But eventually, if that's what he wanted, they'll bury. I did a detail for a burial at sea.
Really?
They sure will. Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's something.
But they would store him, somewhere because he probably at his age has a wife and kids, and they want to see him. No, they don't put him in the
Rob's pulling my leg here.
That was Star Trek, guys. That was Star Trek where they put you in the torpedo tube.
We don't have any more room. Put him in the torpedo tube, but don't
Scotty
shoot
playing
him.
bagpipes.
Don't shoot him though.
It's a non sequitur, but that's what we do around here. I like Brian Knapp. It's all shits and giggles until somebody giggles and shits. I do appreciate that.
That's true.
A good one.
Cautionary tale.
Yes.
Life lesson, man. That's my dad passed down to me.
Yeah. So, and the justification he gives Denzel is that his men have to be able to keep their head when things are going wrong and there are distractions. Mm-hmm. I thought, oh, you know what? I buy that. That makes sense to me. I guess in his estimation, the fire wasn't going to burn the ship to pieces, so he thought he would do a drill right then. So I guess I buy that. What do I know? I'm not a ship's captain, so
he can pretty much do what he wants.
Yeah,
if that's what he wants to do. That's what they're going to do. Yes, sir. So as long as it's not an unlawful or immoral order, they will carry it out. No questions asked.
Right. So yeah, we get more of Denzel. He's training and
blowing off some steam.
Right. And then what is he talking to the mighty Chin about here? I don't remember what this scene is about. Is he just complaining about the captain?
Yeah, he's complaining.
Yeah, him running the missile drill right after they had the fire. Yeah. Because it could have flared up again, and he wanted to keep some eyes on that. Yeah, he's just bitching at him a little bit.
Right. And then do they get the real? Oh, then they get a message. That's right. That the Russian rebels have they have taken over, I guess, some base somewhere, and they're theorizing that they may have got the missile launch codes, the nuclear missile launch codes of Russian missiles.
Yeah, they're fueling up the trucks and stuff, and so they're going to DEFCON 3, and this is where they're having a meeting and letting all the department heads know. And they say, and this is a thing you hear a couple of times throughout the movie: keep your men informed. Keep your men informed. So, I mean, there is some on a need-to-know basis to this, you know, to the information that they have. But as much as you can share with your men, you want to share with them so they know what's going on, so they can get their head in the right space. And this is something I always look for in a military movie. You see the line of his shirt where the buttons are, how it matches up with the line of his zipper. That's
Yeah.
called a gig line. And if
Okay.
you're wearing a big buckle like that, you see a lot of guys you can have them on the wear them like if you have a ship, when you go to the PX or whatever and get a belt buckle for your ship, you wear it. It has to go in the middle of your belt buckle. But if you're wearing like a smaller belt buckle, it goes to the edge of it. But it's called the gig line. That just has to be.
All
That'd
right.
be like you guys showing up to draw and forgetting, your pencils or something. Like that has to happen. If I don't even know how to explain it. If you're in the military and especially their rank, your gig line better be on point. That's
Right.
like no one's going to listen to you or take you seriously if your uniform is unsat. And as I mentioned
Right.
earlier, you can see there's no ribbons. It's just his rank. And that's like on our ship, it's called an ESWAS pin, enlisted service weapons specialist. But on a sub, it would be something different. You see like those two, I don't know what kind of fish they are, but they almost look like two koi fish. But there's a submarine one for those. So that's the only thing you're going to wear and your name tag. No ribbons, no other accoutrement. Just very basic because it's your work uniform. But that gig line and those in the military, Roomfay and others, about that gig line. That is just
Right.
You don't leave home without it. That better be on point.
Right.
So I mean, and that's the thing about it, right? Because at that point, with the characters at this point, probably every point, below, you're more than a person. You're a manifestation of excellence. You're a manifestation of that excellence. And if you aren't, that's going to go all the way down. And I'm glad that, I mean, we've talked about this, a little bit before the show, but I'm glad that at least, these things that are so important are not completely falling by the wayside in this flick.
Yeah, you definitely tell they had a very good military advisor on set because that's attention to detail.
Right.
The untrained eye is not even going to notice that, but yeah, they had somebody good on set. That's good attention to detail.
Yeah, another day has gone by. They found out that the Russian rebel leader, he's up to something, but they don't know quite yet what he.
You little
so
Russian
he's
bastard,
going.
you.
Yeah, and I just love that it's Kruger from Seinfeld, though. That does make me laugh.
And that's Zulu time is military time, the 24-hour clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
What city is it set to? Is it set to Washington, D.C. or Greenwich, or is it what city does it match? Like, does it match one on Earth?
Wherever they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever time zone you're in, it changes with it. But Zulu time, that's the 24-hour clock. So 1800 hours, that's 6 o'clock in the evening. Sure. Everything in the morning is 06, 07, 08. And then instead of starting all over.
As a civilian, I always have to do the -12 on the second ones. It doesn't come natural. Like, 15. I'm like, oh, okay, so that's that's 3 o'clock.
Well, when it comes to PM, you just keep counting. Instead of starting over at 12, it's 12 o'clock noon. 1 is 1300, 2 is 1400, 15, 16, 17. Just
right,
keep
but
counting.
if you told me something was at 1700, I'd be like, is that lunch or is that dinner? Like, I have to do the math in my head.
It's 5 hours plus 12.
Right.
12 hours plus 5.
Right.
It's easy,
I gotta
man.
point something. I gotta point something out that's just beautiful. I love when people notice things like that. John in the chat a little ways up goes, now I understand why Shanth is squeezed to the top of his feed. Now look at the chat and look where I'm at when it's on screen. That's why I position myself.
I noticed
as the
your
third
design
man
choice that was intelligent.
And then I slide myself up so that when the chats come in, I got your back, guys. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and that guy in the background, the tall blonde, the big farm boy, he's that same guy, not talking shit. Good for him. Because if you can be in the films he's been in playing this same character, good for you. Right. He played the dumb jock in Dragon, the Bruce Lee story.
That's
right. Bruce Lee at the gym. This is 2 years after that. Then he was 2 years after this in 97. He was in Starship. Was he? Yeah, he was in Starship Trooper.
Yep.
Same, big dumb jock asshole. This dude, he's great, man. He always plays
a great
that
actor.
Good for him. Good for him. And the guy he's messing with is the pretty boy, long eyelashes kind of dude. He plays that same guy in every movie. Good for these.
Sorry,
people.
sir.
Yeah, look at the company they're in.
Yeah.
Denzel, Gene Hackman. Come on, he did pretty good.
The long eyelashes remark reminded me of a funny story I have from second grade, Mrs. Stinson's class. I was the stereotypical boy who fell in love with their second grade teacher because she was this beautiful young lady. She looked just like Princess Leia. She looked like Carrie Fisher.
Oh, man.
And she really liked me. She would have me do the reading sometimes because I was a very good reader. But I remember I was standing in line behind another boy at Miss Stenson's desk, and he was going to show her his whatever we were working on. And she told him, "Oh, Brian," or whatever his name is, "you have such nice eyelashes." And I knew I have really thick, long eyelashes. So after she told him he had nice eyelashes, she looked at me and I went, I like flooded my eyelashes. So she was and then she complimented me too. So in my defense, I was 7 years old. So
the most gangster thing I've ever heard a father tell about their kid was Russell Crowe talked about his son chatting up the teacher when he was like, I think 6 or 7. And he goes, I went to pick my son up at school, and he turned around and looked at the teacher and he said, "Mrs. So-and-so, that's a beautiful dress you're wearing today." And she was like, "Oh, well, thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that." And he goes, "Would you wear, maybe you'll wear it again tomorrow?" And she goes, "No, I'll be wearing something different, Charlie." And he goes, "Perhaps the same color." And I thought, that little boy is a freaking gangster.
Dude, he knows what's up.
yeah.
He knows what's up, man. He knows what's up. And Matthew Quinlan, sorry to hear about that, by the way.
What is it?
Understood.
Oh no. Okay. Well.
Oh yeah, that's some real shit. My stepdad would get all choked up when we watch war movies and shit. You know, it's real for a lot of guys, man.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Matthew.
The sacrifice that they made for us.
Yeah, that's why I stopped that old guy outside the store today. You know.
Yeah.
For those of you coming in late, I had a pleasure of meeting a man today at the store. It's a World War II veteran named Nicholas. And then I proceeded to embarrass myself a little bit, asking if he had heard of my grandfather. So
you remember, you know all 100,000 guys in
he said he was in Okinawa. My grandpa was in Okinawa.
He lives in India. You lived in India, right?
yeah.
I just got excited. I got excited. In the background here, you got the big guy beating up this good-looking Italian kid.
And that dude, he played the same exact character in Eraser with Arnold Schwarzenegger and James Caan.
Right.
He played that same, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, young, agent who, wasn't wise to the ways of the world yet, and just like he was in this one, it's that young,
Right.
yes sir, no sir, look at him.
Hey, he's Rivetti.
And those are the
no, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You see, it was he was talking about Mobius, the Silver Surfer, was the best Silver Surfer. That's this dude. This dude is like Poindexter, man. Clean cut, nice guy, squeaky clean.
That's how most young sailors look. Young, new to the world. Those are the same coveralls we would wear. That same white stitching would have your name on it, and that's pretty much it. Your coveralls and a white T-shirt underneath, because it's your work uniform. You had your belt on and your boots, but you were going to get dirty, especially these guys working in the machine, machinist mates and shit down there and all the grease. And then, but when it would get too hot,
character. Did you see his name? Like, just look at his dress, please. This guy is my character.
Who?
Rivetti. It's like Ingetti. Just put it right there.
Oh, that's true.
Hey, it's Ingetti. Sorry, sir. Sorry, Mr. Jericho. I just, we were talking comics.
Yeah, it is a weird thing here that the reason he was getting punched in the nose by this guy because they was arguing over who did a better Silver Surfer, Jean-Gerard Mobius or Jack King Kirby. Everyone knows the right answer is Ron Lim's Silver Surfer. So, but no, yeah, and then Denzel says, of course, it's Jack Kirby's. So.
Of course.
After he chastises him though. He says, you need to be, you're a leader. You need to do better than that. You can't be set off by stupidity. He said, you need to do better than that. And then he kind of jokes with him at the end to let him know, hey, you're doing good, but you got to watch that shit.
Right. And Antoine Dennison points out that when you were saying what these guys wear, the blue jumpsuit and the white T-shirt, so no underwear, huh? You guys going literally commando as well?
Well, that's the thing about the uniform, the code of uniform standards in the military. It only goes for the exterior. They do not care.
You could bring your own undies?
Yeah, you can wear whatever kind of underwear you want
so
or not.
Hold on. So you're in the shit with your buddies. You're carrying your M249 squad assault rifle, and you are wearing a golden thong underneath your Marpat.
If you want to, if you can get away with it, if you can get away with changing in the barracks and stuff with all those people around, go right ahead. But if they find out, there's going to be hell to pay.
So yeah, no, well, wearing no underwear is called going commando.
Mhm.
So I
If you
wonder
get
if
your
that had anything to do with Arnold Schwarzenegger's movie Commando. Was
Yeah,
he,
you
in
never know.
fact, were you, sir, were you going commando the whole time you filmed that?
Of course, I never wear underwear. And they were like,
So
let's call it like Army Guy or something like this. I was like, well, just call it Commando because he's a commando and I'm commando right now. I
Now-
don't wear underwear.
Now you filmed that on the fictitious island of like Valverde or whatever. It looked a little humid and hot down there, Arnold. Did you have to buy a lot of cornstarch, since you were going commando? A lot of
Well-
Gold Bond.
Well, this is something that's really gross, and I've never said this in public.
Oh,
but
please tell us.
But like Arnold, I'm a bit of a prankster, like to play jokes on people on the set of the movie. So I wouldn't use like cornstarch or nothing like that there, or the Gold Bond. I would get flour and I'd put it down there.
Oh,
and then when at the end of the day, I take the dough that I made and make biscuits for the crew, and they would eat it. And I go back to my room. You guys eating biscuits that came out of my underwear.
Oh.
Oh my God.
The more we learn about you, Mr. Schwarzenegger, the more fascinating you become, and slightly criminal. So it's always
I'm an open book to you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Read
it's a
me.
delight.
Read me now. I'm here.
Plus five for $2. Commando Jericho, go Joe, hail double impact. Thank you, sir.
That's right.
Thank you.
And,
Yeah.
Antoine Desner for 2. What was Navy policy regarding buggery on the sub?
What the fuck?
I'm gonna let Jericho feel this one. This is an area of expertise for him.
Buggery. What does that mean?
Buggery, also known as sodomy.
Oh, taking the Hershey Highway. Well,
Is that what it's called in the Navy manual?
In the Navy.
I mean, it's definitely frowned upon. I think it would be like any other branch. It's funny that the Navy gets this whole, you got to be gay to be in the Navy because you're on a ship with a bunch of dudes.
You don't have to be, but it helps.
Let's not forget the other branches of the military, the Army and the Marine Corps. What are their sleeping arrangements when they're out in the field? A sleeping bag. That's what they sleep in. Oops, I forgot my sleeping bag. I didn't forget mine. So next thing you know, you got 2 in 1. So I don't know how in the Navy you have your own bed, you have your own area. I don't know where this came from, but I think the other branches would be more susceptible to that kind of activity.
Jericho, I think it would have come from the other branches, don't you think?
Probably. I don't know how.
Look, I'm not a scientist or anything like that, right? But the only people who talk shit about other groups of people, it's like, I don't know where all this hatred for the Yankees is coming from in Boston. I think it's the Red Sox fans.
Well, they're the ones.
Wild guess.
They're the ones going nuts to butts, not us. So.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Solved.
Wow, I've learned a lot in the last 5 minutes.
That's right.
I know that.
I really don't. It wasn't the ranchers who were hanging out, out on the ranch, with their cattle going, you know what I think about the Navy? I guarantee you it didn't happen. It never fucking happened. Okay?
No, I never heard of anyone getting their Twinkie stinky. So.
There you have it.
Rumaface says that the chair force is not like that. So,
sure.
That is one of my favorite burns is calling it the chair force. That is
hilarious. Yeah, the air farce.
Hey, and John does point out biscuits and bouillabaisse, part of a healthy breakfast.
Hey, if you want a healthy breakfast, that's all you're gonna freaking eat there. Maybe a little gabagoo.
Hey, did you bring the biscuits? I brought the bouillabaisse.
Yeah, let's get them together. Where'd you keep your bouillabaisse? I got the biscuits right here.
Yeah, I made it extra spicy this morning. I hope those biscuits are hot.
Yeah, me too. I made it extra spicy for you too there.
Sir, there's something I got to tell you about what you're all about to eat. that's Rafetti here. So, I don't know, sir. I don't know if it's something I should tell you.
I can make it spicy too, I got my own herbs and spices there.
Let me just say this. If we have... Fuck, we'll get to this in a second. What the fuck? But if we ever do a meetup, a double impact meetup, you guys come, you do realize we're going to have to, when we invite the chat, people say, hey, we're going to be here. Do you realize we have to have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse? Like, I think you guys need to be preparing yourself for the reality of what we're building up right now.
I
Hey,
hope
you-
you
we got a
like
super chat.
clams.
Where do you find
Yep.
an empty 55-gallon drum? That's what we need
Oh,
to
I
I
start.
got a
don't know,
couple in my
man.
yard,
You,
you know?
started
Alright.
it, man. You and Steven started this.
I don't know
But
where we would find that, but we will find it.
will find
Aruma for $20. Thank you very much. Very generous. Yeah, the chair force is fancy. We don't do that camping crap like the other services. LOL. Oh, she just slapped you with a white glove.
Neither-
I challenge you to a duel.
We don't play in the dirt like those jarheads in the army. The army
Which
stands for
one?
aren't really men yet.
Who are they calling? Which one's the crayon eater? Is that the army or the Marines?
Marines. Marine muscles are required. Intelligence not essential. That's the truth. If you want a whole if you made a whole branch of the military that sounds like this, that's the Marine Corps.
Which way did it go? Which way did
Which
it go?
way did he go? Da boss. And the Marines are a department of the Navy. Want everybody to know that.
Right,
Hence
that's
the
right.
name.
Well, think of their name, Marine. That means ocean. You know,
And then
they're
they always say, "Oh, the men's department."
oh wow, there's some hurt feelings with Jericho.
Haters gonna
being
hate, man.
uncovered.
Haters gonna hate.
So Jericho, just to jump back a little bit, you were trying to ascertain where the origin of the rumor about the Navy began, and I think you're building a very clear case as to where that began, man.
I think it was the
Just throwing
Marines.
it out here, because if you think about the simplest of insults that one's mind can come up with, that'd be the one. So
Yeah,
ponder
that's
away.
right. Right. The phone call is coming from inside the house.
Inside the Navy. That's
That's
right.
It's coming from inside the Navy.
Right.
That's
That's
rough,
fine,
man.
Somebody's got to be number one. All I know is when they have some high priority target, what branch of the military do they call over and over again?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Bin Laden got him. Somali pirates got him. That rogue satellite that was 22,000 miles away from Earth got him.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Go Navy.
Well, what about Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men?
Got him too.
All right.
Got him
Got
too.
his
That's
ass
right.
too.
That's right.
Real life
God, that-
Hollywood, the Navy always wins.
That's got some drama in it, man.
All right. He goes to speak to the captain again. The captain is walking to the ship and letting his little dog pee all over and doesn't do anything about it. Just leave some urine on the floor.
No, that would not happen.
Right. That's got to be against regular naval
Yeah, that's
regulations.
disgusting. Not to mention that's fucking disgusting. You got
Yeah,
your dog
it is.
pissing on the ground and you don't at least have somebody clean it up for you. Like, where they get another layer to this asshole crepe we're making here. I saw a dessert one time. It was a crepe like cake, and they did like 100 layers of crepes to make this cake. But
Damn.
yeah, it's another layer of asshole to Gene Hackman. Not only is he a dick to Denzel, but he lets his dog piss everywhere. And they mentioned earlier in the movie that they let him keep the dog because he's one of the only guys left that have combat experience to kind of pass it down to the newer generation. So they let him get away with shit like that. But yeah, that's one of the things. He brings his dog everywhere with him, and that would not really happen.
That was I gotta be honest with you. That dog started to, I know about, you know, as you get to the end of this story, I know about Gene Hackman's let's say racial issues. But after a while, they created it in such a way that I started looking at that dog and waiting for it to just like lift the front paw or something suddenly and just hold it there. Like I was a little concerned.
He was
There's
getting
something
a little,
going on with that dog.
getting a little Sig Heily. Well, you know, you lay down with dogs, you get up with swastikas.
That's right.
That's right. So yeah, they're having another confrontation. I don't remember about what. It seems like these two are always Denzel. He's constantly exasperated with the captain, but he doesn't show it because he's super stoic, very masculine personality. And the captain is always just kind of like, always kind of doing stuff like this, you know, and just smoking cigars and kind of talking with a bit of bravado and condescension. And another emergency action message comes in.
Yeah, and this time they're going to DEFCON 2. They have fueled the trucks. They have the nuclear launch code. So now it's like kind of only a matter of time kind of thing. The bad guys got the codes. Holy shit. And this is the kind of group that would do it. This militia group, they're fighting for, you know, something bigger than themselves, some kind of cause.
they've been stepped on or whatever. They're not this government body who's shaking hands with dignitaries. These are the rebels, and they got the gun, so to speak. And this is the situation. This is a scenario where you really could have somebody launch against the United States with an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile.
And this is a tiny, tiny design note, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe the typeface, the font, the typeface that they're using here on the screen is very similar or the same as this one, which I think is brilliant. I do think, just as an artist, as a designer myself, I'm like, oh, I like that. That's very, very
attention to detail.
Right.
Pretty good.
So
I mean,
let me go
and
find
guys, I got to say this too. I miss these movies. I look forward to this show every single week. I love the chat. I love hanging out here with you guys and talking about this stuff. But there's always this element of it that is a reminder of what we're capable of doing and what we can be capable of doing again. Because this is a great movie. I mean, this is just in terms of what you go to see a movie for. It's escapism. It doesn't it doesn't hit you over the head with a message, but it's thought provoking. Again, it's like 12 angry men on a submarine. Right. It's incredible, man.
Right. Yep. And you see that same theme we see for all masculinity, all leading men. The same theme always is overcoming oneself and not indulging your ego, your wrath, your anger, your lust, all the 7 deadly sins. Like, do not give in to those feelings and do the right thing. And you see, even the captain here, he's a bit of a jerk, but he loves his country and he's serving and he's doing what he thinks is right. His sin is that he's giving into his ego constantly. I'm the big man, like everyone kiss my ass. And that bit of ego is overruling his judgment sometimes, and that's not good. Really quick, and Shant, you put it so well that we love the chat here. Look at this, the insight the fans have here. Intergalactic Transmitter says, is this the movie where it is based off the true story where a Soviet sailor averted a nuclear war? Yes, I went on Wikipedia after I watched this movie, and we all know Wikipedia is always true. And I read that it was based off of that there was a Cold War Soviet sub where this almost happened, where they got a message to launch nukes at America, and the second in command guy or whatever their equivalent of that guy argued with the captain and got him not to launch it, just to
could you imagine? And it came down to those men on that boat, all the take away the countries and the military budgets. It came down to a handful of dudes who had to follow procedure, and if they didn't, imagine what shape we would be in now.
We'd be rebuilding.
And imagine what shape Russia would have been in. You're talking the 80s. Man,
oh my gosh.
Reagan would have been raining nukes on Russia.
We would have missed out on all of Steven Seagal's oeuvre, his first 5. We would have missed out on all.
That's true.
Damn.
I don't want to.
That's the real tragedy.
Do you want to live in a world where Out for Justice doesn't exist?
No.
So like the 80s, right? You got a 78-pound, 6th or 7th grade Shant eating a Slim Jim, smoking a pack of Marlboro regulars, by Bob's convenience store.
like
looks
most
up,
6th graders too.
Dude, you guys don't even know. He's like thinking this cigarette doesn't go well with the dip that I've paired it with.
It's all about pairing, Sean.
It's all about that, guys. Lord.
Managing a little anxiety as a teenager, were we?
No, man. Let me tell you something. I was great. I didn't have the shakes. You had the shakes. I wasn't the one I was all fine.
What me?
I remember when I was 18, I went to 7-Eleven or wherever and bought a pack of like unfiltered Marlboro Reds.
Oh no!
Pall Mall filterless. My first cigarettes.
I sat there in my car, smoked the whole thing, and I guess I'm they're lightweights. People that have a drink and they're like, ugh, like drunk falling over. I guess I am a heavyweight when it comes to substances. I don't do drugs, but I'm one of those people. If I were drunk, I sound like this. I sound exactly the same. I sound completely sober. I don't drink. I haven't had a drink in like 6 years. But when I did drink, if I got super drunk, I would sound exactly like this still. And when I smoked a pack of cigarettes, I didn't feel anything. So I was like, why does anyone smoke? Like there's no buzz, there's no nothing. But I did get a headache from an entire pack of cigarettes. That didn't work out.
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to mow through the pack.
I did too.
Sitting.
Jericho, the truth is somewhere in between. But the thing I have to tell you guys is, first cigarettes I smoked were Pall Mall filterless. I quit smoking, I think, when I was 18. I quit smoking, started when I was 11 or 12. Okay, so that's a hell of a way to go.
Well, you did
And I
work
will tell
at
you
the
guys this.
shipyard, though. You did work at the shipyard, so a lot of guys.
No,
smoke.
I worked in the land where the theme song is dueling fucking banjos. Okay, guys, like that's where I grew up. All right, that was our anthem. But this is the thing about it, right? Is that I will tell you guys this with no false arrogance here. If you think I'm good at art, I was better at smoking cigarettes than anything I've ever done in my life ever will do. Damn, I was good at it. If there had been Olympic gold medals for that, I'd have had a shit ton of them.
I remember 13 years old, went to Gambetta Middle School in Castroville, California, and we walked to the Castroville Community Center, and my buddy had some non-filter Salem cigarettes. So he thought it'd be a good idea to go in the bathroom and smoke them. I remember being on all fours on the floor of the room just spinning because I inhaled it. I was like, oh, I don't know. I could have been green. That shit was disgusting. And then I started smoking when I was, I think, 15. And then I smoked until I was like 31.
Oh, wow.
I quit
Yeah.
2 weeks before my daughter was born.
How you have to do it, man.
Yeah. Well, thanks to my wife. But
Well, you know, I don't think.
yeah.
On a serious note, too, like I don't think anybody. The only way you can quit doing anything like that is you have to have a why. That's it. You have to be like, I'm changing shit. Something's important going on. I know that was the case for me.
Let me tell you, man, them nicotine hooks were deep.
They were. Yeah, I've got.
Well,
Listen,
Oh man.
I'm
Oh,
proud
so
of you guys for quitting because I know many people smoke for years and they have a lot of trouble quitting, and that's very sad, you know. But I hear when guys like you talk about smoking, you do talk about it with like a little bit of like a glowing, like, oh man, those were the days.
Oh,
man.
if you know,
no, they were.
if the genie, if something happened and I woke up single tomorrow and never having had my children, I'd be smoking in
you would be
3/4 of a
more
millisecond.
cigarette than man.
Yeah, I would come. Yeah, I would be smoking immediately. But you know, I had, like you said, my why was because my wife wanted me to, and then you know, my child was being born, so I quit, and you know, I haven't had one in 11 years.
Oh, good. For you.
But like I said, you know, I'm not going to say the unthinkable, but if you know, magically, I woke up tomorrow and it was just me, guess where I'm going? Down to the liquor store.
That dude, it is. There is not even like I remember my wife said to me. This was a couple of years ago, and she goes, "Wow, do you ever just like think back and say, how did I do that? It's so disgusting." And I was like, no. I wake up every morning thinking, how do I live like this without any joy in my life? Without any joy.
I'm telling you, man, like when you wake up in the morning, because it's been, you know, 8 hours or whatever, however long you sleep without having a cigarette, and you don't do that in the daytime. You're not going to go 6 hours in the daytime without smoking. So when you have that first cigarette of the day, it's like telling it's like your body saying back to you, oh, there you are.
Oh no!
Yeah. Well, for me, I could barely make it those 4 hours I would sleep back then, Jericho, and so I was.
Dude.
You can't get rid of a carton in 3 days. Well, getting 8 hours of sleep, Jericho. You got to be in it to win it.
You got to be committed.
You know, I never was a smoker. I bought that pack. I think that's literally the only pack of cigarettes I've ever bought in my life. I don't smoke. But I think one of the worst things about smoking is how cool it looks.
Oh, nothing cooler.
You look like a badass. You look like you don't have time for bullshit when you're smoking.
Nothing cooler. You go back to Humphrey Bogart, those kind of cats.
Right.
Smoking looks so damn cool. Back when the doctor would be smoking while he's reading your chart. The good old days. My mom, when she was in the Army, when she worked at the hospital, they had ashtrays built into the countertop of the nurses' station in the hospital. So yeah, and now, yeah, I see someone smoking a movie. Oh man, forget it. There's my wife and I watch Peaky Blinders. People smoke 9 cigarettes a second in that show. I was like, damn, that looks good. But I've had so much time not doing it, I can't go back now.
Good. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Normally I say do it.
On that point, guys.
Don't do it.
Because we do talk about these kinds of things. You see this?
Hold on.
Here. This right here.
Oh, Zippo.
Is my Zippo lighter from those days. You're probably asking yourself, Sean, why do you keep that thing around? Why are you attached to it still? I mean, this is what it is, man. It's like I've had this thing since I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
That's That's what it's
Zippo's the
about, man.
best. It's a ritual.
It's like
It's
I was gonna
packing
say-
the cigarettes and
We talked. The three of us talked at one time about how we're trying to lose weight, and we text each other about exercise and not going to Jack in the Box and all that. And we talked
Yep.
about with your addiction to fast food or smoking or whatever, that the ritual is part of the fun. And we were talking
hell
about.
yeah, it is.
You were saying, Jericho, you're going up to Jack in the Box at 1 a.m. and you get your order, and the fries are getting it first. You made me laugh so hard. when you said
that's
What
real
did Sean
shit,
say?
man.
that.
That's real shit.
The bag is getting it last.
Right.
You know how it is.
Right.
First thing you do is get in there and get those those driving fries.
Right. The hot fries.
You
They
know?
don't count. The extra fries.
Man.
You bring
Let
your
me
wife
say
her
this, too.
fries. Your wife's fries are missing like a third of the fries. I don't know. They
Like,
were
oh,
cheap,
they
man.
did it again. A piece of shit. I hate that Jack in the Box. But
Who's
you know
that?
what? Like I remember like especially when you're drinking, smoking cigarettes, getting the cigarette out. It's the sound of that Zippo. It's the sound of that lighter. And it's just everything that goes along with it. Or after you eat, having a cigarette. It just weaves itself into so many aspects of your life. It's part of
I
you.
don't want to get
Yeah.
too X-rated, but I do have to ask. I'm not a smoker. Never was. I made that clear.
No, it doesn't shrink your dick.
And it does make me better than you guys. No, just kidding.
Just wanna start with that.
Let's just start right there.
Listen,
The-
I like
the
both
whole,
of you guys, but I love cigarettes.
the whole I've seen it in a million movies and TV shows. The whole having a smoke after getting amorous with a lady. Is that a real thing? You
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah,
So, hold
I
on.
mean, it's not
You
like
got a beautiful woman. You do what you do. That's not enough. You now need a cigarette.
no, you need to come down.
Oh,
You
okay.
know? Life is about
Wait.
balance. Yeah.
So
Oh,
in this scenario,
man.
you're saying, you mean you're still smoking the cigarette you were smoking the whole time, right?
Oh, jeez.
Just chain smoking
Yeah,
while
baby.
you're doing it.
No, listen. Here's the thing. Here's the important part of this. You brought up Peaky Blinders for a second there, and I have to say, enjoy that show. And I have
Smoker's
to say,
Paradise.
my favorite character of that entire show, funny enough, of course, is Alfie Solomons. Just for some of his one-liners.
Oh yeah.
He's a freaking genius, man.
He did. He played that one. Oh, he do that, fool. Everybody talking. I had to turn that shit up so loud. I was like, "What is he saying?"
Yeah, lying on the beach,
but-
thinking to myself,
Thinking to myself.
Yeah, they say
1,
thinking
2.
with an actual F.
Thinking. What are you
Yes.
thinking about? Yeah.
No, not
Cockney.
according to this holy book.
This right here. I'm Arthur. My
Who's
name's
the guy-
Arthur. I'm his
he's a-
brother.
He was a badass action star. I love him. Jason Statham. You better
Next
think about
time.
what you're doing to your mother. You know.
Next time I'll deflate all your balls.
None of the mice are smoked after tying his shoes.
Yeah, it's
right.
smoking.
We should pray for none the miser. That's
Oh,
what
We
and
are.
driving. If you're driving somewhere, oh yeah, you're smoking. It's just, but oh man. Sometimes cigarettes were better than others, but yeah, you're smoking. It's just part of what you do now. And
Well, in California, they outlawed the flavored vapes at the New Year, so I think you can't get a banana smoothie vape anymore.
hey, way to strike a blow. You're taking away our flavored vapes. Oh,
I voted
man.
against that. Now, again, I'm anti-smoking. I don't smoke, but I am more pro-liberty than I am anti-smoking. And
Yeah.
if somebody wants to fucking smoke a strawberry vape, it's not my business, dude. I
You
don't.
want to be
California's a
obnoxious
weird
dick.
place, man.
If you want to be an obnoxious dick and blow out your, this is my strawberry butthole smoke. Like,
I was enjoying a pina colada vape the other day. It was most excellent.
It was delicious. I remember, but not too long ago, I was smoking a blueberry butthole flavor smoke, and it was.
They're just mad they can't be smoking pipes. You know, like that's who they really want to be deep down. They want something more complicated. You can't perfect
man.
the cigarette. You cannot perfect
Smoking was fun.
Oh,
Yep.
Anyway, don't smoke. That's the point
Yeah,
of all
don't
this.
What
do
we're
it.
trying to
Don't
say
smoke.
is it's a wonderful thing and avoid it at all freaking costs. That's what we're trying to say. You
None of
will
us are
thank me
doctors.
later.
Yeah, none of us are doctors, but we will tell you probably shouldn't smoke.
Yeah.
Probably should.
But I don't hate
Don't
you
be
if you
doing
do. I'm not one of those holier than thous. I choose
No,
not.
hell no.
So, But yeah, I
Rocky
think I will
Carroll.
have a cigar in Vegas. I think I'll have one when I'm there.
Listen,
Definitely.
last thing on this point. I promised myself when I quit I would never be one of those people who went on. I never have been one of those people. However, if you smoke cigarettes around me and you're one of those people who just reeks of cigarette smoke, and I come in to hug you and I hug you a little too long and start smelling your clothes, I apologize. I just
Yeah,
want to
don't be
say
a
that
dick.
right there.
Just let me
It's,
inhale. Let me
it's-
nuzzle myself into your neck, the nape
all
of
I
your
have.
neck. Give me your nape,
That's all I have.
dude. Let me put my nose in your nape, dude. Come on, dude.
Come on, bro. It's not a big deal, man.
Give me a
Jericho.
dick, dude. Just trying to get in your nape, bro.
You better not lead
Dude.
with that, man. When I see you,
Dude.
hey, bro,
Hey.
I'm just doing loudly at the airport. Just,
Hey, Sean. Hey, Sean. Let me get in your nape, bro.
Bro, we're gonna go see some tasty waves today, bro.
Isn't
Dude,
that
that's
so great,
awesome,
guys?
bro.
Love is love.
Dude, I work with this dude who is from Santa Cruz. That's where they make Brodies. That's where they make them. Okay,
Yep.
that's the Brody
It
factory.
happens.
Then he told me, he was like, dude, we're gonna go bench out, bro, get some frosties and some bad chicks, dude, and just chill. I was like, what?
Okay.
Jericho, where are you from, man?
Where
You're from
is
everywhere.
There's a neighborhood. I was in it today called Pacific Beach, and it is like the shitty college bar area, and it's one of those streets. It's like 2 miles long, Garnett Avenue, and everything is tattoo, sushi, bar, smoke shop, tattoo, sushi, bar, just over and over and over there. And there's an awesome family-owned ice cream place called Mr. Frosty's. They make homemade ice cream. Take my kids there in the summer. And one time we were there, and there were like 3 dudes there that were like Michelangelo from the Ninja Turtles, bro. And the menu's in the window there, and there's the All-American and the fudge banana and the this and that. And the one guy asked the other guy, "What'd you get, dude?" And he's like, "I got the brownie, whatever." And the other guy's like, "What'd you get?" He's like, "I got the fudge and he's all, "Oh, I blew it. That's my go-to."
Dude, should have got that one. It was so
We're
dumb,
just
bro.
laughing so hard though. But they
Dude,
were, I
total
mean,
brain
sometimes
fart, bro.
most people here in sunny California do not talk like that. But when you meet these guys, it is such a delight to hear.
We're just
them
as
talk.
surprised as you are. If you're
Right,
like an
it's
out of towner
so
or something,
funny.
out of state, and you
Right.
ran into one, we are as shocked as you are, but they do
Right.
exist. They do.
All right.
Oh.
So, just to add on to that point right there, if you do come to Boston, everyone fucking talks like that.
Oh,
Sorry
yeah.
to break the pattern here, but that is actually what Boston sounds like. So
Damn.
there you go.
Can't wait.
Oh.
I like them apples.
It's an
Never been
experience.
So anyway, there was some
Dude.
movie we were talking about.
Sure.
But yeah, Radio Kid, who Sean, your impersonation of this kid is great, of Ravetti. He gets another emergency action message, and the terrorist rebel leader in Russia. Now he's got the nuclear
This one's real.
code. Yeah, and they're gonna fuel up these nukes. I guess you fuel them up or something. I don't know. I thought they'd be ready to go.
I think
Yeah.
the trucks, they have the ones they have on trucks.
Oh, okay. So they're gonna fuel up these trucks, and then
Oh no, I guess if the nuke is traveling, yeah, I guess you're gonna have to power the motor. I never thought of fueling, but they do have rockets on them
Okay.
because the ICBMs they go up to the Earth's atmosphere, or what is it? Not atmosphere. Anyway, it goes up orbit. It goes up into orbit, flies around the Earth, finds its target, and comes straight down like at a 90 degree, but you know,
And isn't
12
it
o'clock.
something vicious where
straight
the
down.
the warhead opens up and it like got like 10 little nukes in there, right? That way it can't all be shot down. Like I've seen some like that in a diagram. I don't know if they're all like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, there's all kinds of them, but if it gets to the point where it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, and if it gets past your missile defense system, you know, it's all bad. But yeah, I imagine there's stuff like that to where it
I
can get
didn't
past it.
know there were tactical nukes that were like this big. I was at the Nuclear Testing Museum. It's an annex of the Smithsonian in Las Vegas, one of my favorite cities. And it's Harry Reid, that old senator. I think he's since passed away. He did a lot of funding to build that there because he was into aliens and Area 51. So they have stuff about that there too. But it's all the whole history of the nuclear bomb and the American military and how we made it. I didn't know the final testing was like in June or whatever. And the bombing was in what, July or August? just
August.
weeks later. Right.
August 8th, I think.
Right. But yeah, there was diagrams. There's so much stuff. There's a huge museum. It was really awesome. But they had an example of it. It was obviously didn't have any radioactive material of a nuke like this big. It was a little tactical nuke that you could shoot off the back of like a truck or something at a target a few miles away, and it would have a very small nuclear explosion. That's wild. I didn't know they did stuff like that. So
Yeah, it's fucking. And Nagasaki was a secondary target. They were leaving because there were too many clouds, and they saw a break in the clouds, like the sun was shining through, and it was Nagasaki.
Jeez.
And they dropped, but it was in a valley, so the mountainside took most of the blast.
okay.
There wasn't a super high body count in Nagasaki. So yeah, they weren't going to drop the second one that day. At least they were calling it a day. We're going to take off. There, they're like, "Fuck, well, we got an opportunity." They said, "All right, fucking drop it." But there were more. There was more loss of life in the fire bombings
Right.
in Tokyo and
Well,
stuff
I mean,
than the nukes.
We talk about the casting this. I mean, even though his part wasn't very big, they use the same actor who plays Ravetti in The Rock, for heaven's sake.
Right.
Same
You know,
role.
so-
Same role.
Yep, same role, same guy, and all the more heartbreaking, right?
Yep.
All the more heartbreaking in the same
Yep.
role. And he was also, if I'm not mistaken, he was also in the movie Titanic as well. So he's had a pretty damn good career. These aren't.
And this is a 3-year stretch. This is 95. The Rock is 96. Titanic is 97. This dude was busy.
Yep,
Damn.
this guy's a busy actor.
Salad days for this guy.
He was busy.
Yep.
Same with the big what do I do, boss? Same with that guy. Dragon the Bruce Lee story, 93. This was 95. Starship Troopers was 97.
Yeah, that
those are
gentleman
busy
was.
dudes.
I had it right here. I was looking at it. Let me just get his name because he deserves it. Eric, is it Bruscotter or
Don't know.
Bruce Scotter? I don't know, but but Eric he was in that movie with the oh my gosh, the gym. You got to read the ones in English in Dragon, and he plays that guy, but he's great at it. Like he's a
he's great at it every
actor.
damn time. Every
Yep.
damn time he's great at it. I hope that these guys, manage their money well because they were on a hot streak.
Right.
And look who they're doing movies with, though. These dudes are on the
Right.
set with Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington. The Rock was Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage, Ed Harris.
Oh.
Yep.
Shit.
We'll have to eventually do some Nicolas Cage movies too, because some of those are insane. They're
We should
wild.
reach out to
Oh,
some of these
yeah.
guys. To be honest with you, we really should. What's
Yeah,
the worst
I mean-
that could happen?
Yeah, we had the one guy on, Todd Senafonte, my buddy.
Yeah, hail Todd,
and,
man.
And then Dean Cain said that he would come on someday if we wanted to talk about
Oh,
one of the movies.
hell yeah.
His father
Hell
directed.
yeah.
I
You
think
got
his father, Christopher Cain, I believe, directed Young Guns. So I'll talk to Dean about doing
Oh,
that someday. He
yeah,
can come in
hell
and give us
yeah.
the insight
I
about
want
that.
to do a Dean Cain movie, man. If he comes on, seriously,
Sure,
like he's
sure.
done some flicks. I want to talk about some of his flicks. I don't care, man. It's like
Sure.
when we had Todd on, I was like going, I want to do. Then you were the one who came up with it. I wasn't in charge of that by any stretch, man. When you got Todd to come on, you said we're going to talk about Double Team. I'm like, we got to talk about that tiger. Like that's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Wasn't
We
that
have to
story
talk
about that story
about
about the tiger
the
was
tiger.
great,
Yeah, like how tight were you clenched up on that one?
The
Okay.
trainer's telling him, yeah, no, just go by the cage and smack the cage and piss it
Yeah,
off.
get him pumped up. Yeah, get him mad.
No.
No.
He said he
No.
called his mom. He called his mom and said, "Oh yeah, I have to run from a
Just
tiger."
want to tell you I love you.
He didn't tell her it was bad. He lied. He said, "But don't worry, it's all safe. The handler's got it taken care of." But like he said in his head, he was like, "This could be it. So maybe I'll
bet.
tell my mom."
I bet. Like, when's the last time you fed that thing?
Right.
Mhm.
You fed him 10 minutes ago. You sure?
Right.
Was he full?
Uh,
Because that is a wild animal. Yes, every time he's done well and you raised him and fed him a bottle, blah blah blah, that shit.
Yep.
It's a wild animal. I'm running from it. I look just like prey, and you got millions of years of evolution in that cat's brain saying, if it runs from me, I'm supposed to take it down and eat it. So there's always that element, dude. Hella brave dude. But I would love to do a show with Dean Cain. That'd be great.
yeah, no, he's a great dude, salt of the earth kind of guy, very charitable guy too. Really enjoy being friends with him. Anyway, back to the movie after our smoke break.
Oh yeah, the
you know.
movie.
So they get this
movie.
message, bad guys are moving, and I am fascinated by the security here. I'll kind of go through this quickly. They have these safes, and in the safe is this card, like this plastic card
Mhm.
with seems like a paper card inside of it with a code written on it, and that's
And
it.
at
Go ahead.
the practice one that they did was he took it from the left side, the blue. So
Right.
it's color coding to make sure there are all these fail safes so you cannot screw this up and you grab the right one. So this time he's grabbing it from the right side. These are the real deal. We are about to arm some damn nukes.
Right. So yeah, they authenticate the code, and I went over earlier how like 4 people authenticate this code, and
Yes.
then the captain announces to the ship that this is not a drill. We're going into DEF CON. I think it was 2 or one, or I don't know how that works.
And it had been like that
letting
since
battle
the Cold War.
stations. We're getting ready to spin up these nukes. And then Denzel gets on the overhead intercom, and he says the same thing as the captain. Did that go on all the time, Jericho, that they would repeat, like a CO would, or the XO would repeat?
Yeah, if it was that important, yeah, the XO, because that lets you know not only the lawfulness of this order has gone through fail safes, but I am the XO and I am letting you know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because you know the XO, you've heard him talk a million times, you've talked to him in the hallways and shit. You know his voice, you know them, you live with them.
Right.
So you know that's him, and it's called the 1MC, the PA system that they talk on. And
1MC, that was also that rapper guy, right? He was MC1 or
Young MC.
No?
Young MC.
Say.
Bust a move. But also this is where the need for the phonetic alphabet comes in. You don't want you don't want to say an E and you mean a C or a B or a D. They need to know exactly Bravo, Echo, Echo.
The entire world gets nuked because someone thinks that B and E are the same thing.
Wait, no, wait. Was it B?
He said B, send it. No, I
I'd
said
be
E.
happy. Listen, Jericho, this is one thing I understand. You would be pleased to know that there is not a single time I have ever spelled my name over the phone where I have not had to use that.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
You cannot get someone to understand what Shanth over the phone is spelled like if you spell it. They go N or M. N. So that's what we do. It's the way it is. But I have to say, if we feel like adding a Denzel Washington movie on, I don't know. I've never seen the movie. It's a movie from 2003 called Out of Time. And it also has as an actor in it Dean Cain.
That's a good one.
In case anybody's wondering. So you got Dean Cain in the Denzel
perfect.
Washington movie.
That'd be perfect because he's a dick.
I'll ask him. I'll ask him when he's free to join us one day.
That'd be great. That'd be a perfect movie.
Be a lot of fun. Yeah.
But yeah, they have the phonetic alphabet and then the keys and then the repeating. There's all these things they have to go through, all this red tape to make sure that we are doing this right, because the finality of this is unimaginable. And it's not just boom, okay, rebuild your buildings and shit, build a memorial. We're talking nuclear fallout. Now the nukes, they burn so hot that they pretty much burn up all the radiation, so you're pretty much getting all the destruction without the fallout. But back then, what are we looking at, 28 years ago?
Oh, wait a minute. The thermonuclear bombs are so hot that they annihilate like all the plutonium, all the uranium. So there's
that's what I heard from somebody who's in the service. Yeah,
that I gotta say, that sounds really hot.
It's so hot. It's so fucking hot,
dude.
So they basically now take Erica Liniak and they've merged
it's like
her with
1800 degrees, bro. So hot,
dude. It is
last words. God, my favorite, and I hate to talk about this as a thing. My favorite sequence of Apocalypse is from The Simpsons, with the comic store guy going, "Aquaman, you cannot marry a woman without gills. You're from two different worlds." And it shows a nuclear missile headed towards me. He goes, I've wasted my life. Like, it was just the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I don't know how many comic book stores you've been to, Jericho, but the comic book guy of Simpsons is so true to life. I've been in so many different comic book stores in my life. I don't know what the deal is with a lot of people that run those. I met many nice people too, but I have run into quite a few weirdos running those stores. I don't know. They're not bad people, but they're just
fucking
say eccentric. We'll say it that way.
They know their stuff.
Freak.
I disavow this comment, but I think it's funny. So I won't even read it, but I disavow. I disavow all violence, but in a Mad Magazine sort of way, it's funny.
And if someone were to shoot a nuke at us, we do have defense systems to try to take it out before it gets to us, way before it gets to us. But again, like I said before, if it made it through all of that and that did happen to us, I mean, it's the end, especially if it's ICBM. I mean, we know where it's coming from, because as soon as that silo opens up, we're going to know. So we're going to know where that's coming from. And if it's like an actual country, a destination that we can send our nukes to, like we have a zip code that we can send these nukes to, everybody there, you know, and the people, you know, feel really bad, but your guy just, you know, fucked up a bunch of ours. So you're going to have to even the scales. And, you know, about 10, 20 million of you guys are about to fucking disappear.
Can you imagine if the president was a Brody and he found out that they were launching nukes? He'd be like, oh, bogus, dude. That is not good.
Dude, not cool, bro. You're bringing me down, bro.
Dude, I'm sitting here, I'm just chilling with my homies.
Dude, about to rip the nuke. Dude, you don't gotta be a dick, bro. Don't nuke. Don't be a dick. Don't nuke, bro. That's my slogan, bro. That's how I got
That'll be
here,
the negotiator.
Dog. That's how I got here, dog. That's my slogan. Don't be a dick. Don't nuke me, bro. Yeah, that'd be all bad. But you know, if anybody who did that, it's a suicide mission because you know the sky is gonna be, the sun's gonna be blocked out with nukes.
Yeah, it don't make no sense. So so they go into DEF CON, they're gonna launch some nukes or whatever, and then the radio, the communications guy, they pick up that there's a sub, an evil enemy sub.
Red or oval, and that's their depth and feet. I think, feet, and that's past. And what's funny is, you know, there's scenes, of course, I'm sure, for lighting and all that shit.
I'm sorry,
dude. Where's my sub,
bro?
John kills it.
Bummer, dude.
Hold on,
dude.
Bill and Ted's thermonuclear.
No, son.
Dude,
No,
Bill and
son.
Ted's thermonuclear adventure, bro.
Oh. That is a good one. Thank you, Dr. Visor. Hilarious.
Thermonuclear.
Oh, bogus.
You're gonna nuke me, dude? You're gonna nuke me, dude. Come
bro, are you really gonna nuke me right now, bro?
Dude, mushroom cloud, not cool, bro. Not cool.
I won't say his name, don't want to hurt feelings. Had a friend literally in my college years here in San Diego, literally sounded like Michelangelo from the Ninja Turtles. That's bro, totally. And it wasn't a put on. He talked like that 24/7. It was
radical, dude. So rad. Yeah, man, they're real. They're out there. And if you have the pleasure of coming across one of them, bask in their glory and enjoy.
Yeah. No, great guy.
They're rare. Yeah, they're rare though. You have respect for people like that. Like, they don't even care. They're like, this is me. I don't give a shit. You know, I talk like this, bro.
Plans, dude, that is going to be one big old bummer, dude.
Bummer, dude. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm totally your oncologist, bro. Your test came back? Bummer, dude.
Gotta tell you, it blows.
Here we go.
Totally blows, dude.
Not cool.
Dude, not cool, dude. Dude, you nuked my major city, bro. Not cool.
Oh, my goodness.
So what were they laughing about the other night? Well,
this time.
Oh, man. Dude. And let's say this. When shit gets real in a Tony Scott movie, that green light is on 11. It is burning your face off.
Hey, Sweat. Cut. Can we get Sweat? Who's on Sweat detail? You're getting Sweat, you're getting rain, you're getting green light, and you're getting that blending of the orange and blue light outside. That's what you're getting from Tony Scott.
Look how bright that rim light is on his face, or that red rim light. It's fantastic, you know. Yeah. But so now they got to get all quiet and they got to shut up and they got to dive deep because that killer sub is out there. I don't remember the name, but they say it's it's an attack sub, I think is how they identify it or something.
Yeah. And that's how sensitive the listening equipment is.
Right.
Sonar and shit.
Crazy.
You got to shut up.
Right.
Yeah.
I heard some stuff about the energy from the sonar. Now, obviously, sound travels better the more dense the material is. And that if you're near the sub when it's pinging, like if you're in the water, if you're close enough, you can be killed. Like, that's how powerful those energy waves are from that. And I saw a YouTube video about that. I had no idea that stuff could do that to you. And I remember hearing about one off the coast here in, I don't know if it was San Diego, but it was Southern California. And people at the beach were starting to feel woozy and feel sick because a sub like 50 or 100 miles out was pinging. And somehow the conditions were just right. And it was getting to people and messing with them. But apparently, if you're
Oh,
close enough,
awesome.
I don't know if it's a mile or 2 or 100 feet. I don't know. I don't remember the distance, but it was not that close. Your insides and organs can just be shredded to bits by these energy pulses. Of the,
What if they got too close and
Yeah.
just killed like 5,000 people?
totally bogus to be destroyed by a sonar, dude. In the ocean where I like to surf, bro.
Dude, I was hitting some tasty waves, bro. And then all of a sudden, dude, my buddy's heart exploded, dude. I looked
Not
down at him and I was
cool.
like, dude, bummer, dude.
That is
I'm
a
telling you, dude, his
massive
pancreas was liquefied.
Dude. I called his mom and told her, I was like, hey, bummer, dude.
He was a good dude.
Not cool, Russia.
Oh,
So yeah, man, shit is getting real. People are sweating. They got to get the hell out of the way, and this thing is pretty close,
right.
so it knows they're there. And you know, when a sub knows you're there, bad shit's going to happen. So I think they put 2 in the water. The enemy sub put
Right.
2 torpedoes in the water, and you got to do some pretty good maneuvering. You know, because they're coming in fast and they're telling you the distances. They're closing in. There's 2 of them in the water bearing, you know, this one and the other one's a couple degrees off, pretty much heading the same direction at the same spot. And so again, I'm sure for movie making purposes, they had to make it light. But the depths these guys are at, 900 feet, there's no sun down there.
Right.
It's pitch black. You wouldn't see shit, but you know, they got to show you what's going on. And they end up maneuvering. Now, I'm not sure the maneuver, all the real information about submarines are top secret. Even if you're in the military, they're not going to tell you all that shit. So we don't know what they can really do, but I don't know if they can do this. I could be wrong. I hope they can.
Right. Yeah. They're doing all these maneuvers and trying to dodge these torpedoes. And it's just nightmarish, man. You're 1,000 feet underwater. It's pitch black. You're in this floating tube of metal.
Yeah.
People are launching explosions. Just what in the hell are we thinking as human beings creating these nightmare scenarios that don't naturally exist?
But these are very well armed metal tubes.
That's a great picture.
You know,
This guy is watching our show right now. That's what
he's saying, yeah, dude. That's what he's saying right now.
Hold on. I got to say this to the chat, guys. The sign of a stream doing well, we got to go back to that picture. The sign of a stream doing well, in my personal opinion, is somebody screen capping that and making that their icon in the chat. So if someone can get that done, make it happen. We will tip our bandanas to you, my friends.
Dude.
Dude.
Yeah, so they've
That's
got
my O face.
yeah, all kinds of evasive maneuvers, and the ship does get hit.
Oh,
And
yeah.
to me, that's terrifying. And I don't know, this is a movie. I have no idea how realistic this is, but I just assumed if you got hit by a torpedo, that was it. The ship would get a hole, then the water pressure would just annihilate the ship. That's what I assumed, but I guess that's not what happened. So
Well, you know, they're also designed for stuff like this, down to like the shape of them and the angles and all that kind of stuff. This is a nightmare scenario because if you don't fix this, you're guaranteed to die because you're 900 feet under the water.
right.
There's no surfacing and putting the rescue boats in the water for these guys. And even if that'd be even worse if they were to make it, if let's say they were able to get out of the sub safely, you're 900 feet underwater. If you don't get crushed like a soda can, you don't got the air to get to the top. So, you know, this is it. So in boot camp, they do teach you about patching holes and stuff. If you take a hit under the water line where basically the ocean that you're in is flooding inside of your ship, there are different wedges and braces and all these different things that you can put in place, and almost like jacks where you can jack things up to, like, you know, close a hole. Wooden wedges, sledgehammers, like, you know, you get pretty medieval if you have to.
I've seen video of that. There's a place here in San Diego on Harbor Drive, just north of the airport, and there's a ship that's not in the water. It's on the land. It's a building, but like a giant Disney ride, it can move and stuff. And there's stuff, and I've seen a video of them simulating flooding in there, and they'll take 3 sailors, and they have these wooden wedges like door stops, and they just start banging them in with hammers into the hole where the leak is, and they have to, and the room is filling with water. Now, obviously, they're not going to drown the soldiers during training, but it seems terrifying, man. They're standing there, and the water just starts, it's at their ankles.
That's what we did. They had they had a mock ship like that with holes already, and big old giant holes like a foot across, you know, like in the side of the ship, and they pump water in there. And not only the water's coming in, it's coming in like hard enough to knock you over. So you
Right.
got to be strong in your base and keep your footing and all those things you mentioned. And the water's really cold. The water's freezing cold,
Oh,
like
yeah.
make your toes numb cold. And if the water gets to a certain height, like up to your knee, that means you drowned and you failed. And everybody's socks were blue because it was washing the dye out of our pants and shit into our socks. And it was
Antoine
hella cold.
Dennison has a very serious question for you, Jericho. Can a fart be used as backup air supply?
Only if you're in the Army or the Marine Corps. That's part of how you get in. You have to let one of them fart in your mouth if you want to be accepted into the Army or Marine Corps.
And that's why I'm not in the Army.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised. A lot of guys are down for it.
Okay.
But the water, it comes in and you have to stop the leak. And also they had a mock helicopter for firefighting. So they had these tubes of like propane running through it, and then they would turn on the flames, and these flames would come shooting out, and you had to use your firefighting skills, sweeping from the base of the fire and all that kind of stuff to put the fire out in case it was like an aircraft fire or something like that.
Oh,
because again,
yeah,
nice.
He's turned green.
Talk about it. You got to be about it.
Right.
That's
nice.
right.
But yeah, this is nightmare. So they got hit by the, I guess, Russian sub or some enemy sub. And there's a leak down in one of the decks below, which it's just flooding in. These poor kids, I mean, they look like kids to me nowadays.
Yeah.
And they're there, and he's got a wrench. They're trying this, they're trying that to fix it. And yeah, the commanders are up on would it be a deck there, I guess? I don't know. It's
Ricky Schroeder, man.
Yeah, I guess it would. Yeah.
The bridge. Is it called a bridge on a sub, like on a ship?
I would assume so, because that's where you drive the ship from. It's called the bridge on a ship.
And they're realizing that they got to seal this thing off, or they're going to sink this whole ship's going to sink.
Yeah,
so
that compartment's going to fill up.
The former star of Silver Spoons, Ricky Schroeder, he has to tell Ricky Schroeder to seal this hatch, and his buddies are in there trying to stop the water, and they don't want to come out. They're trying to stop it. So he's got to drown his buddies in there. And that's Steve Zahn, right? I mean, another great actor that was in a lot of stuff. And
that was brutal, man.
It's a hard thing to watch.
When that hit him in the head, I was just makes you feel
the pressure
sick, man.
Basically shoots this metal cap that was, it was like probably had 8 or 10 bolts in it to keep it on the wall, and it came shooting out, smacked him right in his face, and basically split his face open, and he sinks to the bottom and drowns. But yeah, if he doesn't close that door, then the water's going to fill up the entire ship and everybody's going to die. So he has to sacrifice.
Right,
he has to.
That's a great shot. I don't know if it's intentional with that his flashlight on the ground giving him a rim light on the face. You can see his gritted teeth there as he locks his friends away. Friends he hangs out with, they bust balls, they eat together. Locks his friends away to a watery death.
And he was yelling at him, "Get out, get the fuck out, get out, get out," trying to beg them to come up, but they couldn't. They were trying to plug the hole to save the ship. They were sacrificing themselves, man, and he had to close them in there, and it was pretty fucked up. And right here he says, "Hatch secured, sir." There was a little bit of, fuck, why'd you make me do that? But he had to. He had to look at the greater good. And
can you imagine? Now, not this specific example, because this is written for Hollywood, but things just like this, things that felt like this or felt worse. How many veterans and people live with these things the rest of their life? It's so sad. It's so sad to think about that they have to be laying in bed and think about locking your friends in a deck so the whole crew wouldn't die. How could you like, geez, terrible.
Well, the first deaths from that regarding submarines were during the Civil War, man. I mean, you gotta, this goes back so far. I mean, and to paraphrase The Rock, it's an act of lunacy. Like in the Civil War, it's like the submarine equivalent of a unicycle is what they're in. They're in a metal tube. I'm serious, and they're paddling to turn the propeller.
Like Wile E. Coyote thinks this thing is a piece of junk, right?
It's bananas, though. Do you know what I mean? It's like fucking nuts. And you see these guys, but the reality of the ocean, the reality of the pressure for its time, it's not any easier. Like, it's not any less brutal and cruel. That's the horrific thing about it,
Right. And, I missed a major point of this movie. He had the captain sent to his room. He had the captain
relieved of duty.
Because
that's the whole crux of the conflict. I'm sorry, guys. Right before this missile chase, he's telling them we can't launch these nukes because a second message had come in, but they're so deep down low that they can't read the whole message. The message gets cut off, and it's from the same people with the same heading speaking about the rebels and the missiles. And Denzel's like, what if this is an order to cancel the strike?
Yeah.
We can't lie. So this is the whole crux of the movie. I can't believe I skipped over that. My God, I'm sorry. So basically, Denzel has taken over the bridge. Denzel is now the captain of the ship, and it's tough. And he has him locked in there, and he has 2 sailors guarding his door. So
One
Yeah.
more thing.
glossed over
The
that.
message doesn't come in, just to do exposition, Jericho, and then just jump in if I miss anything. They get a message, it breaks up because they can't reach it, to reach the surface, so they launch a buoy. The buoy gets caught up in the winch, makes a sound, and the submarine detects them.
Right.
Gene Hackman is still in charge, but it throws shade on Denzel Washington in that regard.
Because he
He's just
asked
Yeah,
to
go
send
ahead.
the buoy up.
Right.
Yeah, Denzel asked him to send the buoy up so they could finish the message and find out, are they saying launch the nukes or don't launch the nukes? That's a pretty important question, I would say. To nuke or not to nuke, isn't that what
I
Shakespeare
like
said?
that. It's like when you go through to a restaurant or a drive-thru, you're like, no tomatoes. Then you just like extra tomatoes on your thing.
Like they
Watch
slice
it.
an entire tomato and put that shit on there.
Right.
What they hear, yeah.
It's like,
What
I don't know.
they
He
heard,
wants the whole tomato.
Tomatoes. That's what they heard.
But he's because he's being cautious. He's just saying, all right, and this way he can please both masters. If we get the message and they say send that shit, we'll send it. If they say we didn't, then we say to stop. We didn't shoot it. We didn't kill millions of people. But he's saying that, this uniform code says that if you get another message and it's not complete, you go with the original order that you were given. If you get another order, it's incomplete, or you can't decipher it, you go with the original order. So in this case, he would just say, all right, well, we're still going to send the nukes. That's the last order we got. Fuck it. There you go. Let's put them up in the air. But Denzel's saying, hold on, let's send up this buoy, try to get a signal. We'll see what they say. But Hackman is saying, we don't have time for that. We don't got time because they're fueling up the trucks. If we sit here and wait and don't send nukes, they're going to send their nukes first. And this is a preemptive strike. The whole reason for this is a preemptive strike. So if we don't do this shit quickly, they're going to get the drop on us. And we can't have that because our orders say that's not how it's supposed to happen. So Denzel invokes some military code and says, according to this, blah, 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 I relieve you of your duty, take the captain to his quarters, lock him in there, and put 2 people outside of his door. So then he assumes, and he tells people, hey, you got a problem with this, bounce. All right? If you stay, we're doing this shit. So everybody stays, and he tells the ship, this is your CO, I'm now the commanding officer, blah, blah, blah. And this communication always goes on, not just under high-stress situations like this. When you're on the bridge, everything is said and repeated because we're talking the direction of the ship. We're talking about shit you see on the horizon, how to interpret it, all this kind of stuff. So everything is, I tell you something and you repeat it back to me so I know you understand exactly what I'm saying. And when you come on the bridge, they'll say, if they tell you to drive the ship, you say, I have the helm, which means I'm driving the ship. I'm steering it in all these directions. And you think you'd be up there, a big ship, you got this big old wheel. It's actually a little ball, almost like a mouse. And that's how you steer the ship. But they tell you which way to head, based on the radar and the sonar, where to steer and all this kind of shit. So everything is, I now have this, I have the con, I have the helm, I have whatever, officer so-and-so, or whoever you are. Because there's somebody driving the ship, there's somebody a lookout on the bridge, there's somebody looking at the maps and all that kind of stuff. That's how you find out where you are.
Hey, I got the booyah base.
Hey, who's watching the fucking booyah base up here? Who's on booyah base watch over here?
Casey Ryback.
God, I'm here, Jericho. I've got 50 gallons of booyah base. Confirm. I also have 50 gallons of bouillon base, sir.
I have 50 gallons of bouillon base.
Sir, I don't know. It looks like it's 50 gallons of bouillon base here. I'm a little bit, I don't know. It's like...
real quick, room favor 10. Thank you very much.
Yes,
very generous. Many men have died doing heroic things. Men can truly be examples of what the word righteousness really means. That's what we strive for. We screw up, but that's what in life, it's direction, not location. As long as you're trying for it every day, you wake up every day and you try again anew, that's all you can ask for. So yeah, great comment there.
That's all you could do. But that communication is constant no matter what's going on because everybody has a job. And, before everybody had a cell phone, I'm sure all the sailors out there now can just look this shit up. But if you didn't know where you were, you had to ask somebody who knew. So if you're up on the bridge, you'd be like, I many times asked, where are we? and it would be some little shit country somewhere you never heard of before. But somebody's on the maps and stuff, letting you know where we're going and all that kind of shit. So it's a coordinated effort, and everybody has to understand exactly what is going on.
Right. So, okay, so they escape the torpedoes from the killer sub, but it gets away. They don't know where it is. So they're going to dive a lot deeper. But good old Tone Soprano. You don't like this. He's a prick. And he comes down here and he yells at the two sailors that are guarding the door where the captain has been locked up under Denzel's command.
Yes.
Orders to do so. And he tells these kids they better move it. And I'm not sure why they listen to him. I think they're very conflicted. They're very confused. They remark to each other when they lock the captain in there. One of them says, like, what are we doing? The other guy's like, I don't know what the hell's going on.
He's I'm shitting my pants.
Right. They're really
I'm shitting my pants.
Right.
Because these guys are like the E2s, E3s. You know, yeah, get my pies out of the oven, you shit for brains. When I get out of here, I'll kill you myself. So
that sound like gunfire to you.
No, those are poppers. They're celebrating. You got shit for brains, private. That's gunfire. Let me out of here. I'll take care of it. Don't talk
Robert
to
Downey's
me.
gonna kill you in the sequel to The Fugitive. Sorry.
On the train.
You can just hear James Gandolfini's voice when you see those buck teeth of his, you know?
Yes, you can.
Step aside, fucking step aside.
Because these guys are like E3s, E2s or something, maybe even E1s, you know? So they're lowest men on the totem pole, and you got this officer telling you to get out of the way. This is a serious conflict. Even though we're told by a higher ranking officer than him, he's not standing there with them in the face of this angry higher ranking officer with the highest ranking officer inside the room behind us. So he keeps telling him, step aside, fucking step aside. And they finally do. He goes in there and tells the captain, hey, I'm with you. Fuck these guys. What do you want to do? And he tells them, give me a security team. Tell this person and that person. Don't tell, just keep it between us. Get him down here. Get some guns. And he's basically, at this point, since Denzel's a commanding officer, this is a mutiny. They're going to seize control of the ship by force. And so he gets his boys up there and they come together, and James Gandolfini, but they got to have Weps. They got to have him on board. They got to have Viggo Mortensen on board, because he has the key to the armory. So there's no guns without him. So he has to be on board. So that's what Gene Hackman tells him. James Gandolfini tells him, we have to get Weps on board.
Hey, you're gonna come fucking work with us? We need you. He says we can't do it without you.
So he fucking convinces him, and he doesn't want to do it because he knows not only would I be going against the active CO, but that's my boy. Remember, I was at his girl's birthday party with the camera. I was standing in his house. I was eating his food, and I'm about to betray him. So he says, begrudgingly, he's like, all right, yeah, I'll do it. Okay, let's go. And so they get their little crew together, and they go back to the captain's berthing or the captain's quarters, and then they basically rush the bridge and to retake control of the ship.
Right. Yeah, they come in there. He puts on his red hat and his his captain's jacket or whatever, and they go in there strapped.
M92 Berettas. They're ready to go. Shotguns, some M16s, and he's telling him, the little dude from Bronx Tale, he's telling him, I need you to fix this radio so we can get the message and get the completed message. What are they saying? Because it started to spell the word launch, said LAU, and then it stopped. So like, launch what? Don't launch. What do we do? So he's, I need you. So basically,
subject concerning the nuclear launch, and then it just cuts off.
I wish it had been longer. They had been like, dear kind sir, this is a very important message. It's very important that you read what I'm about to say next and not think about it in any other way but these terms. It reminds me of a time, fucking just say, stop!
The
first word, stop!
The very fate of the world hinges on the message that I am about to relay to you forthwith. Now, please do not become confused and do not misunderstand me, good man. Would you just fucking spit it out?
a long time ago. So he tells him, look, so basically the weight of the world is on the shoulders of this radio man in this submarine because he is the only one who could fix the radio, to fix the comms, to have the message completed, to find out what the fuck are we supposed to be doing. Meanwhile, mutiny. And they get it to the bridge, and they retake control of the ship peacefully. You know, Denzel is like, I'm just not going to get crazy, but I mean, you got a bunch of people hyped up, pointing guns at each other. Shit can go sideways.
Come the fortnight, we shall be in peril. No, we won't. I won't.
We shall be in peril, sir. You must take this most important message that I will be getting to in just a moment.
When I was but a little boy,
on the morrow, I would like you. Fucking get to it. I hate when they do that in movies. When they have some important information. Okay. All right. I'm just going to tell you. I'm just going to come out and say it. I've been thinking about it in a long time. I'm like, I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to come out and fucking say it. You can save the whole damn movie. I hate that.
As soon as we reestablish communications, could you send it back TLDR? And we launched. That was it.
Whoops. Right back exactly what I say. Whoops. Period.
Imagine if it was a Brody sending the emergency action message. Bros, you are not going to believe what this Russian dude is doing. It is heinous.
It's epic, bro. He's such a dick, bro. You guys won't believe it, dude.
Can't even believe this guy, dude.
Fucking hurt, bro.
When you send these cancel the nuclear attack messages, we're not paying you by the fucking word.
Yeah. Fucking get it out there.
So, Tony Soprano and his crew, they retake over the ship with Captain Red Hat there.
Retake it.
Yeah. And they're like, we launching this nuke whether you like it or not. We're launching this thing.
Fuck
He's
boy.
determined. He's determined.
I say.
Right.
Fuck you, boy. We're going to put this nuke in the fucking sky.
Yeah.
You common bastards are going to Friday night. Yeehaw!
So he gives him what does he give him there? I don't remember what he gives him. He gives him the
key to launch the nukes.
Right.
I mean, Gene Hackman did everything short of taking out his 6 shooters and shooting himself into the sky like Yosemite Sam. So he's happy that he has control again and he can put these nukes in the air and follow his orders. We do got to give him that. He's following the orders, the clear orders that he was given, not the partial ones that he's not paying attention to. And then he looks around at all these guys, but he walks up to Viggo Mortensen's face and gets a few inches from his face. Doesn't say a word.
He does.
But the expression on his face is, "You rotten son of a bitch. You were supposed to be my friend, and you stab me in the back like this. You know this shit's wrong."
In the original script, he said to him, "Bro, we were bros, bro. That is not how a bro treats a bro, dude. That is
dude. In the original one, he walked up to his face, and they got nose to nose, and he goes, "Bummer, dude."
First of all, it was the greatest withering stare I've ever seen in a movie.
Yeah,
that Denzel Washington gives him.
And you see Viggo Mortensen lose because when he walks out of there, Viggo Mortensen looks down like, "Fuck, man, I messed up. I really betrayed him." And he did. It was the disappointment. That was like the dad disappointment look turned up 1,000. It was just, you piece of shit. But he didn't say a word.
One of those 7 kids, Jericho. One of those 7 kids who screwed up, and your dad's Denzel Washington. He just looks at you with that face.
Oh man,
fucking hell, man!
You're done.
Dad, I'm sorry. I'm melting.
There was Antoine Dennison said in an alternate version, the message was, there was a global nuclear exchange. You sailors have to repopulate the planet. Get started.
Get started.
Say hoorah!
There's no army people there for them to carry the babies. So how are we going to do that?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
How are we going to do that?
Yeah.
Damn.
But yeah, this is the scene of betrayal. He just looks at him.
Yeah,
Judas. Yeah.
Piece of shit.
Right. So
and then he's saying
Captain Anti-Planet is going forward with his plans to
Planet Hater.
Have a little barbecue on the surface of the earth,
A little Russian barbecue.
right? And the clock is, and it's the tension built in this. It's very Jerry Bruckheimer kind of style. The Rock, all those. Tony Scott, obviously the director, but it's got a little bit of that MTV music video, like actiony kind of that way. The camera will kind of sweep through things and the lighting, and they do successfully build a lot of tension. And they keep coming back to the clock. At first, there was like an hour and a half, and it's just been going down every few scenes, and now we're down to 15 minutes.
14 minutes. And then you get like an update like every 4 or 5 minutes. Somebody comes over the 1MC. Right. Russians will be nuclear capable in 2 minutes. So it's counting down. Like we got to get our shit off before they do. Right. So if Gene Hackman has it his way, we're launching. Now Denzel keeps checking in with the kid in the radio room, like, hey, you. And then when they take him off the bridge, they do the same thing with them. They put him down there in the officers' mess where they were eating before. They lock him in there. And then Gene Hackman's getting started. Like we're turning the keys, we're getting the codes. He's not bullshitting around. It's not the usual, let's fuck around. Final scene, we're gonna dilly dally. No, he's getting to it. Launch this shit. So they need to get out of there and stop him. And that's the captain's right hand man. Even because the first time when he sent Gene Hackman to the room, he goes up to him and he says, "I want to thank you, Cobb." He says, "I want to thank you for having my back." And he goes, "Fuck you." He's like, "I have the captain's back, no question, but this is the right thing to do." But he's like, "I'm still not your friend. I'm just following the rules," which you can respect. He's like, and he told me, "I still thank you. It's respect."
Guys, this is the movies we give you guys. Are they as good as Major Payne? No, but the films that we put in front of you are movies that will, like, again, my wife was watching this movie, and this is what people do not understand about women who go and see movies and what they like and what they don't like. It's been so long since we've made a movie like this. My wife was watching this movie, and she was like, "God, I could watch a movie like this all day." And I said to her, I go, "Then hit play. Why is it paused on Denzel Washington?" Now, that's not the point. But this is a great film. Why are you doing frame by frame? Kind of weird. But I said, I'll tell you this. She watched this and she goes, "This movie makes me feel like is a praise of competent people. Right. People who are competent in their jobs and making adult decisions. When you see adults the same age these actors are in this movie today, they are fumbling buffoons making bad decisions." Mm-hmm. And it's a big joke through everything. And our comedies were clearly delineated from our more serious movies. Movies had range. When you're trying to save the Earth in a Marvel movie, as you've often said, Gabe, there's going to be a joke. You know what I mean? Well, we almost died there, everybody. It's not what it is.
Guys, I'm a little busy trying to save the Earth from an intergalactic mutant right now. Could you save it for later?
Hashtag not right now.
I thought you said you knew these guys.
Thanks for having my back. Hashtag blessed.
I guess the boys aren't back in town.
Exactly. It's like, no.
God, shut up.
When are you guys gonna get to if this was made today portion? Oh, I think we just did, friend.
We just did. Here's the sad part. If this movie was made today, we wouldn't be in today. This movie can't exist today.
No.
It's like I can't even get there in my head. Like, it's like military. No.
Well, first of all, Denzel would be a strong queen, right?
Yeah, she'd be transgender. He'd non-binary or something like that.
Wait, what am I saying? If this movie was made today, it would be celebrating the Russian side. There, I solved it.
Well, Gene Hackman would still be the same kind of a southern
same villain,
dickhead, misogynist, total misogynist.
Denzel Washington would be a black Russian, not to be confused, by the way, with the drink. It was just the way it would be.
Oh, it would be so disgusting.
It would be ridiculous.
Yeah. So they're trapped in the captain's mess. Gene Hackman is ready to nuke the world and start World War III, sending us all back into the Stone Age. And then our little buddy Rivetti shows up and he meets his bully, the guy that bloodied his nose. Remember, they were fighting over who's the better Silver Surfer artist. And he gets the jump on him. He gets the keys, puts the shotgun in your face. How do you like it? How do you like it, bro?
Dude, not cool, right?
Oh, that's
I don't really care for what you said to Bruce Lee in that movie. Go ahead, sorry.
And another dickhead moment for Gene Hackman. He catches him in the hallway and he tells him, sir, I just witnessed a fight. He's like, nothing major, but I just witnessed a fight in the galley. Why don't we? He's like, I think the guys are kind of wound up. Why don't we give him like a pat on the back or something? Kind of ease the tension or something. And so he takes the one MC right there in front of him and he goes, Commander Hunter brought it to my attention that things are a little tense. And he's like, this is war. This shit's real. Not no time for no pat on the back. He's like, you need to stay ready and shit. And hangs up. And he was like, very professional, sir.
Right.
He's like, he's totally against him, and that might have been, but again, he had a good point. But you do when you notice the crew like that, you do want to kind of ease the tension a little bit. You don't want them fighting each other. You want them to keep that fight for the guys outside. So I see his point, but he knows that Denzel was right, but he wasn't going to give.
Well, he also deliberately, how do I word it? He deliberately cut the legs out from Denzel Washington, who is somebody that everybody else on the ship has to trust. It's like he's got to trust Denzel Washington. It would have been an easy thing for him to have that conversation, but he wanted to do it publicly. And that's the thing that, and I can't imagine that is good form in a tense situation. Just so you know, your second in command is a fucking moron.
Yeah.
It's like, let me announce that to everybody. Shit.
Yeah, he didn't have to say his name, but he did just to be
to
be an asshole, just to dig a little bit deeper on him. But yeah, he tells him, open the door, let them out and shit. And then they Denzel tells him to, and then the classic took your uniform scene.
Right.
But yeah, he tells them to get coveralls so they can all look like crew members and not, like the officers that they are, so they can get back up there and take the bridge.
Right. Yeah. So this is a mutiny or something. I don't know. This is
remix.
Right. So yeah, so they're coming. I guess they have to go up to a certain level to launch it. Or
yeah, so they can get reception basically.
Right.
Because they're so far down that nothing can penetrate.
Right. So they're getting very close to it. But then Denzel has an intense conversation with Viggo Mortensen, telling him not to. There's something that he's in charge of that won't let them launch the nuke. I guess there's some computer terminal or some key he has. I'm not exactly sure how it works. It's something he has in the safe.
Yeah, and he's the only one with the combination.
Right. Yeah. So again, this is that multi-level security where they have all these redundancies to make sure a nuke doesn't get launched by accident.
Whoops.
Yeah, and again, the lighting in this is sublime. That's great lighting right there.
And smoking everywhere. The good old day.
Right. So he gives the order to launch, I believe, and then it doesn't launch. And then Denzel and his little crew, dressed up in their like maintenance man uniforms or just their regular sailor uniforms, they're kind of trailing them through the ship as they head down there to Viggo Mortensen's area.
He's on the deck above him, and he can see him down below. But he when Gene Hackman's on the bridge, he turns the key to launch, and it doesn't. He's like, "Fuck it, we'll do it manually. I'll do it from that room," because that's where another one is that he has to turn. So he turns that one, leaves the key in there, runs down there with all his boys, and Viggo Mortensen doesn't want to give it up, so he pulls the gun, puts it to his head, but he don't give a shit. So he's like, you know what? He's like, you don't care about yourself. So he grabs one of his shipmates, one of the other crew members.
Yeah, he says, and killing Viggo Mortensen would do him no good because
he's the only one with the combo.
Right.
And so he grabs somebody else, and then that's when he's like, 1, 2, he's on the count to 3, and then he, all right, and he caves again.
Right.
And gives him the access to the whatever was in the safe. I think the other key or something. And then the remote. That's right. It's a remote. He's going to actually pull the trigger and physically launch the nukes. But then he pulls it, and nothing happens. And then one of the guys looking at the radar says, "Sir, the key's been taken out." So now he knows that Denzel and the guys are back up on the bridge.
Right.
Took the key out. And so now they're about to come up. And it's about to be a confrontation because we can't retake the bridge. So this shit's gotta come to an end. And they're still building the tension. They keep checking in. How's it going, kid? What's up with the radio? And it's
and that's a young Ryan Phillippe whose career was.
That's what I said to my wife. I said, she goes, "No, he wasn't old enough to be in this." And I'm just looking right now. I'm looking to see if he is, because that's got to be him.
No, that was him.
That's him.
So many stars in this.
Damn.
Movie.
Dang, man.
Yeah, he looks like a baby there. Jeez.
Yeah, he's like 5.
Yeah.
He looks like a toddler.
So yeah, the radio guys. He's almost.
He's in utero. Sorry. Go ahead.
He's just sperm.
Right. So now there's a confrontation on the bridge. Denzel's taking over again. Gene Hackman's back, and they're just like, okay, the radio's practically fixed. You better not be wrong about this. So now we get some tension here.
And he punches him twice. Give me the fucking key, and he punches him and hits him again. That's right. Why he's bleeding. But Denzel controls himself. He could easily whoop the shit out of especially how you saw him hitting that bag earlier. He could easily fuck Gene Hackman up, but that would be wrong. That would be a crime. He would lose the respect of the men. Like, you can't do that. You just gotta the right thing to do is to take it and let him repair the radio and see what the rest of that message said. If it says launch him, fucking get him. It's counting down. Russia will have launch capabilities in 4 minutes. So it's, dun, 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 what's going to happen. And then they're just sitting across from each other, just fucking the old stare down. And that kid's down there working on that radio again, sweating like a sumbitch.
That Tony Scott water spray,
Yeah, it looks like a tomato from a fucking McDonald's commercial or something. Like a sliced tomato on a burger that never looks like that. Yeah, so but he's nervous and he's like sweating and shit. He got that big old cut over his eye. So he's feeling it down there too. Again, the weight of the world is on his shoulders.
On this kid who was probably in high school like 2.5 years ago or a year ago. He fixes the radio, he gets the message, they print it out, but the movie makers are great. The kid doesn't tell you, what does this thing say? Were they supposed to attack? And now it's too late. Russia has got America and nuked them first. Or are they not supposed to send the nuke? And they go through that awesome, I love the protocol where they open the locker, they get the plastic thing with the card in it, with the Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, all that, those Alpha, I want to say alphanumeric, there's no numbers, the code on there. And they go through all those steps again, where the officers read that, match it to the written note, and then the captain reads it, everybody concurs that is correct, and there's the matching number. And then we finally get to see what it says. And it turns out, much to nobody's surprise, since this is a movie, Denzel was right, and they were not supposed to launch shit because the Russian rebel leader has surrendered quickly. And they talk again, the news doing the exposition, cleaning up all the edges, making sure everything ends nice and neat. It tells you what happened, how quickly they gave up, and they expected a fight, but they didn't, and all this shit. So had Hackman had his way, had Denzel not had the testicular fortitude to stick to his guns and do what he knew was right, then Russia would have been all fucked up, and then they would have launched on us, and it would have been bad for everybody. Yeah. And you get a very Hollywood thing when he announces to the crew that they're not going to launch the nukes. Oh, there's a release for all. Then there's cheering, there's clapping, there's tears probably, and there's such a Hollywood thing. They show the dog barking, like the dog fucking understood the intercom or something.
I told you, fucker. I told you.
No, the dog is like, damn. No,
he's like,
like, hey, nobody likes nuclear war, but I really can't
while
stand
they're
those
waiting.
Russians.
Yeah, right. Am I right?
The dog is a vicious bigot,
That's totally right. Yeah, that dog is like, where's my hood? And it's like, easy, friend. Damn. But this is the thing about it, right? When I was watching this, they get into the most awkward horse conversation I've ever heard in my life. My wife and I are watching this scene, and we're like going, this is different. With that and the high school conversation, I am now convinced that Gene Hackman's character had to introduce himself to everybody in his neighborhood by order of some court decree.
He was doing door to door.
Weird shit in this guy. And it was almost like we were sitting here. My wife actually looked at me halfway through and she goes, he's not going there, is he? And I said, yes, he is.
He is. He lives there.
He's going there. And that's an important bit because it ties into the end of the movie.
Right.
But I was like,
when they're sitting there and they're waiting for the message from the boy on the radio, they start debating about what's your favorite horse, and I like to ride Arabians, and no, that's not a sex joke about my people.
I wonder with Gene Hackman.
And then they get into this argument, not a disagreement about this certain Portuguese horse, or is it Spanish or whatever, and I don't know. So it's a bizarre conversation they have right there. So, and then the dog cheers because nobody's gonna die.
The dog is happy.
That guy. You know what this guy's saying right now? He's all,
Dude, that is radical. We're not gonna die in thermonuclear fire, dude.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We live to see another day, dude.
Yeah, he went
I
on to
didn't
play
want
the
my skin to
cucumber.
boil off today, bro.
Antoine Dennis said, alternate ending. The dog chews up the message and they launch the news.
Stupid fucking dog.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I told you not to bring the dog.
Fucking dog.
Oh,
And then have a scene where he puts his head down and goes, "Rrr," and he covers his eyes with his paws.
that's you know, you have those inside jokes with your family that you kind of make up, and I don't remember the context of it, but me and my daughter think one of the funniest concepts is those stupid like Disney kid movies, like Air Bud. Remember that dog that could like play basketball or whatever? And it's like the late 90s or mid 90s. And I made up some joke about that there was a version with football, or maybe there's a version where Air Bud's a quarterback. I don't know. But it's that scene in the Disney movie where the good guys are telling the evil referee, it doesn't say a dog can't be quarterback. And the referee's like, I guess so.
Yeah, it doesn't say in the rule books. Let that dog shoot up.
And then the dog throws 4 touchdowns. And
You done it again, Disney. You done it again.
Let the dog play. Yeah, let him play. Okay.
And then, of course, Disney would license the music. Who let the dogs out? And he's like running around.
But only part of it. They only play like 30 seconds of it.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
Right. So yeah, terminate, launch all missiles. I guess it's a good thing they found out what the note really said, huh?
Why couldn't they just write terminate launch?
What if it was just someone goofing on the message thing and they just wanted to talk because they were bored? Like, what you doing? LOL.
LOL. LMFAO. BRB. Just all those stupid acronyms. Well, good thing they weren't fooling around with that. And crisis averted. Now they're back on the deck of the Le Poupe.
Of the Le Poupe.
The French aircraft carrier that has its main speed is a reverse.
Right. Yeah. Now the note said April Fool.
Kill him. April Fools. Kill him. Gotcha. Launch it.
So they cut back to that reporter from the very opening scene of the movie.
Clean it up.
He's on the Le Poupe, the USS Le Poupe, or the US the French aircraft carrier. And they show some footage of the Russian soldiers, the Russian rebels surrendered immediately to the Russian authorities. So they no longer have access to the nukes. So it was all averted. And this guy is, they surrendered to us, the rebels. They no longer have nuclear codes. So exactly. This guy's got quite a noggin. Look at this thing, man.
Dome.
Jeez, that is
my version is a little more Air Bud for this movie. The message comes through. The dog is a Russian spy.
Oh,
totally turns, and the dog is in there doing Morse. You don't know. Could be amazing.
Dude, my own.
They come in there, the dog's like, and they play Russian music.
In Soviet Russia, dog walks you in Soviet Russia.
Dude, kill that dog, bro. Kill him, dude.
Dude, can you believe the dog fucking betrayed us, dude?
What a dick, bro. I fed him treats, bro, and he did us like that.
I thought Mr. Muffins was like our boy, man.
Dude,
bogus.
When you guys are asleep, I haven't put peanut butter in my ass and let him lick it out, dude.
Better be organic peanut butter, bro.
Dude, talk about betrayal, bro.
Oh,
that was Skippy, dude.
Wait. Now you brought up peanut butter. Peanut butter is a food I eat every day. Okay, I love peanut butter. Now, what I will not tolerate,
dude.
What I will not tolerate ever, is people saying creamy peanut butter is better than chunky. Where do you stand, gentlemen? Are you creamy or chunky guys? Don't let me down.
I mean, yeah, I'm down with the chunky. I'll do either way, but yeah, I got respect for the chunky.
Huh?
You ever put peanut butter on your waffles? Peanut butter and syrup on your waffle?
That sounds delicious.
I celebrate the entire waffle, so of course I have.
Your life. Peanut butter
Let me say.
and syrup on your waffles.
Damn.
My favorite Jim Gaffigan joke ever was he said, I got extreme chunky peanut butter
Okay.
and it was just a jar of nuts. This is the thing I have to say, man, is that I love I don't like the creamy peanut butter, man. I like it to be just chunky style, go all in. That's the shit I love. But I will say,
make sure.
peanut butter, like again, and you know, it's like if you're looking for a staple to survive on, can't go wrong with peanut butter unless you have a nut allergy.
You know what? A breakfast I have all the time is hot cup of coffee with heavy cream. Big scoop of chunky peanut butter, and then mash into it like 2 strips of bacon into the peanut butter.
Damn.
Delicious.
Oh,
Delicious.
sounds great.
I love that. So that is a favorite breakfast of mine. Anyway, Russian president says rebels have surrendered. So yeah. And then we go to naval headquarters in Hawaii.
Dog Hawaii. Outside, somebody's holding on or watching his dog. It's like an E2 is watching his dog shit on the grass.
So then you get these old guys that these must be 500-star admirals, right? Like these are the bosses of the Navy, right?
That's a 2-star in the middle, yeah, big time. And then to his right is a captain, just like Gene Hackman, and the guy on the right, he's a lieutenant. He's actually a lower rank than Denzel, but he's still, you know. And then you see on his hat those gold leafing, we call it scrambled eggs.
Right.
Only commander and up have those on their hat.
Okay.
So if you have those on your hat, you big time.
All right. Real quick, we'll get to the very ending here, the denouement, as they say. The winner of the poll was Crimson Tide. Was a better Navy movie than Top Gun in second. Under Siege with the bouillabaisse.
Hey.
Top Gun Maverick, which is a favorite of mine. I love that's an instant classic. Came in fourth.
Great movie.
So, yeah. But since we have a few minutes left, I will say this: peanut butter, and we will say chunky, and the second option is creamy for people that like that. Blah. Right.
For those gross people,
right? For you disgusting people, it's ghastly.
You guys are fucking gross.
Is that like the school bully girl from Laguna Beach or something? Like,
no. You guys are so fucking gross.
No, that's Jericho's recall, like intense recall and trauma from Trader Joe's. I'm just convinced that's what's pouring out of him.
Oh yeah.
Just listening to these fucking people walk by and just
What is the name of the girl that sounds like that? The little prissy like jerk. What is her name? What would she be named? Is she
like Amber or something like that?
Amber.
So, yeah, that's a good one to go with now.
Amber, I wanted to ask you, can you believe that Leah is wearing that outfit today? Can you she thinks she can pull that off? What do you think of that?
You know? I can't CYANT. I can't right now.
All right.
She's so fucking gross. I hope she goes home and kills herself.
You didn't throw. I don't think you threw in
That's
there
what
enough.
They say. That's what little
but you had to
bastards
say in there. They said I can't even. You gotta throw that even in there. It's essential.
Yes.
I can't essential. Even deal. I'm gonna go in the bathroom and throw out what I just ate right now.
I was gonna do that anyway.
We'll get to the end here, but this is alarming to me, and I feel a little bit like Denzel when they re-mutinied him. My own show, my own YouTube channel. How dare you guys vote for Cream?
Happens.
How dare you?
That was
How
quick.
E2 chat, E2.
That was quick.
How dare you? We don't do creamy peanut butter around here. It's nonsense.
Apparently they do.
I guess so. I guess more chunky for me. Am I right?
They love this stuff.
Yeah, that's right, man.
They can't. I can't get
here
enough
we go.
of it.
Here's Amber's favorite saying: "Gag me with a spin."
Gag me with a spin right now. You are so gross.
Chat has the con.
No, that right there.
They do.
Right.
That is another double impact T-shirt. Chat has the con. Come on. Can we make that happen?
I'm Team Cream. Do you know Team Cream? How that sounds? How that makes you look?
Dude, I want to be on Team Cream, bro.
Hey, you can't put chunky PB. How dare you? We do that all the time at my house.
Damn.
Hey, more nuts for me over here. That's right.
Hey.
This morning,
Hey, I'll take those nuts.
I opened a jar of peanut butter and it was creamy. And I was like, I don't even know how this got in my house. I literally went to the can of nuts, smashed nuts, and sprinkled them into the creamy because I did not want to tolerate creamy peanut butter.
Let me tell you this, right?
Gross, like-
I call it neutered peanut butter. No
Yeah.
nuts.
That's right. And
Dude, I don't even
right
care.
here-
Like whatever, I'll like put it in my mouth and eat it. Like I don't even care.
Do you like your bouillabaisse with nuts? Chunky sky nuts. Anyway,
There's no other way to eat it. If you don't
Is
eat
it
it with chunky sky nuts in it,
yeah,
you're not eating it right.
yeah, that sounds atrocious. So, anyway,
Tried it.
the admiral and his cohorts are not exactly excoriating Denzel,
No.
but again, they play up a little mystery to it because this movie's a thriller. It's an action movie somewhat, but it's more of a psychological thriller. And they're playing up: is Denzel busted? Is he going to be peeling potatoes, flying a freighter ship with rubber dog shit? What are they going to do to him because of what happened? Did he commit a mutiny? Is this a crime? Is he going to be court-martialed? Is he going to be imprisoned? And they go over everything that happened here, and they keep playing it down the middle like, we don't know. And then, they want to commend him on it, and it was good. And that the captain, who's going to retire now, I guess he's going to take an early retirement.
Yep.
He did some bad things, pointing a gun at a crewman's head. Probably.
Yeah.
Is that against the Uniform Code of Justice, Jericho, in your estimation? I know you're not a lawyer. I know you're not a JAG.
Yeah, I'm no esquire, but yeah, you can't be doing that, especially over some shit like that.
Well, if I can
that's a
just throw it out
no-go.
there, I've just heard it's frowned upon. That's all I've heard.
Pretty big frown.
Now,
And,
in his defense, Jericho, he only pointed the gun at his friend's head because he wanted to launch nuclear bomb.
Oh, you should have started with that part. Well,
Right.
yeah, that makes all the difference in the world. He put a gun to his head so he
Right.
could go ahead and kill 10 million people.
Right.
And let him
well,
go.
Yeah, because he didn't have time to wait for the rest.
Dude, like let him go. He didn't kill anybody. Stop.
So that is a little bit, and I don't want to crap on the movie. I thought it was a good movie, but I don't know the military law and how it works in time of war and all that. But I do feel like this guy wouldn't just retire. I think this guy might be in some trouble. I don't know though. Maybe they know that war is hell and it's crazy, and they go, "Hey, man, everyone gets a little crazy sometimes," and they just let it slide. I don't know. I don't know how that
The
works.
fact that nobody was hurt and he probably used up all his credibility, all his favors, all his seniority to basically save his life and his retirement,
Right.
and basically get out of here now, or you don't want to face a court martial and all that shit. People get to testifying. So he was like, nah, all right, I'll go. I'll take my stupid little dog and let him piss on stuff somewhere else.
Right. And so then they head out, and he tells Denzel that, on the ship back there, you were right. He's all about the horse when they were arguing about whether the horse was Portuguese or not or whatever. And it's kind of the little wink there. And I don't know how these two could stand each other, but somehow I guess their professionalism overcomes their resentment. They salute each other.
Great salutes, by the way.
Oh, are those good?
Oh yeah, especially Gene Hackman. Nice, sharp, wrist is straight, arms parallel to the deck. Yeah, looking good.
Looking good. Looking nice.
Especially for being that one of the old timers. Usually their salutes are like, man, I don't give a fuck. But his looks good.
All right. And that's it. And then you get this little writing here, and they just give you a note, a real life note, that as of January 96, primary authority and ability to fire nuclear missiles will no longer rest with U.S. submarine commanders. Principal control will reside with the President of the United States.
Well, I'm sure now that's a much scarier sentence than it was in 1995.
Mr. Biden, should we wait for the rest of the intel before we launch these nukes?
Intel? Is that a laptop? Hunter, did you leave another laptop somewhere?
And thermonuclear fire scene.
And we're dead.
Wait a second. You don't think it would be, excuse me, should we alert the president we're about to do this? Nah,
Right.
he's too far gone.
Nah, it'd be better.
reality.
It would be safer if we did it.
He's in the middle of his pudding, and it's the afternoon.
That's right.
He doesn't like to be.
That's all they hear from the Oval Office.
Was that a song? Was he singing?
No, they're like, we have to go to the person who's always whispering in the president's ear. Cut to the dog. Oh shit! That dog is still here.
I like this version. If this was made today, you would hear Trump laughing obviously in the background out of this image. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Intel, I left it in the garage with my Corvette.
Safest place.
First of all, we have the biggest subs, the hugest subs. Now
Right.
that's what I wanted to see in this movie. Make it happen. Make that movie.
Oh my
Do
God.
it now.
Yeah, I'd never seen this movie. Denzel was great. Gene Hackman was great. It was a thriller. It is very 90s, this movie, but hey, we love that around here. It has that same feel as what the hell is the movie with the miners that go to space? Armageddon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The oil rig
the story's
guys.
totally different, but it just has that feel to it of the
Isn't that Michael Bay?
Yeah, I don't know if that was Michael Bay.
Yeah, it's Michael Bay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's got that thing going on.
Because Michael Bay-isms. Yeah, if you're in a Michael Bay movie, you're going to see them filmed from the ground as the camera's like spinning around. A lot of spinning cameras.
All right.
In the Michael Bayism.
Right. So so next week it's going to be Hombre and Fuego.
Yes.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Now I want you to whet my appetite a little bit, Mr. Andretti, Mr. Green. You both love this movie. What can I look forward to? I'm gonna have to watch it this weekend. But is this what I want? Is this just action packed? Is this people getting their teeth punched out the back of their head? Will I love it?
Yeah, there's some of that. There's a fellow who gets some particularly rough treatment. There's some shooting, some shit gets blown up. There's some great acting. You got Denzel Washington, Christopher Walken, Mickey Rourke. Mark Anthony does his thing. So some heavy hitters in there. It's about family, but not in the traditional sense. So I don't want to give nothing away.
Okay.
It's a very untraditional family, but the same feelings are involved. So there's some betrayal in there, some major betrayal. You got some classic action movie tropes, because of Christopher Walken and him are old military buddies. That kind of thing. You have the classic getting armed for the fight scene, which is pretty cool. But prepare to get choked up. Yeah, man. There's a very powerful scene, couple powerful scenes in it, where but it's a good movie, and it's realistic. And as realistic as it can be, based on a true story, real person. Creasy what was his? I don't remember his first name, but everybody calls him Creasy. He's the main character, and John Creasy. And this is a remake. Blew my mind. Scott Glenn, 1987, Man on Fire.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that. I got it. I got it free on Amazon or something like Amazon Prime, some shit. But I don't care if I have to rent it. But I'm gonna watch that one first because I've seen and I'm gonna watch Man on Fire again, no problem.
Yeah.
But I've seen it before, so I want to watch the original one, and then watch the one with Denzel one again, which I have no problem with. Great movie. I'm not a DVD buyer. That's one of the few movies, that Chappelle Show first 2 seasons, like that's the kind of shit it has to be for me to buy it. And I bought that DVD. Came out 2004, so well before all the streaming shit. But
I own every season of Chappelle's Show just because he's one day we'll have to have that conversation. But Dave Chappelle's comedy, because I love stand-up. I mean, I love stand-up. I've been watching stand-up comedy since I was a kid. And I mean, like, really studying it. I remember listening to Pryor with some friends on, a cassette tape that had been recorded off of another cassette tape. Do you know what I mean? In the middle of Chattanooga, we were sitting there. And our minds were blown. I remember Sam Kinison. I remember all of this stuff. And one of my favorite comments about Dave Chappelle, which you can't get to me, you can't get a better compliment from another comedian, is Richard Pryor said about Dave Chappelle later in his life. He goes, "I know I can die now because Dave Chappelle is here." It's like, fucking hell. Like, you don't get anything better than that.
I had all Richard Pryor's albums. Actually, I stole them from my mom, and I would listen to them side A one night, and then side B the next night, and then rotate through them and then start all over. I don't know how many times. I would take one at a time and then put it back in the morning. And then I did the same thing with Bill Cosby's stand-up, but Richard Pryor, he's probably the greatest stand-up comedian ever. And his life was so tragic, but I think that's what gave him the fuel to be how he was as far as his comedy. And he made some classic movies too, but his stand-up comedy, he's the greatest. You cannot make a Mount Rushmore of stand-up comedians without his bust being the first one.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you gotta have on that Mount Rushmore, right? It's like you see certain people who are just giants. You know, you've got like, to me, it's like there's Pryor, there's Lenny Bruce, there's like all these guys who are special. And you are fortunate when you live in a time where you have a comic great like that. It's like watching.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't explain to people what it was like. Like people go, well, you know, it's like, you know, how do you is this player better than Michael Jordan? Well, we're still talking about Michael Jordan. Is this boxer better than Ali? Well, we're still talking about Ali. Oh, this fighter's undefeated though. That wasn't the point of Ali. Did this fighter fight Joe Frazier and George Foreman?
Yeah.
No.
With basically a fucking isotoner mitten on your hand. Like, it wasn't these, you know, dude, back in like Joe Louis days and shit, Muhammad Ali, you're fighting in fucking work gloves, basically.
Right.
You know, like glorified work gloves. They're beating the shit out of each other.
15 rounds?
Man. Yeah.
I mean, give 15 rounds with Frazier? Get out of town.
Dude, Joe Louis, imagine, let's see. Who got treated better, Joe Louis or Mike Tyson 40 years later? Yeah, probably Mike Tyson. Joe Louis probably had a rough time getting to and from the ring back in the 40s.
He probably couldn't like stay at the same hotel as his manager or whatever.
I will tell
he had to like come in through the kitchen and shit. Right. He's back there with bark, 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 chickens and shit, and he's the world champ.
Right.
I will tell you this, and I don't mean this in an even remotely. It's sort of funny, right? Like,
hold on. Go ahead.
Go, please.
The miser, Joe Louis would kill Richard Pryor. I think
that is true. He would.
Well, if he made Richard Pryor go into his medium, he would get fucked up. But I mean, not that he's anywhere near that. But Richard Pryor was, I think, an amateur boxer.
Really?
Yeah. And plus, you know, you'd have to mess with people like Ali and anybody else who loved Richard Pryor. You'd have to get through them first, man.
Oh,
but
man.
It's but I was going to say this though, because what was the thing I was going to? Oh yeah, so if there's a documentary anybody wants to watch, to really, that just is mind blowing. Check out the PBS documentary on Jack Johnson. I mean, that is some crazy,
even crazier.
But I gotta say this though too, like people don't understand like how different people related, you know, back in the day, which is, you know, there was, you know, of course, like there always has been, there was the upper class, and then there was, you know, whatever. So the two things I was really happy about. I don't know how many people followed this, so thank you, Sylvester Stallone, for pushing this, and thank you, former President Trump, for getting this done. Was the pardon of Jack Johnson?
Yeah,
and it's important because, and the thing though that I do like about Jack Johnson and that story is that one of the guys who was a fight promoter who was willing to promote Jack Johnson's fights, right, was, I think he was Italian, I'm not positive. And so Jack Johnson gets basically railroaded. He flees the country. Eventually he has to return, and he has to serve time in prison, right? And this is my favorite part of the story that people don't understand about like how people actually were willing to work together, which is how it's always been back in the day. The guy who put on those fights for Jack Johnson ran the prison he went to. So Jack Johnson's cell was open. It's like, go on, Jack, whatever you want to do around here. Fucking beautiful. And that's one of my favorite
no one's
stories
gonna fuck with you.
Yeah,
those guys, you know.
Ooh.
I did a few years back, I did a comic I'm really proud of, one of the best comics I ever did, with the great writer Adam Glass. He's writing the Equalizer. He's the showrunner for Equalizer on CBS right now, and he did In From the Cold on Netflix, and he did Supernatural for years. Good friend of mine, great writer, and he wrote Rough Riders, and it was Harry Houdini, Teddy Roosevelt, Annie Oakley, Thomas Edison, and then Jack Johnson. And it's like, he's like Batman, Teddy Roosevelt. He's really rich, and he has gadgets, and he fights crime and all this like steampunk, and there's like aliens and government conspiracies. It's a really fun book. Pat Olaf illustrated this, but he seeks out Jack Johnson like fighting on a barge on a river, and he recruits him to the team. And it was just a really fun comic book to work on. But yeah, I love Jack Johnson. I learned about him working on this comic. A lot of fun. So
And
yeah,
you look at that old footage. That guy, when they talk about people who raised the game of boxing, he could move, man. I mean, he practically looks like. I mean, you get the sense, and this is not often able to be done. You get the sense that someone like him could come into the ring now and just be outstanding.
Yeah.
Seriously, I mean, he moves like a modern fighter in so many ways. He'd probably be like, "What with these pillows on my hand?"
Yeah, it's those guys, Sugar Ray Robinson, Jack Johnson, Joe Louis, Rocky Marciano was almost unfair. You look at some of their highlights, the way they would beat the shit out of those other people, man. They were just lesser competition, man. That shit was it was. I mean, it's awesome to see, but it was like, man, that's not even fair. Who set that damn fight up? You know, man, that guy just got his ass whooped. We got to reteach him all kinds of shit tomorrow. But
my
man,
studio,
those guys are awesome.
In the next town over, I have a studio space that I go to sometimes that I share with a buddy of mine who's a painter. And on my side of the studio, I've got Jack Dempsey and Joe Louis up on the wall, prints of them. Those guys are the heroes, man.
The Brown Bomber.
87 rounds. No.
Straight. No breaks. No
You ain't
water.
kidding, though.
Fight until somebody's life ends.
Yeah,
You know?
guys, that was happening a couple times back then. Dudes getting killed in the ring because they just get sucked up.
And what was the purse back then? You know, what would they win? Like barely anything.
Like a steak dinner.
Don't you like in the I know we did Rocky on here, but maybe we should do it again because we did it when we were first getting started.
Oh yeah, we got it.
Do you guys do part 3?
No, we only did one Rocky movie, the first one, but we should do it over because we were new at this. It was one of the first movies we did. But I remember in the beginning that he's, get the shit beat out of him, and he gets, what does he get, like $25 or something, or $50? And then the manager of the boxing club is like, and it's $3 for the room, for your locker, $2 for your towel, and $2 for the cut man, and like by the time you're $7, sorry about your nose, So,
but
damn,
do you want to know what the great irony of this show is? I have to share with the chat because this came up in my feed because it goes, you might like because I watch our videos. And I just thought to myself, like, I was looking at this, and yes, indeed, my brother's artwork is badass.
Thank you. I wanted to not to brag on myself, but I wanted to say thank you, Matthew, for saying that.
Amen.
That if I could interrupt you for 1 second, Shant, I know I do it all the
time.
My favorite comics I've ever worked on, obviously, are Truth, Justice, American Way and Beef Law, my creator-owned ones. But I think Rough Riders, of everything I ever did, Star Wars and Batman Arkham City. I think those are the highlights to me of when I worked for DC and the bigger companies like that. But Rough Riders is a favorite of mine. I love working
That's
on
awesome.
Living legend, guys. He's kicking ass with his stuff.
But go ahead, Sean. What were you saying, bud?
One of the most poetically beautiful things, and I could be wrong, and I just found this out because it recommended it, goes, you might also like, is the Double Impact episode that we did on Double Impact. Have you ever looked at how many views it has?
Oh my gosh, that is it has like 60,000 views.
65,000 views.
It gets thousands of views a week because people think it's like a bootleg free version of Double Impact. And if you go to the comment section there are people that are angry. They're like, I want to watch Double Impact. One of the guys wrote to me in Portuguese saying that. So I wrote back in the Portuguese saying, then go buy it, is what I wrote to him.
And it still makes me laugh, man. Like when I see that, I'm like,
it gets views all the time. Here, let's go. Oh, it's right here. Hold on, I'll bring it up on screen. Yeah, I thought I was the only one that knows this. This shit makes me laugh.
It came up in my thing, and I went, what? I was like, that's like, we aren't Jericho Green. What are we doing? 65,000
Right.
views.
So here it is. Here's our review of Double Impact, and with just me and Sean from months ago.
God, it's from ages now. I can't imagine it before Jericho.
67,000 views.
Are you kidding me?
This guy said right here. I'll try and blow it up.
Yeah, screw you guys.
People are mad in the comments because they think he's like, "Estou a pedir un dublo de este film." I think and I looked that up on Google Translate. It's like he wants to buy it. So I wrote back to him in Portuguese. I looked up how to write back. I says, "Okay, then go buy it, dude." And then just laughed at him. And then just like put laughing emojis. But yeah, we did Double Impact. So yeah, it's
Go
That was
hilarious.
before
buy it,
Jericho
dude.
cleaned up this show.
Bro, if you want to see it, then buy it.
Dude,
bro.
buy it, bro. Buy it, dog.
The show feels wrong without Jericho, man. It's
Yeah.
weird. When I go back and look at it, I'm like going, what the hell? The hell is
Man, you
happening
guys-
here?
I'm just hopping aboard. You guys already had it going.
Well, I remember when I told
Dude.
you about the concept, your eyes got bigger. Like, I got to go on that show. Is what you told me.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds like it's right up my alley.
It is
Right up my alley.
No, dude.
I love all the
Fucking
characters
hell,
that
man.
we have.
We have Brody. We have Brody, the
Dude.
bodyboarder.
Now Brody, he's a longboarder. You know, that's more chill. For those of you that don't surf, the longboards, they catch the waves easier and all that, but it's going to be slower. It's not going to be as dynamic. The short boards, obviously, you're going to go faster, turn more athletic, more daring. But Brody, I think,
Definitely a longboarder, dude.
Dude, I like a longboard, bro, but I can like do it all, dude. Like
Right.
bodyboard,
You ever
wakeboard,
Right. You ever body surf, bro?
dude, all kinds of surf. I've like done all kinds of surfing,
I
bro.
remember,
I've done all the surfing, dude, and I even listened to the Butthole Surfers, dude.
Dude, let me tell you.
That's a real
This-
group, by the way.
right.
I know this real group. I've actually listened to that real group. And this is the thing I'll tell you. The worst acting, and we've watched Boz's flick, by the way. The worst acting ever in a movie, for my money,
Yes.
is in Point Break and a cameo appearance by Anthony Kiedis. When he goes, is this the
Oh,
part where
man.
you're going to tell me not to be here? Anthony Kiedis, literally, this is the acting.
Oh.
By the way, he is failing at acting opposite Keanu Reeves in the 90s. Let's be clear. He's like, that would just be a waste of our time. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, Kiedis?
What was this?
Keanu.
What was that in the 80s when people were like talking and they were like doing this?
I do
Dude,
not know.
some things you just have to enjoy them for what they are, and that is just a beautiful disaster.
I don't know.
Point Break. I thought it was cool though when I saw the previews and they had the presidents. They were in the president's mask.
Oh, yeah,
That was
that's some
pretty
cool
cool.
shit.
And, you know,
I've seen-
Gary Busey, his crazy ass.
him and them those horse chiclets he has. My goodness.
Dude, about an apple through.
Gary Busey. He's like, I gotta tell you, I don't trust this Ryback. How do you talk without lips, Gary? I don't know.
I don't know. Just do.
That movie, Point Break, is such a letdown to me. I've seen it. I don't think it's good. But what you said about the presidents and the skydiving with the trailer of that movie looks
It did.
freaking
It looked real cool.
like one of the coolest movies ever. Then I watched it, was just like,
My favorite character in that
what
movie.
is Keanu's big thing? FBI. You know, and he's like talking about he's like
Vaya con Dios, man. That's the
Cameron
best.
Diaz, bro. R.I.P. Pat.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
man, it was awful, but the trailer did look good. It looked really good.
There was a movie about 10 years ago, and me and my kids were so excited about it. It had one of the most thrilling, badass, tension-fueled trailers, and the movie was dog shit. The Alien prequel Prometheus.
oh,
gosh,
gosh.
Oh
yeah.
my God.
I've
the
heard
trailer-
bad things about that.
The trailer for that movie's insane. It looks
It's
like
a great
the
trailer.
greatest sci-fi horror, and they have that klaxon going ran, and it keeps cutting the imagery, and it's scary, and it's lights, and it's blinking, and it's monsters, and it's astronauts, and the fucking movie sucks, dude.
That's where they put
Walk
everything.
away.
Dude, that's where they blew their load, bro. It was in the trailer, dude.
My favorite character in Point Break, though, that people is underappreciated. He's only referred to. He's like, we got to get there before this amount of time, or Rosie is gonna gut her like a fish. And he's like, you gotta call it off, buddy. And he's like, I can't, man. Rosie, he's just like a mechanism. And I just freaking love that line. Before I die, I want somebody to say, I would love to call Sean off, man, from eating that giant pile of Slim Jims, but he's just like a mechanism.
That was better than the movie. They should have had you do
Dude, it was better than the
All
movie.
right, they should reshoot it.
Yo, it was better.
That's right.
I am in favor of this from Matthew.
Keanu.
We need
Brody versus the Englishman, of course.
I say,
Young man, can you point me to the tastiest waves around?
Of course, dude. All right, listen up, bro. You go across the street, you go around the taco truck, but if it's like Tuesday, it won't be there till like 4, dude. Like, killer, dude. So then you go like around the taco truck, you go down the beach, and if you see Sandra, dude, tell her to bring me my bong and stop being a dick, bro. And then you go around the other
Dick,
corner,
do
dude.
I tell this Dick character or Sandra? Which one do I
Dude,
speak
no,
to?
no, dude. Tell her to stop being a dick, bro. And
Wait,
then you
Sandra
go down.
is Dick?
Dude, you want to know where the tasty waves are or not, bro?
I would love nothing more, young man.
All right, dude. So you go around there and go across there, and then like you're there, dude.
Wait,
Do I
who was
need
this,
to
what
bring my
was this
own
girl's name?
surfboard? Would I be able to procure a surfboard from you, young man?
Of course, dude. The surfboard's everywhere, bro. But make sure you get in the order, dude. You can't like jump in the water. Someone's gonna kick your ass, bro.
Now, I've heard, keep this between you and I, I've heard some of the ladies at the beach, they do not wear a top. Is this true?
Of course, dude. There's so many bunnies out there with their tits out, bro.
Poltergeist.
There's like tits everywhere, dude. Everywhere you look, bro, it's like tits, bro.
All right, so I guess the English Lord is going surfing.
Oh, hang 10, my man.
Dude, I gotta tell you, man. Like, Keanu gets a lot of grief. He's done some good stuff in movies, but I will cry at the end of that movie when he's like, what did he say? He said something. Oh gosh, people counted on you and they died. You gotta go down now. It's gotta be this way. I can't end up in no cage, man.
Oh, that was
You got kicked in
terrible.
the head or something.
There was some Sling Blade level shit in that movie, I don't want to end up in that cage. Like, it was
All
fucking.
right.
Yeah.
So who's just gonna kill themselves? Like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I need to die.
Yeah, I'm gonna go paddle out into this typhoon and hope she
You're right. My bad. Let me go kill
Yeah,
myself.
the ending of that just like, what? He's just gonna drown surfing.
Let me go kill
You
myself
think,
without
I
a
mean,
second
there
thought.
are obviously many terrible ways to die. I feel like drowning to death is one of the worst. It's got to be one of the worst ways to die. He's like,
Yeah,
you
but
know
you're
what?
not down, dude. Like, if you're down for the ocean, bro, you're like gonna.
Did you guys see the
die,
post-credit scenes in Point Break? That shit fucked me up, man. They like cut to the beach, and then you realize Bodhi's hair was a wig, and it washes up. I was like, that just shattered the movie for me. This blonde wig just tossing in the surf, fucking horrible.
That's why.
Anyway, go watch it for yourselves if you don't believe me.
Yeah, if you don't believe how bad it is, go watch it yourself.
Yeah. No, that's why when we were talking about wigs that one time, Sean he got real quiet, man.
Oh yeah, when I take off this bandana,
Good.
The hair
the
comes
whole
with it,
fucking
right?
thing comes off.
Yeah.
My good.
Like that chick from I'm Gonna Get You Sucker when she takes her wig
Oh
off.
my god, dude, that
He's
shit
like, "Whew."
traumatized me.
But the girl,
the
that
freaking leg, that
Oh,
shit
yeah.
fucking scared the
She's
shit
like,
out
this
of
one
me.
always gets the guys and she pops her leg off. Don't make me
Oh,
for you.
woo.
the
Yeah,
girl,
that was-
the girl from Friday. You knew she was bald headed before you brought her over here.
He's like, I gotta go
How
pick my
they-
mom up from work. I'll take you. My mama don't like a lot of people coming with me when I pick her up.
That
So
first
go get something to
Friday,
eat. Oh, classic.
The original one is an absolute classic. I don't like the sequels. They're probably fine, but when you compare them to the first one, they just seem terrible.
No, because you
Like,
gotta
the
you
first
gotta
one-
keep the band together.
Chris
Yeah.
Tucker, you got to have him.
Yeah.
He makes that thing work. You know,
That's without the same exact cast.
right?
That's not gonna work, and it didn't.
Every
They did the
time
first one?
I'm in the kitchen, you in the
You in the
damn
kitchen, in the goddamn refrigerator. I
You
met
better put
John
some water on
Witherspoon.
that shit.
You better put some water on that damn shit. I met him one time when I worked at the radio station. So it's my 27th birthday, and this wasn't planned or nothing. It just ended up being a great 27th birthday. So I walk into work, and John Witherspoon and Gabriel Iglesias and Ari Spears are in the studio, and I'm like,
Ari
what?
Spears, hilarious.
oh
Is this
man,
heaven?
Right.
man. So I go in there, and the best time is in between the songs during the commercial breaks when we're talking in
Right.
the studio. That's the best shit. So Ari Spears was doing his LL Cool J impression. He's all all the time. LL Cool J. I'm in the grocery store and I put butternut squash on my calves. And I take a cucumber, rub it on my nipples all the time. He was fucking talking about that shit. Hilarious. And then John Witherspoon was telling the stories about doing coke with Johnny Carson on Thanksgiving. Gabriel Iglesias was telling stories about shit, man. It was so I couldn't believe it. Those three dudes, because they were performing at the San Jose Improv. So they were doing their rounds at the radio stations. Man, and so then when they leave, we walk out of the studio and Pitbull is standing in the hallway. He's waiting to come into the studio too. I was like, oh shit, Pitbull. Nice to meet you, man. Happy birthday to me.
I won't I don't want to say where, but I was at a comedy club in Los Angeles somewhere, or a classic comedy club, and we got the back room tour because we knew the people, and we went into the green room where the comedians can hang out alone before they go on, and there was a glass piano about just like it was a piece of furniture. It wasn't really a piano, but it was like this big, like a baby grand, but it was just a small piece of furniture, like a little coffee table, and it was a mirrored little piano there right between these couches, and we were informed that it was used for a little bit of that Bolivian marching powder.
Yeah, booger sugar.
Yeah,
boy. Salt.
Let's get motivated.
Yeah,
man. Good stuff. Yeah, I met another comedian. I met stand-up comedian was Paul Rodriguez. He was really cool.
Oh
yeah,
old school. Yeah, he was a cool dude, man.
Yeah, I don't
Carlos
know.
Mencia.
Comedy's such a big part of our family. You guys know, I say all the time, my daughter's a stand-up, but you know, my granddaughter's only like 6 weeks old, and my daughter's been back doing comedy like the last 2 weeks already. Like literally, I'll drive in the car. Like last night, I drove to the Comedy Store. That's the club owned by Pauly Shore's family. Drove to the Comedy Store, wait in the car with the baby. Baby's napping and hanging out. My daughter goes in, does her set, comes out. So yeah, she's still doing it. I'm really proud that she's doing this. She's killing. So
yeah, good job. Good for her.
Happy.
When's the baby gonna do a set? Maybe a little.
This baby, I sent you the video of her laughing. This kid laughs all the time. My granddaughter. I think she's got the funny bone too.
Yeah.
Maybe she's gonna turn to me and do a British Lord voice or a Brody voice.
So, old man, when are we going to get to this bottle?
I think it's time to change my diaper. In fact, I'm quite sure of it.
You know what, sir? I'm not the smartest man in the world, but I believe I've soiled myself.
To tell you, it's that I just want you guys to do me a favor and flood Jericho's P.O. box with monocles. I don't ask for a lot from the chat, but I just want him to go there. Massive amount of monocles.
We need a top hat. We need the tuxedo with tails and the gloves.
That's right. Wall of hunting rifles behind him. You know, various animal heads mounted on the wall.
This is a rhinoceros that I captured in Africa. On the dock.
I took this old boy down in South Africa.
It was coming for my scotch.
It was headed for my favorite scotch and my cigars. Not today, fellow. I took him down with a shot behind the shoulder blades, dropped him like a stone.
I say, I quite lost my head.
Goodness.
I took the poor bastard down with a shot behind the shoulder blade.
Oh my God. And John, you're right. Ethan does have some monocles to spare.
Oh, that's right. He bought a box of 100 on Amazon and was giving them away with comics.
Speaking of, man.
Oh, yeah.
There's Cyberfrog #1. One of the first CG books out of the gates here. And that's I bought two copies of this when it came out. So Comicsgate from way back, and hail Ethan, man. Thank you for everything you do, brother.
Right, yeah, I've had that one. Can't wait for the next one. It should be very soon. He showed printed copies.
Yep.
Getting,
beautiful, man. So. Looking good.
All right, well, next week I gotta have I always end up having dinner after this show because it starts a little too early for me to have dinner. So next week, Hombre en Fuego, starring Denzel Washington. So,
it's an experience.
Yeah. I wonder if we could. No, that was just a dumb idea. I started thinking, I wonder if we could review one of these movies if we watch the Spanish version, but never mind. Never mind. I'm not fluent enough.
Yeah, I think it takes long now.
I'm barely fluent in English.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to start another language.
All right. Well, I'm excited to watch this one because you guys look like you're salivating every time you mention it.
Oh, yeah.
So, you're going to like it, man. You really are. You're going to love this movie.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for joining us. That was Crimson Tide, and it is almost 11:30 here in California, which makes it near 3 a.m. for you, Sean. Goodness.
Damn.
That's right. It's 2:22.
Dedication.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what we do.
Next Wednesday, Janvier, as they say in French, 25th. See, 7 p.m. Pacific, right here on the new Double Impact Triple Threat with Gabe, Jericho, and Shantan Jetty. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bro.